All right, welcome to episode 163 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and potentially lands beyond as the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. I know, yet again, I've said Warhammer 40,000 twice. It's all part of the patter. I am aware it doesn't work, but I always do it, much like this bit where I say, hello, Phil. How you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm good. A little bit hot, but beyond that, sweating in the shed, it's all going well.
I thought you were boasting about your physical outward appearance, Phil, as opposed to your temperature.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Well, it would be nice, absolutely. But as you well know, you are a troll of a man.
Exactly. And not just a troll, a hot, sweaty troll.
Exactly. There is nothing worse than a sweaty troll. Only perchance a sweaty troll under a bridge.
Exactly. Yes.
That's not a place. Although, I imagine only goats need fear that situation.
Exactly.
Indeed. Although, to be fair, Phil, let's be real. You're the looker of this duo.
Oh, too kind.
I don't think I am too kind. I've just called you a troll. It's just beautiful demonstration.
Does that mean you're my little mushroom squig sidekick?
That is entirely correct, absolutely. I have the kind of jelly belly-like, exterior of some kind of tubby squig beast. Potentially more of a nurgling than a squig, to be fair.
Okay. Yeah,
I do have a big head as well, I suppose. It's a whole thing. Anyway, what are we talking about in episode 163, Phil?
Well, we've just had the Nova Open previews / reveals, so we're going to be talking about them, and from a departure from our normal format where we just talk about 40k stuff, and there were a lot of Space Marines in that reveal, we're also going through the whole thing, talking about the Age of Sigmar and the other game systems. We're doing it all this time because that's the kind of show we are now.
Well, that's it. Although we are still obviously keeping it very 40k, and we are also talking about the changes that the recent balanced Dataslate introduced. So that was an exciting, wild rumbus, but nowhere near as exciting as the 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
What
just...
have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Lookout Sir podcast, which right now is time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with that, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
This week's 5-star review comes from where, Phil?
I am throwing that dart blindly once more into the night, and I'm going to say Facebook.
It is not Facebook on this occasion, Phil, though it is a good, reasonable guess. We have exhausted the greater majority of Audible. We may even have new Audible reviews at the time of recording. I actually haven't taken the time to look, but no, not Facebook on this occasion. It is, of course, Apple Podcasts of the United States of America.
Oh, God damn, do you know what? That is what my head thought, but my mouth said Facebook for some reason. I don't know why. But I was I'm going to say America.
Indeed. Your heart was in the right place, but your brain led you astray.
Oh, no. Terrible stuff.
Always, trust your heart, Phil. That's, listen to your heart. I don't know the rest of the words. Da, 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 da. You know that song, right?
Not in the slightest.
I swear it was like the main tune for Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
Oh, that one. Yes, I know that one, but that isn't what you sang, I don't think.
Oh, maybe not. Don't tell me not without That one.
Oh no, it's okay. I got a bit more of it now. You've given its provenance. Yeah, I can hear it now.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're going to talk about this, the podcast of the USA review given to us by TheClockKing, Phil. Not one of those kind of infomercial individuals, an actual online persona. Unless, of course, this is also an individual who runs some kind of clock related business of which they are the king. I imagine that might be the case.
I mean, it could be, yeah. I mean,
come on down to the TheClockKing. We got deals.
Exactly. Just leave us a 5-star review and you get free advertising, basically.
Absolutely. Assuming there is a TheClockKing, that TheClockKing is almost, the retail outlet of the TheClockKing is almost unrelated to this particular, profile. But, now that they've appeared here in the Look Out Sir 5-star review segment, the most popular of all segments, they'll be inundated with, clock-related purchases. No doubt, maybe chess clocks. Maybe they sell those.
Oh, that is true. That could be the case.
Anything is possible. Anyway, and another thing that's possible is you, that's right, you, the listener, leaving us a 5-star review and potentially appearing here. Well, you will one day appear here in the 5-star review segment because that is a prerequisite of being here. 5-star reviews. Put them up there on the internet, wherever you may be able to leave them. We'll find them and we'll talk about you much in the way as we are the TheClockKing. And also, if you want to be extra special and be even more appreciated and loved by ourselves, you need only go to Patreon. You can't buy love, but you can rent it for a Patreon. And, ultimately get that warm sense of satisfaction. We're supposed to be releasing a new piece of exclusive Patreon content. I haven't got around to editing it yet. I probably won't by Saturday. But really soon, we're going to do what, Phil?
We are finally doing the thing that we've talked about for a long period of time. It is our Primaris miniature review tier list.
I don't actually think we have been thinking about that for a long period of time, Phil. I think you were just using those words to remember what we actually did.
Both can be true at the same time.
Oh, dear. I was thinking actually as well, Phil, we should probably, for the next Patreon video, do a paint challenge. We should see and do a contest around who can paint, painting a character in an hour. I reckon that'd be fun.
Yeah, because I think when it comes to speed painting, you'll probably win it.
I doubt that, Phil. You've got more time on I think you could apply yourself well. I think that's why it'd be fun to see.
Okay, that is an interesting one. I mean, I've just finished a painting challenge, which we'll talk about more in the outro, no doubt. So yeah, I'm fresh and ready to go.
There you go. Exciting. And lastly, as well as obviously 5-star reviews and Patreon, please support us on Patreon. Thank you so much to all our patrons. I didn't do that bit. Obviously, we do really appreciate it. It is amazing that you choose to support us. Obviously, we don't expect it, but we do really appreciate it. So thank you so much. And if you would like to join Patreon, you'll gain access to all the exciting exclusive content there. Ooh, golly gosh. Anyway, additionally, there's merchandise. Links in the description. Check it out. Why not adorn your flesh with, Look Out Sir related iconography and be the envy of all of your friends and or family. Or random passers-by, they will envy you.
Everyone
Isn't that right,
will.
Phil?
Yeah,
exactly.
Everyone.
Exactly. Anyway, let's get to this 5-star review from TheClockKing, not affiliated necessarily with the retail chain that may or may not exist. TheClockKing writes, a wonderful way to while time away. An enjoyable listen with Phil and his chum Dan as they discuss the community, share their insights as long-time players. Yell at clouds and generally make you feel at home. Also very nice. Although, yet again, I will observe that, they put Phil's name first. That isn't really right or correct in terms of the alphabetical, order of things. I appreciate that you're doing it just to kind of rub me up the wrong way there. And, you haven't got to me. It doesn't bother me. But
he appreciates the fact that I'm the troll and you are my little mushroom squig.
That's it. I'm Jabba's little mate. Yeah! Whatever noise that thing made. Anyway, my only complaint, and this is TheClockKing's only complaint, is that it always feels like it's over too soon. I sincerely don't believe that's true. I can't believe for a second that you listen to all of this nonsense and come to the end of it and going, I could really do with another 6 hours of that. That would really kind of, hit the spot.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine when we somehow fall short of a 5-hour episode, someone might be like, oh, they normally do 6 sometimes. I wish it was a 6-hour episode.
Well, there you go. Lord only knows how long this one's going to be. We haven't recorded all of it at the time of doing this intro bit. But TheClockKing, thank you so much for your 5-star review. It means the world to us. Obviously, really appreciate it. Massively, massively awesome of you. And obviously anyone out there who has left us a 5-star review in the past, thank you again to you. It's been incredible and you've contributed massively to, the exposure and air quotation marks success of the Lookout Sir 40K podcast. And if you would like to support us with your own 5-star review and be appearing here, please do it. But all of that said, here's Phil to take us home.
Well, thank you very much, TheClockKing. I hope, like David Bowie in The Labyrinth, that has his own Goblin Kingdom, that you have a Clock Kingdom because you are the Clock King. Thanks very much for the nice review. Thank you for putting my name first in the order of proceedings. Obviously, Dan will punish me later and lock me up for several days and not let me out to make up for it. But I appreciate it all the same. Lovely, kind words, and we do ever try and make these episodes as absolutely long as possible, and we're trying hit a 5-hour at least on this one just for you.
That potentially is not a promise that we can fulfill. To the chokey with you, Phil.
No.
To reference glorious Matilda there. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the intro. Now we're going to get to the actual show. Transitional noise. Why, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. In this part of the podcast, we're going to be talking about the Nova Open 2023 preview, all the reveals right here. That's me just basically reading the Warhammer community article. But all the same, we are going to talk about the reveals from the Nova Open. The Nova Open being an event, I presume. I never really know for sure, but I'm sure they're doing something important there. And as such, they felt it necessary to hit us with a rather wonderful preview. Probably one of the better ones, right, Phil?
Yeah, I think overall, including all the other systems, pretty solid in terms of what we saw and how much we saw.
It's almost like the guy who runs Games Workshop's events team has an invested interest in this event somehow.
Was this his one? I thought it was a Depticon. I thought it was a Depticon, but I could be wrong. I can never remember, but it could have been.
It could have been. Whether it's his or not, he just really likes it. That's the vibe. Not that he would really have significant influence over what they were revealing.
No, I don't think he would, or their schedule.
Exactly. I just like to, throw out accusations completely and utterly without any basis. That's my, go-to.
Brilliant.
So there are a bunch of things that got revealed as part of the Nova Open, and we are going to endeavour to talk to you about all of them. I'm sure it won't escape anyone's attention that we will probably wax lyrical about one part of it a little bit more than the rest of it, given the Warhammer 40,000's nature of this podcast. But without spoiling it from the outset, it's fair to say that there were many things in this reveal that really spoke to me, Phil. Many things that actually applied to my own personal hobby. So I am myself quite impressed overall. It's birthday, Christmas, all rolled up into one.
Yes, the little piggies impress you very much, no doubt.
That's true. It's better that we never elaborate on that. Who knows what you could be referring to. But yeah, so obviously the first and most immediate updates that we received were for the brand spanking new Primara Space Marines. And it's really funny, actually, in a way, because for those of you who listened to episode 162, you will have heard me and Phil having a good old natter about the general state of the Space Marine Index. And as part of that natter, we also got into it about the current state of play with Firstborn Marines and their general place within the range. And it's fair to say now, Phil, in a way, not that we kind of were really tapping into anything especially special at that time, but it's definitely fair to say that now that we have seen these Space Marine reveals, it is becoming more readily apparent that the Primaris project and or the kind of coexisting of Firstborn and Primaris is coming to a close, and that by all accounts, even though it hasn't quite happened yet, the days of the old, what we will call Firstborn kits are numbered, certainly by the look of these reveals, it's fair to say.
Yeah, that's true. It's definitely giving us a bit more of a complete Space Marine army without the need for Firstborn to an extent, although the tactical squads are still holding out. So we'll see one day whatever happens with them.
Exactly. I think what's really interesting about this is that from the outset, Games Workshop tried really hard to assert the Primaris are different, and that this wasn't just an upscale of old kits. It was a whole new range of miniatures with a whole new reason to exist. And, ultimately that has been true for 2 editions. And they have introduced Infernus Marines, which are essentially intercessors with all flamethrowers. So that did happen. But beyond them, basically this entire Space Marine drop is updates of old kits, basically. Everything is essentially a Primaris upscale or update to, previously Firstborn kits. And what is quite remarkable and quite different is the fact that they are replacing them, but they are actually fully discontinuing the old and now supporting the new. So if you want to go into James, get it into my brain, get your store and buy a box of Terminators from the release of these Terminators onwards, these will be the ones you get. You will no longer be able to buy the ones that existed previously. Not that you would want to, because obviously these swanky new Terminators are superior, I suppose. But I guess we'll get into it in a moment. But Phil, any thoughts or feelings on the general kind of design philosophy, I suppose? Or not even design philosophy, but just this particular burst of releases and how it kind of impacts the previously Firstborn range?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. So there have been previous models that you could say had a Firstborn like-for-like equivalent, like the generic Primaris Captain or the Lieutenant, because you had Firstborn versions of them. But they always, and the Librarian, for example, are good examples, but they obviously all existed alongside the Firstborn versions, where it feels like now everything they're doing is just a redo of something that already exists. So this is a very comprehensive and quite a big Space Marine drop in terms of what we've been given. But in a way, it's also completely underwhelming because nothing's new. It's just, oh yes, this is just the Primaris version of a Firstborn thing. And that in itself is good. I don't want to diminish it in any way. But I feel like, especially along sort of online chatter, people are going, oh yeah, these are cool sculpts. But if you had this much in the way of Space Marines, but they were brand new units, I think people would be losing their minds a lot more. Non-Space Marine players would actually be complaining because it's like, Space Marines are just getting yet more units. Whereas this time, I don't feel like anyone's that bothered because it's like, oh, cool, yeah, it's a like-for-like replacement. It's nothing new. It's just an update to an existing unit, and by and large they've all done a pretty good job, but we'll get into that in a minute.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's definitely great to see Space Marines getting that kind of treatment because that's what they've done with all the other ranges that they've kind of updated. You saw that with the Necrons, you're seeing that with the Eldari, you're seeing that with the Sisters of Battle. They're not necessarily trying to reinvent the wheel when they're doing these things. They're just giving us new versions of old things, which is in a lot of respects what we want a lot of the time. And again, I think going back to just summarizing the Primaris project and what it kind of represented, I think that ultimately was the mistake of it, really, is that really all along, all we probably ever wanted was just like upscaled, true scale versions of, Space Marine kits. And again, not that Primaris hasn't been successful in its own right, and actually I think some of the units they've added to the Space Marine, range has been really valuable, but, for the most part, I'm, probably more excited to see them giving us updated versions of the old school Marine kits than I am to see new Primaris stuff, because I think, again, for me personally, I enjoyed a lot of those kind of retro Space Marine ranges. So seeing them, being added and getting those kind of flavors pushed back into the army is super nice. And the idea that we will be seeing a lot more, gorgeous new Terminators is no bad thing in my opinion. But
that's true. Yeah, I wonder if it's because they just really want to replace the Firstborn range because it is quite dated at this point.
Yeah.
Or have they just run out of ideas for new units?
That's possibly part of the problem as well. Again, I feel like they still have a lot of room to explore within like Gravis. I feel like Gravis never really fully kind of... I know we've got the Heavy Intercessor, and I know we've got the Aggressors, and we got the the Inceptor and the Eliminator. So I suppose maybe Gravis is probably more fleshed out than we give it credit for. It even has the Gravis Captain now and the Gravis Apothecary with the Apothecary Biologist. So yeah, maybe Gravis is probably in a better place than they give it credit for, actually. So yeah, I guess it got to a point where they were like,
it's interesting where it feels like, because obviously with this range, you've got a Terminator, you've had Terminator Captain, Terminator Librarian with a Leviathan, you've now got Terminator Chaplain. Now, we haven't got all of those for Gravis armor, and it feels like Gravis does sort of step on the toe of Terminator armor because they are kind of similar. And I feel like if Primaris as a range was much more widely accepted and was much more of a slam dunk from maybe some of the controversy it had when it first came out, then maybe we would never have seen Terminator armor be redone and Gravis, because it always felt like Gravis was the new Terminator armor, but they never quite fully embraced it. Or I think the problem is to an extent that Terminator armor is just so iconic, people still want it, so they've gone, right, we'll have to port that over. And at that point you're then, oh well, we can just port everything over now, right? And that it felt like they've just given in a little bit and gone, right, okay, fine, we're just going to upscale everything now.
Yeah, but I don't think it hurts to give in. I mean, at the end of the day, giving their customers what they want is no bad thing at the end of the day. We wanted new Terminator kits. We're finally getting them. And, I mean, we've obviously already sort of gotten them in the case that many people have obviously had the Leviathan set of Terminators. But now we have the multi-part plastics, which are really stunning. And obviously we'll get into these now, I guess. So basically, unsurprisingly, no one saw it coming, Phil. There is a multi-part plastic kit that, from the outset, looks ruddy bloody gorgeous. I think the presence of these miniatures, the scale of them, the size of them, the levels of detail within the sculpts, I think these are just amazing. I think, obviously, a great many people will have the Leviathan Terminators, and I think they definitely stand up. But you can already see between the two that there's just a sort of slightly better level of like fidelity in certain details, and there are just things that they can achieve with the more comprehensive multi-part plastics that you just can't quite get in the more simplified sculpts. I mean, again, the differences are so minute, but I think these guys take what they've given us from Leviathan and push it even further. I think these are just... I love them. I think these are incredible. Again, much like the Gene Stealers from the Tyranid reveals, this is an iconic unit made better yet again. I honestly can't say enough good stuff about them. I think they're great. I don't know what your vibe is on them.
I haven't seen a side-by-side comparison with the Leviathan ones, and that would actually be really interesting, because I look at these and be like, yeah, cool. Like, they're just like the Leviathan ones. And you're probably right that because the multi-part kit always, because it's in more pieces, there's better like casting either detail, or it's much easier to hide like seam lines and stuff. I remember the very original Intercessors, like the easy build ones within Dark Imperium, quite often they had these weird, like, little wires coming from, like, the foot to the leg and places like that, because that was obviously part of, like, the molding process that they needed to add this little thing in. So the part would pop out easier as one whole piece, whereas when it was the multi-part kit, it's like all separate bits and the leg greaves come on extra. So you didn't ever have those weird little wires, and I was always painstakingly trimming them off. So it looked a bit more like the multi-part kit. But yeah, so as you said, when we talked about it, when the Leviathan previews came out, is like, yeah, Terminators, amazing. They look great. There's literally, they're flawless, right? There's nothing to criticize about them, I would say, and these just carry that on because it's, for the most part, the same, not the same models, because I imagine the poses are going to be slightly different, so you do have more options. So if you want to run another 10-man squad of, or do you get 5 in Leviathan?
You get 5 in Leviathan.
So
yeah.
if you want 10 and you buy a 5 of this and 5 of Leviathan, you've got hopefully 10 different looking models, which is what you should end up with. And plus there's a couple of extra weapon options. I think the Cyclone missile launcher is a bit on the big side for my liking, because when I saw it, I was like, oh, it's big. I'm surprised it was quite so big, but you know, they've always looked a bit oversized and a bit ridiculous. So I can't really complain too much there.
I love it because it's big on big as well. Like you can see with these sculpts that they utterly dominate their base. And the one with the Cyclone missile launcher, the way it's kind of planted, the fact that its feet are actually at like both ends of the rather substantial base that these things sit on, and it kind of just fills that space. I mean, these guys are going to be towering monstrosities. They are every bit the kind of massive, you know, heroes that you want to see, take to the battlefield. And, you know, ultimately, you know, I think these guys just look amazing. And again, to sort of qualify some of the statements I was making about the differences, I think a lot of it will just come down to, or a lot of it comes down to little details that you kind of observe within, you know, the minis themselves. I think a lot of it is the way that the kind of heads are set within the armor. I think there's a little bit more kind of finessing there in how those kind of get positioned and put in. Obviously, they have a great deal more purity seals and other little details that they can obviously embellish the miniatures with. I think the bolt guns and other kind of weapons and things are a little bit more, ever so slightly more detailed. But again, it's really finicky little things that you're observing here. I actually think the Leviathan Terminator box set that they did is pretty much, you know, I genuinely think that if you did the Pepsi challenge with it, as it were, you know, the two side by side, I think the only thing that really gives away, the Leviathan Terminators versus these ones will be the bases that they're standing on, because many of the Leviathan Terminators have a great many, tactical rocks underneath them, whereas these ones seem to be a little less ordained with the additional baiting details. But there are some, you know, subtle differences between them.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I see what you mean about the old tactical rock on the old one. And they haven't shown it here, but I guess you're still going to get a homing beacon that was in the Leviathan box set. It would make sense that they would, but they've just not previewed it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you can't get too excited about yet another teleporter Homer, right? It's like, ooh, more of that. But no, I think the Terminators were great when they were monopose Leviathan miniatures. Now they are more varied miniatures. They are tremendous. I think this is just a really great box set. I think if you're a Space Marine player and you got the Leviathan Terminators, there's a real reason that you'd want to pick these up as well. I think, 10 Terminators is pretty cool. Real shame that we haven't seen Assault Terminators yet. I was expecting those to be part of this reveal. Really intrigued to see how they're going to handle those, whether the kit will actually contain components with which to make Assault Terminators, or whether they will do upgrade sprues, or whether they will do a whole new kit. I think we've obviously seen in the case of, say, like the Redemptor Dreadnought and then the Brutalis Dreadnought, they've finessed the armor a bit between like the standard, Redemptor variant and the Brutalis variant, in so much that the Brutalis has, a bit more kind of armor plating and a bit more kind of, wibbliness on some of its like leg joints and things to kind of indicate that it has a great deal more kind of mobility almost. So, maybe there will be a desire from them when they get to the Assault Terminators to, maybe add like some different types of armor paneling, or maybe just a posing thing. I mean, a running Terminator kit would be a pretty wild thing to see.
Yeah, I mean, I could imagine that they do, like, say, one sprue is for the body and head, and another sprue is for the arms with the, cyclone missile launcher and the heavy weapons and the assault cannons and stuff. And then that could be swapped out with another set of arms with close combat weapons and shields. But personally, I would like it if it was a completely separate kit. So they do have different poses. So if you do have two squads, like one assault, one regular, that they're not going to have duplicate poses, and it's just the arms that are different. It would be great if, as you say, a slightly running pose or a bit more charging, or like a sort of sweeping motion, like that. They're hacking and slashing their way through the tabletop. That would be great to see sort of sculpted onto the mini itself. And I would hope that's what they do, but I could see them doing them both ways.
Yeah. The next in the Terminator reveals was the new Terminator Chaplain. I have to admit, I'm not blown away by this guy. I think the old metal sculpt of the Terminator Chaplain that I believe came out in 4th edition, potentially 5th edition, really set the bar really high for Terminator Chaplains. And I think over the years, they've done a reasonable job at kind of reimagining that with plastic sculpts. So they did the 2 limited edition Chaplains, the one with the Storm Bolter pointing outwards and the other one with the Combi Flamer in more of a kind of hugging pose, the kind of wide stance, etc. This, I think, is an interesting take on it. I get the feeling that when you see it in person and you see it, painted really well, I think it will still have a reasonable presence, but it's definitely a much more neutered or much more kind of like, contained adaptation of the Chaplain. Chaplains, I always feel like, similar to the conversation we had, last year on the, or earlier this year on the Astra Militarum Commissar, I like Chaplains to be more kind of evocative of the really kind of absurd aspects of the Imperium. In the case of the Commissar, I wanted the big ridiculous hats and the over-the-top kind of pomposity. And the same is kind of true of Chaplains. I kind of want them to be covered in scrolls and books and, be this massive visage of death. And again, it's really, really interesting because the Primaris Chaplain on bike is such a beautiful representation of a chaplain, which contains so many of the components that I want to see, but then still kind of frames it within this really imposing, really amazing kind of sculpt. So like the Primaris Chaplain on bike sets such a high standard for what chaplains could be. Seeing this guy, at least initially, doesn't blow me away. It's not that I hate it. I'm going to probably end up owning one, and I'm probably going to actually really like it when I see it in person. But at least in photography from the outset, I'm just a bit like, not quite what I was hoping for, but I don't hate it. I'm just a bit like, it's all right. It's fine. It's a Terminator Chaplain after all, and it's probably going to be really big, which I guess is kind of cool. And I like the Storm Shield, credit where credit's due, or the Relic Shield.
That just nice. Looks very similar to the one we saw on the Indomitus Captain, because he had a Relic Shield, and it's that same kind of Indomitus Crusade shield, I guess. So I guess that's sort of generic for the new style of Primaris, right? Regardless of whether it's a Blade Guard armor versus a Terminator armor. When I first saw it, I liked it. My initial impression was, oh, this is cool. I like it. On reflection, maybe it isn't quite as good as it could have been. And I remember you saying you weren't a fan. And I don't think the photo on the website is doing it justice, because the photo they've led with is the half helmet, whereas in the video you see the full skull helmet option on the chaplain, and I think that does look better. And I think the other sort of I want to say mistake, the other design flaw, let's call it a flaw, is around his head is a massive like iron halo. And what that does is so basically the helmet is made up of two parts, not the helmet, the shroud that contains the helmet. It contains two parts, which is to me the iconic look of the Terminators. You've got the rounded dome hood, and then behind that you've got this square box back, and this iron halo hides the square boxed back of the Terminator armor, so you kind of lose the iconic silhouette from him. And I think that's one of the reasons why it doesn't work as well as it could. And I think if that had been incorporated into the smaller shroud rather than bolted on top of, it would have worked better, because then you've still got a bit more of a classic Terminator look to him. But I like the chest piece. I think that looks really cool. I mean, the weapon, the shield, it's just, like I said, it's the same as the Relic Captain, so I'm not mega fussed about it, because it's like the Blade God one. It's nothing new, but it's still okay, right? It's still cool. And then the rest of him is kind of just a Terminator, and he's got sort of nice chaplain-y bits. He's got a purity belt buckle, I guess, for want of a better word for it. So yeah, I mean, he's okay. I do like him, but I feel like the photo isn't really doing it justice. The helmet that they chose isn't the classic chaplain one, and then the iron halo bit looks a bit odd.
I think the helmet, or rather the kind of half helm that they've shown, I think that will be a really good, head swap for the next sculpt, which is the captain. I think, putting that on the captain miniature, I think will really add, certainly for, people with very specific kind of army looks. I think that's going to really add something to that miniature. But I think, at the end of the day, if you're not using the kind of proper, in my opinion, proper chaplain skull helm, I think that's a mistake. I mean, to me, I've never really enjoyed the helmetless chaplains. I always felt like the idea of the chaplain is that, in almost all instances, and certainly on the battlefield, they should be wearing, the skull mask of the Emperor. I think that's it's the weird, because I get when people are like, oh, I'm a Terminator. No, I'm a generic Space Marine. I'm a captain or a sergeant. Why would I not have my helmet on? And I get it that visually it just looks better and gives it instantly more character to a model, seeing a face. But from a sort of warfare perspective, yes, it's a bit silly not to have your helmet on, because you just get shot in the face. It seems even more ridiculous then that you're equipping yourself in Terminator armor, because you're going into some kind of gene stealer infested Space Hulk, for example, which is the iconic place Terminators would go to. There you definitely need a helmet. So it seems really odd when you see Terminators more so than even regular Space Marines without their helmets on, because like you're wearing this armor for a reason. But obviously 40k is complete ludicrousness, so it doesn't really, you can't think logic when you think of 40k. No, absolutely not. And again, I'm not going to ever sort of, get my knickers in a twist about, helmetless, Space Marines. I think, again, to kind of convey that kind of human element, it's important to add that to it. But yeah, I think ultimately, for me, I would, it would be highly unlikely that I would build that guy without his, full skull helm. And, but yeah, again, I don't hate it. It's like, I don't dislike it as much as the Commissar, for example. The Commissar was a real letdown. This is sort of in the vein of the Commissar, in the sense that it's sort of like, it's a very unfantastical version of a kind of crazy 40k thing. And I feel like that's, something that's kind of crept in a bit into Games Workshop lately, is that they don't want the sort of it to go too over the top or mad sometimes. And I'm kind of like, no, that's the great stuff. That's the That's the juice. That's the secret sauce.
I never particularly liked the older chaplain models because they just had these giant skulls and parchments coming down their chests to the point where it completely covered them. I think there was one that was slightly toned down that worked a lot better. And, maybe this one looks a bit more plain in comparison, but personally, I quite like my Primaris to be a bit more clean and basic. Because originally it was like, they're new, they're meant to be, and Firstborn were the old Baroque armour with all the extra fancy details and purity seals on. So I didn't mind it because you had two differences, but I guess we're in this world now where it's got to do both things. So, yeah, some people like the old ornate style Space Marines, and then obviously some of them a bit more clean cut.
So just for the viewers' reference, I'm sharing my screen with Phil, and on that screen is the classic metal Terminator Chaplain. I mean, need I say more, Phil?
It's all right.
Mate, shut up. Look at that thing. That is what you want.
Okay.
That's the good stuff right there, my friend. That's the one. That's the one.
I was going to point out another one that I saw on the screen.
Oh, which one? The one to the left of him with the...
I can't see it now. So, yeah, there was one to the left slightly.
I
think the newest one, was the limited edition one.
Yeah, which was all right, but not quite as good. The original, like metal Terminator sculpt is... it's a beaut. Like, that is so... But the problem is as well, that's just stoked in nostalgia for me as well. Like, that to me now is what I see. Like, the way they've sculpted the skull, the parchment that runs down, the Imperial Eagle that's actually not an Imperial Eagle. It's just the death mask of the Emperor, and the Emperor's kind of like, the bony wings, and even just the Stormbolter with the bullet casings, or rather the kind of magazine that isn't like a traditional magazine. It's just like a just a dangling arrangement of bullets. Like,
yes, yeah. Okay.
It's just love that sculpt. Anyway,
get yourself a bit of green stuff. You can sculpt all of that on your new Terminator.
Well, I still have that old metal Terminator Chaplain. Maybe I should just use that still. Just get that one. Keep that one
Just
going.
stick it on a bigger base.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I need to. Captain in Terminator armor. Some people suggest that this is not better or, any superior than the one we got in the Leviathan box. I guess I'd agree with them. One of the differences is that the captain from the Leviathan box has the Stormbolter in the left hand and the power sword or relic blade in the right, whereas our new captain does it the other way round, which is probably a little bit more normal, I guess, if that could be quoted. He's a left-handed swordsman, which is potentially, or maybe it's weirder the other way around. Anyway, the point is that bar that, they are pretty much like, I mean, obviously this has got loads more options. You can do loads more with it. But yeah, like, I mean, and it obviously doesn't have a big Tyranid on the base. So,
that's true.
There
so
are
you
pros.
Have to theme it as well.
Yeah,
go on.
But yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, the first Ultramarine version you look at and go, yeah, all right, it's fine. It's a Terminator captain. The second Iron Hands version you look at, you go, oh God, that's less impressive, weirdly. Like, I mean, like, it's like, oh, is that the captain, is it? It looks like an elaborate sergeant,
I know what you mean, but I actually like this one more.
I do too, but it just sort of lacks some of the...
It's more utilitarian, and I was just saying, I like my Marines plainer, so this one calls to me more. And you're right, that it's maybe not as good a pose or a miniature per se as the kind of custom sculpt that you get in Leviathan. But for its utility in terms of weapon options, I think that's great. The sword, I think we both agree, looks a bit better on this guy than the Leviathan one. Not necessarily sold on like the little Crux Terminatus Iron Halo on his back. But it's kind of okay, I guess. What I think the best thing about it is that you have an option for like a robe hanging down between its waist like a tabard, but you also have an option to not have that, because I've been painfully removing those from my blade guard, and it would be great if there was an option to just not have that on, because not everyone wants like fancy robes. Like if you're a Dark Angel player or Black Templars, fine, keep the robe, it looks amazing. But as they pointed out, if you're an Iron Hands player, then you don't want that at all, because they're a bit more Spartan. So the not having that option, having the option to not have that, I think is absolutely amazing. And that's great. And that the pose with the Power Fist, I think, looks a lot better than maybe with the sword.
Yeah, I mean, the Power Fist does look pretty strong. I'd love to know if they have a dual lightning claw one. I think that would be a really cool thing to see. Again, obviously, the Storm, the Thunderhammer Storm Shield combo is always a classic. But look, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a Terminator Captain. It looks really good. It'll be a great kit to put down on the table, and I'm sure it'll be really good and offer a good level of customization. And I think that's the thing with like the range now of like Space Marine characters in terms of their flexibility. Obviously, we got a really good drop of, Gravis Captain, the Space Marine Ancient, the Lieutenant that they did, Primaris Lieutenant that they released with the Brutalis and the Desolation Marines. So, at this point, we've got lots of really cool Space Marine characters that we can muck around with and customize in all sorts of fun, interesting ways.
I'm kind of glad. I feel like we're into a good era of sort of Space Marine list building, because we were sort of stuck in a problem where all they were giving us were monopose characters with literally no other weapon options, and the rules state that, or Games Workshop's design philosophy has always been, or at least in modern era, that you only get rules for stuff that it's equipped with on the model, no ifs, no buts, although there was always the odd exception. And I feel like they've sort of listened to the fans on this, and they've gone, fine, right, have your multi-pose, I'm not necessarily multi-pose, multi-weapon options for your big character kits. And I feel like, as you said, we've had it for the Captain, we've had it for the Lieutenant, we've now got it for the Space Marine Terminator Captain as well. So it's like, that's great that they're giving us these different options, that we can finally have a bit more flexibility in either how we want to load out our characters, or also how we want to kit bash them as well, to give them different, looks and styles of weapons and equipment. So, I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah, no, likewise. Moving on, we have the jump packs. So we have both the jump pack intercessors and the jump pack captain. So the jump pack intercessors are basically assault intercessors, hanging on to tactical rocks while wearing jump packs. There is pretty much no difference between these and the assault intercessors, except for the legs. So they have, and obviously the fact they've got jump pack on, but they have added a lot more utility, shall we say, to their legs. So they've got
the leg straps.
Yeah, they've got multiple pouches and grenades and other bits and pieces on their straps, which suggests that they will potentially, as a unit, get maybe access to some rules that reflect the fact that they carry a little bit more equipment on their waist. They could have that kind of utility belt style rule. They could get the shark repellent and what have you.
Yeah,
but
it's weird. I didn't really notice that they had that, and it does make them look a bit more tactical, which is much more in line with the Phobos miniatures.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm a fan.
But I guess the idea is that, they're predominantly armed with pistols. They're going to be like a vanguard. So the idea maybe is that they are, again, if you're allowing yourself to kind of immerse yourself into the kind of world fiction of 40k, these guys are going to be up front. So they probably need more pouches for ammunition and grenades and things.
Or it's because normally you do get pouches and stuff stuck to the belt. So it might just be you've got the same amount of equipment as normal, maybe a little bit more, but ultimately you're strapping it down more securely than you would otherwise, because you're now jumping around in the air.
Yeah.
So it's not just attached to your belt. You got to have it stuck to your leg as well.
That's it. The on the topic of like securing stuff though and strapping stuff down, really intrigued that this time around the jump packs don't have any additional harnesses. So one of the more common features of jump packs through the ages is that the jump pack had additional kind of like belts securing it to the torso of the Marines. So if you go back and look at all of the old jump pack sculpts, they had harnesses that kind of wrapped round and covered up the Imperial Eagle. And again, obviously the notion is that these jump packs aren't, the same as like jetpacks for say the Inceptors or even the Suppressors. Jump packs basically enabled Space Marines to jump really far through the air. So the idea is that, it kicks like a mule, sends you flying, and then has kind of thrusters in it to kind of help you manage your descent. But, it wasn't necessarily, at least initially, originally, kind of intended as a jetpack so much as it was more of just a kind of burst of velocity that kind of, enabled Space Marines to kind of bound over great distances in rapid time, while also kind of, descending onto their enemies like a bolt out of hell, as it were. So, it's one of those things where, or a bolt from the heavens, I suppose, as it would. I mean, if it coming out of hell,
a bat out of hell?
Yeah, like a bat out of hell. I'll be gone when the morning comes. Yeah, whatever. The point is, though, it's just weird that they haven't got the harnesses. That's all I'm saying. It's sort of like, again, whatever. It's like, it's not a big deal, but, I kind of feel like, odd, but fine.
Yeah, I mean, it might be they just would look too bulky. If they're trying to do it sort of realistic proportions, and maybe they kind of fudged it a bit before, so they might have just gone, it just looks a bit odd, or it ruins the look of the Aquila or whatever's on their chest, and they want to keep that as easy as, or as visible as possible and easier to paint. I have to say, these out of everything are a bit of a miss for me. There's a few things I just don't like, or that don't sit right with me. Like the jump pack itself is a sort of a combination of the Inceptor backpacks and the old jump assault, and they've sort of merged them together. And I just don't feel like it particularly works. And I would almost have rather it was just like the Inceptors without these extra like vents at the top. There's also, like, what I've noticed, little rivets on them, and it's like there's no rivets on the old Inceptor ones. So it seems odd. Like, Space Marine armor doesn't really have rivets in it all that often. Tanks, sure, but not the actual Space Marines themselves. So it is odd that there's a couple of rivets just visible behind the Space Marine on it. So yeah, I don't know. I think that looks odd. The fact that they've all just stood on tactical rocks looks a bit silly, because it's all so blatantly obvious. They never particularly hide it well. And it's like, if they had flying stands, maybe it would look better, but then people would hate the flying stand aspect because flying stands are really fiddly. It's like when I converted my Inceptors, I tried to sort of hide the tactical rock by making them like these long columns, and the model was positioned and pinned in front of it. So it wasn't like a foot was the holding piece. It was, a bit of an ankle or something higher up, or part of the back. And I think you can do a much better illusion of flight that way than just the way they've done it here, which feels very dated. It felt like they could have done a nicer, larger bits of rock to have hidden them, I guess.
I'm always terrified of miniatures like this, just because I think about them in practical terms, and I just think you're going to be putting these things back together very consistently. I think those guys are going to be coming off of those little basing details all the time. I mean, and again, not knowing how they've built the sprues and the piece, it wouldn't surprise me to discover that the foot section that is attached to the rock is actually one consistent piece, because they've definitely gotten to doing that quite a lot as well lately, where they kind of incorporate the foot into the kind of basing material to give it a bit more rigidity. But then inevitably when it does break, which it always does, you find yourself in a situation where, it could snap in awkward ways or awkward figure. Because these are really top heavy, basically, in terms of the distribution of weight and the distribution of materials. So yeah, I when I see that kind of stuff, I'm always a bit like, I wish in a way you'd given me the opportunity to kind of stick them down in more kind of grounded poses. But at the same time, for me, I don't consider this a miss. I just think, it's, I think in a way, the mistake of this unit is that you gave us the assault intercessors already, because we kind of got our fill on the idea of the assault intercessor.
Yeah, if I guess they gave us the assault intercessor kit and there was an option to have a jump pack with it, that would have been fine. And I feel like the miss about this is everyone who's kit bashed their own jump assault with Primaris, where they've just taken either intercessors or assault intercessors. Quite often they take the Blood Angels single engine jump pack and add them on, or they use some of the older jump packs. It's like most of them look better than this, and I think you're right that the leg straps makes these look a bit too messy, because it makes them look less like classic Space Marines. And me not being a huge fan of the engines that they've used. Maybe they grow on me, like so much of the Space Marine range, but my initial reaction is, not a huge fan.
The other thing I actually don't like about them, if I'm honest with you, I understand why they've given them these, but I don't get why they have, which is the leg vents are like the weirdest thing.
Oh, on the
back of the ankles.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Inceptors have them, which sort of makes
sense within a kind of jetpack style of things. But for the
yes,
pack,
yeah, I can see it on the Captain.
The Captain's pretty more pronounced because they've also added grav veins or whatever they're called to the Captain. But yeah,
the grab veins are on all of them. You just can't see them as much.
What, on
the back of the engine?
No. They've added the grab veins to the legs of the Captains, but they've not added the...
Oh, right. I see. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I'll tell you what's weird about that is Inceptors don't have fins there, I don't think.
Yeah. No, they don't. No.
So
they don't on these intercessors, but they do on the Captain. But the only reason why I find that stuff weird as well is it kind of, again, I don't know, it kind of just creates a weirdness to it, which is, again, the idea of the jump packs beforehand. Even though I know in games they stayed on their jump packs, I kind of just like the idea that they were kind of equipment that they wore and they used it for a thing. And when they were needed to, because it ran out of fuel or whatever, they just discarded it and carried on their merry way without it or something. Whereas it sort of feels like, again, this guy, when he's ran out of fuel or whatever, he's got to deal with all this bulky extra stuff on him.
Maybe he just
I'm sure.
hits a button and it just pops off because it's magnetic.
Yeah, probably
on there.
Probably. But if we can talk about the Captain Mini, again, it's fine. It has all the problems that the main one has, and similarly, it has the things we were saying before. But it's a multi-part plastic Captain that has a jump pack, and I don't hate it. I think, again, the photography here is not the best, but I think it's pretty cool. I mean, genuinely, it's fine. It's it's good even. I don't hate it. Yeah. I don't love it either. It's it's cool. I probably like it more when I see it in person.
Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff on him, so it gives him a sort of messy sort of look and silhouette to him, because he's got the cape and stuff. And capes and jet engines are a no-no. We all know that. So yeah, it's I think I suspect it's the best compromise they can do with a potentially a multi-part kit, to have him in a good pose that works with all the different weapon options. Ultimately, it's like I've already kit bashed my own several years ago. I'm finally ahead of the curve because, the fad of the 90s has come around once again. So I built mine well after the fad of the Smash Captains.
Oh, I see.
Of the early to mid 8th edition. So by the time I built my Smash Captain, he was, useless on the tabletop and has been ever since. So I should just be glad that he's hopefully going to get nice rules now that he's technically a Primaris, whereas before it was a poor man's proxy, although I have done him in Inceptor armor, so that's the only thing that's technically inaccurate. But it'd be nice that he might get some juicy rules.
When you said it was, the 90s came back around, I assumed you just designed him with a flannel shirt and some kind of Seattle-based grunge references to him.
Oh, maybe, yeah, or highly flammable sportswear.
Well, fair. Depends which direction you go in, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, again, it's fine. But yeah, no capes, Phil. No capes.
No, exactly. No capes still.
Next up, scouts. I mean, what can we say about the scouts? They're just new scouts. They're fine. New scouts, baby. Woo! I imagine scouts will get some good rules. And these scouts will be fine. I don't know what to say about them. I'm like, scouts. I mean, who cares? Like they're good. But whatever.
They're really nice minis. They're iconically scouts, and I think that's the thing. Like, scouts have a very iconic look, and they replicated this perfectly in much the same way as everything else, where they've taken something Firstborn and just upscaled it. Part of me is a bit like, is this a miss? Because they could have reinvented scouts to look different or be different, and instead they've just taken the safe option and just gone, here's the old models, let's make them slightly bigger and, a better sculpt, right? They haven't done anything new or interesting with scouts. You've just gotten what we had previously. Weirdly, they do look a bit like Leagues of Votann or Caradron Overlords. Like, they've got that sort of look, the exo armor sort of over the cloth, right? It sort of just they look like toolered squats, is what I'm saying. I don't hate them though. I think they're cool, but they're just
yeah.
They're great. They hit the nail on the head, but they're sort of underwhelming because they're not new. I know if is that even a criticism? I don't know. It feels like that's the nicest thing that I can say to them, or the meanest thing I could say to them, but it's actually a compliment. It's like, you've done your job, A+, but no imagination. Like,
it's weird in a way though, right? Because when they introduced the neophytes in the Crusade squads, I really liked the neophytes in the Crusade squads. I thought they were really good scout sculpts, and again, maybe it's just because they had bare arms, and that kind of created an interesting kind of attribute to their silhouettes. And I think as well, one of the things about the whole Crusader squad range is they are some of the more slender Primaris Marines, both from a intercessor kind of Primaris Marine perspective, but also the neophytes themselves. And strangely, as a kind of, again, talking silhouettes, the weird bowl cuts that they put on the neophytes kind of, again, created a bit of a sort of different look at the top, which kind of took it in a different direction. I think these are fine. I think the sergeant's probably one of the things that sort of underwhelms me the most, because it's sort of like, again, it kind of just looks like it takes away a lot of the heroic bearing of the Space Marine when you put him in a kind of jumpsuit with some armor pieces on, and when it's sort of like an older, experienced veteran that's leading the scouts, but he just sort of looks more like, I don't know, he just sort of looks like an angry father-in-law. It's a bit of a sort of, I don't know, it just sort of creates a weird sort of visual within the whole thing. It's interesting,
because I was looking at the neophytes, and it's like, it looks like they've got whole armoured legs, but it's not. It's just that they painted the legs black and then the armoured knees black, whereas here they've gone for contrasting colours, because that's what the Ultramarines had classically. So I think you could, and I think the neophytes have like skinnier fit jeans, let's say, whereas these scouts have a sort of baggier fit. I quite like them because they're almost like astronaut suits, like armored astronaut suits. But they're kind of cool. I think my biggest criticism is I don't like some of the weird like haircut styles that they've done, because they almost look like they're straight out of the old kit. And again, that's just because they've replicated a lot of the poses, and that kind of buzz cut haircut I don't personally like. I like some of the others, like the head on the sergeant, some of like little mohawk styles I kind of prefer, but the kind of classic marine style haircuts look a bit silly.
It's funny actually, because I've just gone back and looked at the neophytes because I was sort of speaking from memory. But yeah, big difference as well is the fact that the neophytes have the tabards as well. They have the cloak, or the kind of draping kind of tabards. Yeah, that makes a difference as well to the silhouette.
Yes, true. Interestingly, the heavy bolter guy's got bare arms, so it might be there are options for some bare arms in the kits, which will be really interesting. And it's kind of cool that they've given you different options, like the grapnel launcher pistol. I think it's just grapnel launcher, isn't it? Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Obviously you got the one sniper, so I don't know if there's enough to make a squad of them. Maybe there are.
But I think you've hit the nail on the head, though, by saying Leagues of Votann. I think that's the thing. I'm having the same thing with these guys as I have with Leagues of Votann, which is like, they're fine. I'm sure when I see them in person, they'll be better than what I'm seeing here. But there is something about that weird kind of like, jumpsuit with armor panels look that just doesn't quite work the same as it used to. And again, it's so weird because when you look at the Primaris Crusader squad and you look at the neophytes, something about them works way better than these guys. Like, there's just something a bit about them. And again, it's not like Scouts aren't an iconic 40k unit, and it isn't like they don't have a strong history and a heritage. But for some reason, I don't know what the mental block is, but like a few weeks ago, they gave us reimagined or new versions of Gene Stealers that were like the Gene Stealer, but taken up to like 11 in the sense that it was like the Gene Stealer made better. And, I gave that like a 10 out of 10. I was like, that is amazing. Like, that's incredible. Same thing with the Terminators. Not that we've got to the scoring portion of this yet, but 10 out of 10, incredible. But these guys, weirdly, I don't know why. I guess it's that thing. It's like, yeah, they're good scout sculpts, but like, bleh. Like, who cares?
There are two of them where they're sort of just holding their gun. The ones with the buzz cuts, right? Their shoulders are a million miles away from their neck and head, to the point where they look a bit comical in terms of where the shoulder join looks a bit too far away. But then in all the others, it must just be the angle, because all the others look great and don't seem to have that issue.
Space Marines come broad, my friend. That's how it is.
It probably is just that as a thing. And I think these are good sculpts, but they're sort of the safe bets. And the only criticism I can really say is it felt like a missed opportunity to have done something maybe new and exciting with them. But lots of people like Scouts, and if you did something new and exciting, people complain that you've invalidated Scouts, or that we now no longer have Scouts. And whatever new and exciting thing you could have done to replace Primaris Scouts, I don't actually know. So maybe the correct answer is what we got here is great.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be too harsh on them, even though I probably have been already, but they're fine. They're like, they're new Scouts. Whoopee-doo.
Well, I suspect if you could take off the shoulder pauldron and maybe do some weapon swaps, you could do some very cool looking like space astronaut human sort of kill team style or Inc 28 style conversions with these guys, because I kind of like the jumpsuit with armor on as like a kind of kit bash conversion thing, more so than, would I have these in my Space Marine army? No. Do I love some of the head options for some conversion kits? Oh yeah, for sure. And do I like some of the armor bits? Yes, for sure, for conversion bits. But I've never been, wowed by Scouts personally.
All right, next on the things to talk about is the new Company of Heroes, or specifically the command squad. So previously we had a firstborn command squad that consisted of a captain, a company champion, and ancient, alongside 2 veterans. This is still the case now, but they're all Primaris, so we're getting a new Primaris captain sculpt, which is great. Again, there was a Primaris captain sculpt that came out in 8th edition. I assume that's going to get superseded by this guy. There was also...
Disagree.
Do you think they're going to keep the old captain?
Well, they literally did a multi-part captain, didn't they? Or was that only the Gravis one? I thought they did a regular one that was multi-part.
No, just the Gravis. I mean, technically, the original one, you could have it pointing or with a sword, and you could have it with either a stalker or assault bolt rifle.
Okay.
Back when that was a thing. And then they also did a limited edition plasma pistol power fist one.
Yes.
And then they also did the relic captain, which was relic shield and relic blade. And I think that is every captain sculpt they've done, unless of course you also want to include the Dark Angels Lazarus, because technically Dark Angels Lazarus could also be built as a captain with a mastercrafted bolt gun and power fist. And then I suppose if you want to get really technical, there was also the Marshall kit for Black Templars that could have a power axe, power sword, combi flamer, a bunch of plasma gun.
Maybe it was the Primaris Lieutenant that was multi-part that I'm thinking of, because he looked very much like he could also be a captain.
Yeah, the Primaris Lieutenant that came out with the Brutalis kit was that. But I think this is I think this is the new basically
version of that, basically.
Yeah, I think this is it now. I can't see them continuing to, at least in stores, right? Like, I think there's always a chance that they might keep the old Primaris captain.
Not made to order, but order online, whatever it's called.
Yeah, direct order.
Click and collect, direct order. That's
exactly. But, like, at the end of the day, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to update the Space Marine Captain kit. I think this particular sculpt looks perfectly adequate. Again, they've shown us that you can customize it. So they've got the Dark Angels variant with the Plasma Pistol Power Fist. So there is a good level of customization. And again, to really kind of, get home the fact that he is the captain, he's got the double tactical rock fill to denote his incredible status.
Oh, yes, extra important. Yeah.
Extra important, double rock. The only thing is, with the one they've got here, with the power sword and the Volkite pistol that they've got here, I assume that's a Volkite pistol and not a plasma pistol. Yeah,
it's Volkite, yeah.
Is that, again, he's pointing out the sword in a kind of commanding thing, but he's got that weird sort of like slanted head that kind of makes him just look a little bit off balance. But I guess
he's very similar actually to I presume it was a captain, the limited edition one from the Conquest magazine that had his sword sort of upwards as if he was blocking a hit.
Yes,
quite similar to him in that sort of pose. Although weirdly, his pose is also very similar to one that I kit bashed using I think it was like a lieutenant torso and the captain, generic captain kit torso and like arms and stuff, but the weapons are swapped over. But basically, the old captain is quite similar, like a pointing finger and his arm down, but all they've done is swap the weapons over, basically. So it's not reinventing the wheel, but is still good. And he's got a lot more, Baroque fiddly bits or ornate elements to his armor to denote that he's a captain.
Yeah, you need those Baroque fiddly bits for sure. Again, I don't know necessarily if I like this more or less than the old Primaris Captain. I think the old Primaris Captain is now at a point where it's been with us enough that it's got a sort of not nostalgic value to it, but just an established value to it. But I think this is fine. I think this is cool. I think the unit that it's with, by the way, so basically this comes with 2 veterans. So the one photographed here has the heavy bolter with the kind of almost like shielding
It's like the shields that came on the not easy build version of the Inceptors, which almost no one owns because everyone has the easy build ones. But is with the heavy bolter because it's got the round drum feed.
Yes. And then we've also got the other guy with just the bolt gun and the bionic arm. Again, interesting take if it is that this becomes a relatively monopose figure. I would assume that both these veterans will have multiple, builds that you can give them. So. I hope so too. But I mean, equally, I think, it's fine as is. We now have a new Primaris Company champion. So obviously those of us who own the limited edition one can, add this to a kind of makeshift unit. And I think that's actually going to be quite nice, is the idea that obviously if you already own Primaris Ancient, which is, by the way, the last mini in this set, but if you already own a Primaris Ancient, you already have the limited edition Primaris Company champion, you already have a Primaris captain.
That's true. And you can kit bash two other characters.
Yeah, but obviously if you don't have any of that stuff, you can just get this box set.
Most people, Dan, probably own 4 Ancients because that's how many have already been out, right? Or maybe it's 3.
It's 3.
And this is the 4th one. But it's like, for the love of God, this is becoming a meme like Primaris Lieutenants. Stop making banner Ancients. It's like, we've had enough over the years. But in saying that, this is by far the best one. Like, I bloody love this. I think he's great. Love his little cape. I hope there's a helmet option for him. I'm sure there is, but it looks gorgeous.
Yeah. I think most of the guys in this squad look really gorgeous. I think they set a really high bar with the Primaris Company champion that they did as a limited release.
Yes, I would say this one doesn't look as good, so it's a bit disappointing. Only because the other one looks so much better.
Oh yeah, but look, at the end of the day, I think having him in a kind of, again, it sort of looks like he's about to kind of, again, it's one of those things in like the early stages of a duel where he's kind of stepping into kind of positional.
Do you know what he's doing? He's about to do the Thundercats.
Oh, is he?
He's going to go Thundercats. He's looking through the eye or whatever it is, and the thing comes out of the sword.
Yeah, the eye of Thundera, give me sight beyond sight.
Yes, that's what he's doing, clearly.
That's what he's doing. He's getting sight beyond sight. That would be a great rule if they gave it to him, by the way.
God.
Exactly. I think they should totally rip that off. Give me sight beyond sight would be tip top. But yeah, look, it's a cool unit. It's really great to see it. I've really lamented the loss of command squads over the last couple of editions. It's really cool to see them bringing it back, and I would love it if they just literally went Space Marine captains can only join Space Marine command squads.
Well, in theory, that's what it should be, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think, you know what?
That's what lieutenants are for going in the Dog's Body squads.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you can add a lieutenant to the squad as well if you want, but yeah. And then the last thing of the Space Marines is the Stern Guard veterans.
Oh, well, there's also the Codex, but
we'll get to that afterwards. We'll get to that afterwards. Do the models first. There is the Stern Guard veterans. I'll be honest with you, I actually don't think these look as nice as the ones that they did in Leviathan.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, firstly, I love the back banner. I love back banners, so I like the Sergeant with back banner. That's very cool. The one thing I never liked the Stern Guard when it first came out on Leviathan, and I'm happy to sort of take that back and actually say they've grown on me, and I think they look good. However, I still don't like the Mark 7 helmets on them. I kind of prefer the sort of more modern Primaris helmets, to be honest. So here, where we've got the Mark 7 helmet, I'm still not a fan of that one. But all the others look cool. Like the new Flamer, that's cool. It's like a kind of heavy Flamer style, so that's a nice tie-in with the Infernus squad. And the other guys all look all right, actually. Yeah,
they look fine.
Although weirdly, they all look like they've just got bolters rather than combi bolters. Although one guy's got a combi bolter.
Yeah.
Whereas there was a bit more clearly more combi bolter happening in the previous squad, I think.
Well, I think there was actually. I think there was maybe 2. I can't remember off the top of my head, but there wasn't that many. But irrespective, I think they just did a really good job with the Sternguard kit from Leviathan. And this is fine, and I'm sure it's going to be amazing once you start seeing it in person. I just think there's something about the poses they've chosen and maybe the photography here that it doesn't quite chime with me the same as the Sternguard vets from Leviathan.
I mean, if you've already got them, are you really going to go out and buy a second squad? I mean, unless they're good, maybe you would. But the only thing it seems like you're missing is the flamer weapon. Whereas at least with the Terminator kit, there was like a couple of bits like the Cyclone missile launcher and is it like the heavy flamer? So I don't know. It feels like if you've got one already, do you really need a second squad?
I will say as well, the Crimson Fist example they show at the bottom is quite funny because he's just got a power fist and a regular bolt pistol. And I'm like, what? Like, where's his bolt gun? Like Sternguard.
Oh, true. Yeah, I really like the Blood Angel one with the
the Blood Angel
plasma.
one.
He looks cool.
Yeah, the Blood Angel ones is pretty cool. I mean, this is the thing. It's not like they're not cool. It's just I think they did such a good job with the Leviathan version of this unit that this is sort of like, yeah, it's cool, but like, as you say, like I think they're cool. I think they're really cool. I just think Leviathan was also. I just think the Leviathan ones were better. But again, more I look at them, the more I see them, the more kind of options that are within them. I think it'll get really exciting. And again, the idea of this kit just giving you so many more awesome bits to kind of add to your existing kind of Primaris range to kind of personalize and add more details, I think is where the real magic will kind of happen. So I think this unit being added to, people's kind of bits collections and being sprinkled out throughout the other Primaris kits will really add a lot of flavor to the armies. So that is all of the Space Marine stuff, bar obviously the Codex. Now, Phil, I have to admit, since we last spoke, so we've seen the Tyrannid Codex, right? And the Tyrannid Codex is basically the exact same cover design, spine and everything of the 9th edition Tyrannid Codex.
Yeah.
This actually, Phil, just so you know, this isn't the 9th edition Space Marine cover.
Lies. Surely it isn't.
It's the second 8th edition Space Marine cover.
But isn't that the 9th edition one as well?
No, the 9th edition Space Marine Codex has the banner in the background. It has the chaplain in the foreground, the Terminator chaplain, and it has the guy with like the mohawk shooting the bolter out in a sort of general direction. This is the 8th edition cover. And I think they've embellished it slightly by adding the sign of the Adeptus Astartes to the back of it as well.
Yes, so I think that is... well, there goes my rant about saying they've just been lazy and copied the 9th edition Codex.
In the case of Tyrannids, they definitely have been. And in the case of this, in just the case of it in general, I am severely disappointed that they have just lifted the Codex design from 9th edition and done it again, down to the font, down to the layout. Sure, they've taken a piece of 8th edition artwork and repurposed it.
They've pinched in slightly, so it's a slight close-up on the 8th edition artwork, because before you could see another guy, but that's
sincerely, if you're telling me that as a business, Games Workshop cannot be bothered, and that's essentially what it'll come down to. Now, here's the thing, right? Is it possible that they hit logistical challenges and ultimately they had commissioned a brand new piece of art for the cover of the Space Marine Codex and they just didn't get it done on time? I don't think that's the case, but that could have happened.
Because that would have also been the case for the Tyranid one as well, surely.
Exactly. And this is the thing, right? Like, here's my thing. Fair enough. the Tyrannid one, fine. You put out Tyranids recently, whatever, it's Tyranids. The fact that they have not given us new codex designs from a general design perspective, and the fact that they're regurgitating old artwork, I think is really bad, especially in the case of Space Marines, because Space Marines are a massive money spinner for this company. They sell lots of Space Marines. This book will be being sold to lots of people. The fact that they cannot see themselves around to creating an original piece of artwork for a new codex is really quite disappointing. I don't want to be ridiculous, but I genuinely, sincerely think this is the worst thing they've done in a while. Worse than Warhammer Plus. Doing the codexes for a new edition with the exact same design as their previous edition is pretty atrocious.
I think it's quite confusing and
massively.
kind of like a poor quality of life for customers. So despite having different artwork, you might not know the difference. Like I certainly didn't, because I've obviously seen that codex cover before in terms of art. So I just thought, it's the 10th edition one already. But as you said, it's the 2nd, 8th edition one, which I guess they were like was only around for a year. So maybe they're like, not many people. It feels new because it wasn't around for long. Even if you just discount that, if you have that codex on your shelf, the spine is exactly the same as the 9th edition one. So you will at a glance not be able to tell the difference unless you put them in different places. And I feel like the fact that the design, even though the artwork's slightly different, is identical to the 9th edition in terms of how they've done the logo and the, as you say, the font and the codex, the type layout at the bottom. The fact that is the same as the 9th edition one is just going to be confusing to people. The Tyranid one, as we point out, is exactly the same. If you have those two codexes, how do you know which is which? If you're buying one online secondhand, how do you know which one you're getting unless someone's being upfront and honest about it? Like, I feel like that just leads to mistakes. People buying the wrong thing, people picking up the wrong one. It's just like subtle confusion that isn't needed. It wouldn't have taken much to have subtly changed it, like tinted the coloured sort of back bar at the top behind the logo a different colour. So instead of it being, a grey green colour, they could have made it red or blue or whatever, or changed, put a little red line on the border going across the spine, so we would instantly know, this is the 10th edition. Look, it's got this little thing on it. This is the colour for it. That does feel a bit lazy, and it would have been nice to have gotten some new artwork. You're right, they could have. They're the kind of business that can afford to commission an artist to do a fantastic new piece of Space Marine Codex artwork that's going to live around in our lives for the next 3 to 4 years. That would have been nice. It's a bit lazy on their part. Maybe there are different reasons. It's a great bit of artwork, though. So
totally.
Can't knock it.
You can't knock the artwork, but you can knock the practice of it. I think this, it's just really bad form.
But I remember, I think it was between 6th and 7th edition, I want to say, where things like, I'm pretty sure the artwork was like for like between the two codexes. I'm pretty sure you had the same commissar artwork on the guard one, but I think the differences is like the layout was different, like the board, the framing was very different. So everyone knew this is the 10th edition, sorry, not 10th, the 7th edition one versus the 6th ed one. It was quite clear which was which, whereas now it feels obfuscated in that fact.
In the rare instances where there was a difference between the 6th and 7th edition, in the rare instances where there was a 6th and 7th edition codex, they had totally new images. So Craftworld Elder in 6th edition featured a Farseer, in 7th edition featured a Warlock. appreciate to the layman, they probably don't look that dramatically different, but they were. The 6th edition Space Marine Codex featured a Space Marine captain pointing, and then the 7th edition Space Marine Codex featured, I believe, just a regular Space Marine with like a big kind of like neck protector kind of doing a thing.
Yeah.
That was a really cool piece of artwork. And then, a lot of that artwork then moved into 8th edition. So a lot of the 6th and 7th artwork was repurposed. So Codex Chaos Space Marines in 8th edition used the 6th edition artwork. But it was all, formatted differently. It was all themed differently. They admittedly, just lifted the old artwork and put it into a new environment. But, they at least took the time to create a kind of distinct look and feel for that edition, which I think is the biggest offender. I don't really care that they're repurposing old artwork. But by the way, this is the first Space Marine Codex, that has recycled an image. It's the first time it's ever happened. They've never done it before. Every other Space Marine Codex has had a unique piece of artwork on it. Yeah, every other one. Do you want me to go through them all, or do you want?
No, it's fine. This episode is going to go long enough as it is. I feel like they've got an art style. Like, obviously, this is the artist who we love for a lot of the other codexes.
Yeah, totally. It's a great piece of artwork.
And I feel like as an art style, this very much embodies, modern 40k. So I don't necessarily want them to shift art styles every edition, but it would be nice to have a new family of images for those codexes. So each edition has a unique look to it. In addition to the artwork ideally being different, the general design of those codexes could be different as well. Even if it's just in a subtle way to make it definitely distinct between the editions. The 9th edition, like, design philosophies is fantastic. Like, I love the codex covers, but that doesn't mean you should just recycle it for the 10th edition one. I do feel like, as great as it is, it needs to be changed in some way, but, so it's clear what edition you're playing. And, 40k never acknowledges the edition number. So it's not like, Bolt Action literally says 2nd edition all over the books. So you know that you're playing second. This is a 2nd edition campaign book for Bolt Action because they just whack it on the cover. We don't do this in Age of Sigmar or 40k, although at least Age of Sigmar does acknowledge which edition it is, and the battle tome cover designs are different between 2nd and 3rd edition, for example.
Yeah, it's just a shame. It's basically the long and short of it. It's a shame to see it. You expect more from Games Workshop. Especially for Space Marines.
Yes, their main seller, yeah.
Yeah. Because again, in 8th edition, when they did the new Space Marine book, the original one, they created a new piece of artwork of a Primaris Marine, and that was like the cover. And then they did this one, and then 9th edition did their own cover, and then we're going back around to the kind of 8th edition visual, which again, like you said, Phil, it probably wasn't around long enough for very many people to remember it, but still.
But actually, it was also in a lot of the not General's handbooks, the Grand Tournament book covers. It was used there. As well.
Yeah, it was used there repetitively. It's fair to say. Right, okay. So Space Marines in summary. Quick rundown of ratings, Phil, because I love doing the ratings, so I'm going to do it quick. Terminators, 10 out of 10. They're fantastic. Whoopee do them. Chaplain, 6 out of 10. I hate it, but it's like it's mid. So, but it's still a Terminator character, and I think it'll look better on the tabletop. So I'll go with a 6. The Captain and Terminator armor, again, 6 out of 10. It's fine. It's not terrifyingly terrible, but it's also not dramatically awesome. So I give it a 6. The Jump Pack Assault Intercessors, I think they are also firmly in the 6s. I think, again, the existence of... In fact, I might even go 5 for them. I'm going to go 5 because the Assault Intercessors kind of ate their lunch, and now they're not nearly as special as they used to be. The Captain, no capes. But no, the Captain in Jump Pack, again, I mean, I actually think he's worth a 7. I think he's actually quite good. I think you'll actually be surprised when you see him on the tabletop. I think he'll have a decent presence. I kind of like aspects of the visual. I don't hate on it. I think it's okay. I think it's better than some of the other ones. Scouts, 5 out of 10. The Scouts, it's like, yeah, great, but they've got a lot of that Votan problem going on with them. It is a bit harsh, but I'm sticking by it. They're not wowing me. The Command Squad, 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10 Command Squad. It's got some great stuff, and then it's got some okay stuff. Overall, it's a solid 8. And then the Stern Guard veterans, they will get a 8 as well. I would have given the Leviathan Stern Guard vets a 10, but because they exist, these guys get an 8 because I don't think they're as good as the Leviathan ones. And that is my point summary of Space Marines as an overall thing. Phil, in conclusion, are you happy with the Space Marine reveals from Nova?
Yes. As I said at the beginning, everything's not surprising. Pretty much everything is good and solid, but nothing unexpectedly new. So the excitement isn't quite as high as it would be. It's just a, yes, nod your head, very good, carry on sort of result. As you said, Terminator's really good. Jump Pack Guy's a bit disappointing. I kind of like the Scouts for what they are, but just then nothing that we haven't seen before. The what are they called? Company Champion Heroes. That's the Company Command Squad. That's it. Engage Brain. They're good, but yeah, I think the two standalone veterans aren't that interesting for me personally. But the rest is all pretty solid. Overall, as a range, wow, it's a lot, but it's just not impressive because it's not nothing. It's not anything we've seen before. So it's just a solid outing for Space Marines, is all I can say, and that's not to criticise it. It's no. It's just what we all expected in a way. So yeah, overall, really good. Less keen on the Jump Pack guys, but other than that, I think it's a pretty solid release of miniatures.
Yeah, Terminators are cool, and they still are. Great kit, really great kit. Now for something completely different, Phil. Trug, the Trogoth King. Now, I don't mean to wax lyrical about Age of Sigmar, but when Age of Sigmar gets it right, my God, is it the best thing ever? And Trug, Phil, the Trogoth King, good gracious. Not only is this a absolutely bonkers, incredible sculpt that is an easy 10 out of 10 for me. I freaking love this guy. He's amazing. But also, the lore that surrounds him is just maddening. Essentially, he's a sleepy troll. And he's been asleep so long that they built a city on him. And then he woke up and effectively hits himself in the head with his hammer and randomly kind of teleports around doing all sorts of mad stuff. He's just a wild character, an insanely awesome sculpt, part of an army that I am collecting in the Gloomspike Gits. So I'm obviously biased, but flipping heck. Just incredible. I mean, this is amazing. I love this guy. I will be buying him, Phil. I think it's incredible. I can't say enough good stuff about Trug, the Trogoth King. Just incredible. Gosh darn it, Age of Sigmar's cool. What do you think, mate?
He's good. What impressed me the most, which is going to sound really stupid, right, is he was teased in the last Dawnbringer book where they, I'm trying to think of the name of the weird goblin character that you got in the last Dawnbringer as part of the... Oh,
the Loon Boss.
Gobblepalooza. Is it Gobblepalooza?
Oh, well, there's the Gobblepalooza and then there's the Rabble Rouser.
Oh, the Rabble Rouser, that was it. Yeah. So in the last Stormbringer book, the Rabble Rouser basically gets a big load of trolls and squigs and all sorts. He rabble rouses them all to go to war, but he basically hints that he's being chased around by a big old troll with a sort of portal on its back. And I was like, wait, what's that? Is that a because I remember there's like a weird Chaos Spawn thing with like a portal on its back, and I was like, can't be talking about that surely. But no, it's this guy. So I like that he was at least referenced in the prior story, teasing his not return, his just unveiling. It's a pretty mad model.
It's just it's all the little details, Phil. But I mean, it's like the carvings that he's got in his flesh. So like he's got these like, sort of like tattoos, if you will,
or paintings, like cave paintings on him.
Yeah,
basically.
Which is just incredible. He's got his butt crack out, which I can't help but respect. He's got his cheeks on display. And then, obviously the dead bodies of, old human, warriors, presumably just, strewn about his person. It's just, it's mad. Like, again, like this to me is when like Games Workshop sculptors really come to the fore, because it's clear that there has been zero restraint here. Like, there are so many elements, but they all work together so well. It's just a really beautiful display of what Games Workshop can create when they are given relative freedom to just kind of express themselves within their kind of model range. And again, it's sort of going back to what we were talking about with the Chaplain earlier. Like, the thing that weirds me out is that, again, that they've kind of starting to kind of exercise a certain level of restraint in some of those designs and give us less of the crazy elements. Sigmar, certainly with Trug here, they just don't care. This is wild. It's I can't say enough good stuff out of it. 10 out of 10. Love it. It's what a beat.
Yeah, if you like the modern style of trolls, like the aesthetic of them, then you'll love this. It's quite mad. I mean, it's not for me personally, but I can acknowledge it's a great sculpt and does look good. I'd love to see it in person, like see how big it is. It feels like there's so much on it that you can never find like a real golden angle on trying to photograph this, because I think there's a few bits that complicate its silhouette in terms of it's like you got the horns, but then you've also got the vines, and they sort of overlap each other. But I think that's just because you don't get the depth of the model because it's just a very flat image. And he's got his beard. I like his giant shell hammer, stuff like that. So yeah, it'd be awesome to see this in person. I like that it's almost like a mini diorama with all the little stuff on his back. I think that's really cool. He's like an awesome character if you like trolls. Like, it's weird because it's very similar to, was it King Crod or whatever his name was, the giant king that they released.
Oh yeah.
So you had giants, and then you like, here's the king of the giants, and it's like you got trolls, here's the king of the trolls.
Yeah.
I can't remember what he was called, but I guess it's that kind of large character model. AOS is full of large character models, and I like AOS for having large character models. I don't necessarily like them as much in 40k. But yeah, so this is cool. Yeah, not much more to say. Exactly.
Well done them on delivering a cool troll.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to do with the Reign of the Brute, so book 2 of the Dawnbringers as well. That'll be cool to see.
Yeah, no, really excited for that for sure. So next, keeping it with Age of Sigmar and keeping it destruction, we have the Iron Jaws. My other faction, Phil, the Iron Jaws.
The pigs.
So if you didn't know already, Phil, I quite like Iron Jaws. Have you heard this? Have you seen this?
What's this? No, surely not.
No, I like the Iron Jaws. It's weird. At first was really sold on Gloomspike Gits and, was really excited to add that to my, ever expanding collection. But when the chips were down and we needed to decide on armies to play earlier this year in Age of Sigmar, I just couldn't ignore the pull of the Angry Cabbage and had to do the Iron Jaws. And obviously, I was tapped into the ether. I knew that this army was going to get a lot of love and support as the year went on. And obviously, my premonition has been rewarded with a whole range of fabulous new Iron Jaw figures, which is truly spectacular, Phil. I'm very excited to see them.
That's quite impressive, actually, because normally with Age of Sigmar, it feels like they release an army, it's very self-contained, and at most you'll get a couple of like extra characters of the odd unit every so often, and most armies get support through Warcry or Underworlds like war bands, and that's really it. So here it's actually really interesting to see army just kind of get a whole bunch of extra new kits and models, which is great. So I guess Iron Jaws was maybe one of the smaller like factions on its own, which is why it became part of like the big war. Or Orcs, I guess, as the battle zone is called. But now
war clans.
It feels like now it's big enough to stand on its own 2 feet.
Yeah, for sure. I think Iron Jaws now are very likely to, going into the future anyway, become their own battle tome. Again, that creates some really interesting challenges for the Bone Splitters and the Cruel Boys, but ultimately, I think Iron Jaws are obviously incredibly popular. As a faction, I've certainly really enjoyed collecting, painting, and playing them. And they do really stand out as the orkiest of orcs, which is always a compelling reason to want to collect them. So we've already seen the new Big Pig, and we've also seen the new Ardboys boss. But now we have been gifted with a great many more kits. So we have Zogrok Anvil Smasher, which, as I understand, is a named character, so an additional named character for the Iron Jaws, which is super cool. He is a buffing unit that essentially is able to, rather than just, run in and punch things, he's also able to build things too. So presumably he is responsible for constructing a lot of the war gear adorned by Iron Jaws. And what sounds really exciting as I read the blurb is it sounds like he has access to a weapon that smashes ward saves, Phil. So that's pretty compelling.
Yeah, apparently it'll remove the ward save for the whole game, which is quite impressive. What do you think of the miniature itself?
I've got to be honest, it's probably one of the weaker Iron Jaw sculpts in terms of the actual figure. I think the thing is with the kind of Iron Jaw aesthetic is that, certain things are kind of fixed. The very bulky armor over the legs and the kind of neck back area. These elements are, relatively quintessential to the Iron Jaws, as too is the, the large kind of... is it Vem braces, the kind of arm guards that they're wearing. So again, a lot of the personality from the sculpts comes from the stance, but also the kind of facial features and other kind of components of the sculpt. So I think when you add an apron and tools along with the way that he's got that kind of wide gait and the disfigured features, I don't necessarily feel like it's the best sculpt ever, but he does come with a little squig that is also an anvil, which is kind of cool. I think, again, that particular squig design to me isn't as incredible as some of the other sort of mini helper sculpts that we've seen before. Again, I appreciate it's got kind of almost like an Elvis sort of hairdo, which is...
Yeah, reminds me of... was his name Flat Top in Dick Tracy? Yeah, Dick Tracy.
Dick Tracy, yeah.
Reminds me of that guy.
It does have that vibe, yeah.
I'm not a fan of the model all that much. I mean, it's okay. I prefer the second weapon option where he's got the pig tongs. They look very cool. But yeah, I think in general, 40k and AOS, like models with aprons are hard to pull off.
Yeah.
Think back to the not Caldron Overlords, the Votan apron was probably one of my least favourite of those minis. This one, the aprons, I think, are just hard to do. Basically, or because he's trying to be like a worker, but just say he's got loads of armor on him as well. I feel like maybe they'd been better off not having the apron and then just having a bit more armor on him. Maybe would have helped time in better with the army. But what do I know?
I think the other thing is with him really is that, again, because he is a named Iron Jaws character, but again doesn't necessarily stand out in any real meaningful way. Like when you look at, say, like a war chanter or a mega boss or even the shaman sculpts, like there's a lot of personality in those. They did a lot of really great stuff with it. Like the shaman in particular is just incredible with its large plume of smoke coming out of its exotic kind of, skull stuff. There's a lot of really great detail in the character ranges. And again, the Maw Crusher mega bosses have a real kind of like menacing presence to them. They've got a real kind of, sturdy stance and a lot of, implied violence within them. It's sort of weird. You put this guy in an apron, and you give him a bit of a mucked up face and a hammer, it just sort of robs it of something. Plus, also, last thing on it is I understand that Iron Jaws will have access to squigs, but I don't like squigs within the Iron Jaws. I just think it's one of those things where I'm like, it kind of cheapens the idea of the Iron Jaw aesthetic to me. To add squigs.
I think what might be more interesting is if he was on a larger base that the squig was also part of. So the squig was just basically a fancy diorama bit of basing element. So rather than it being a separate mini that I guess will have its own rules. But what's also interesting is because I've not come across this before. Have you got any in the other books that you might know of, or the Orc War Clans, named character minis that have alternate weapon options that you just pick from? Because here he's got the tongs or the sort of weird molten sword. But I can't think of any options, because normally a named character just has like one option.
Yeah, typically it's one option.
Or it's a named character and then the alternate build is a non-named character. But it feels like this is just a named character with two weapon options, which is interesting.
Yeah, it is a really interesting take. I've not seen that too often. I'm sure there's a really obvious example, but I cannot think of it. Certainly not within AOS right now. Again, I'm sure there's an obvious example, but nothing's coming to mind. But yeah, look, at the end of the day, another named character for the Iron Jaws, Zogruk, Anvil Smasher. Again, I suppose adds an interesting element to it, in so much as it's another buffing unit within the army. We've got a lot of buffing units in Iron Jaws, because obviously a big part of the army is the war chanters and is the shamans, and to a certain extent, even the mega bosses add a lot of like buffing components as well. The army definitely has a lot of synergy. So again, it's cool to see that we've got another, but yeah, the sculpt just doesn't blow me away. It's like, it's all right. I think again, I'll get it or add it to my collection, but it's not like the best thing. It's kind of a bit of a sort of odd way to start this one, because a lot of the other stuff is really great. This is just sort of, it's okay. We've got the Brute Ragers. So the idea of the Brute Ragers is they're basically a bunch of arrogant orcs that go around boasting that they can do great things, and then their accolades are questioned. They are basically made to think that maybe they're not as cool as they say they are. So to go prove it, they take off their tops and run in to the crowd.
What's funny is they're basically orc troll slayers. They are shamed into running around topless, brandishing big weapons. So it's interesting that they've got the same visual aesthetics, even I'm leaping in the air with my weapon over my head look that the troll slayers also have. And again, I guess a bit similar to the Chthonian Berserkers of the Votan as well, to give it a 40k reference.
Again, though, it's cool that they've introduced these as a whole unit because they were present within Underworld. So there was a Auric Brutes Underworld gang, and that featured one of these rages. So it's nice to see that they've developed that into an entire unit of them. So that's really cool, and I'm sure they're definitely going to have a useful function on the tabletop. I assume they're going to be very hard to put down, and they'll probably do quite a lot of damage. So that's really cool. Obviously, this is also a dual kit, which, if I'm honest with you, again, I don't love about that because I don't mind dual kits by any stretch of the imagination, but I like dual kits when there is kind of interesting ideas expressed with both versions. I find it always a little bit weird when the dual kit is just a slightly different version of the same thing. Again, like there are examples of dual kits where you can create two really distinct units. And then there are examples of dual kits where you get two practically the same kits with one minor difference between the two of them. And the minor difference between the two of these is that one of these kits doesn't have helmets on and the other one does. And there's some cool helmets. And obviously what they've done to give them some originality is they've basically said that the weird brute wreckers are essentially like Night Goblin fanatics in so much as they are heavily fueled by the powers of the War, etc. So essentially,
the weird knob shamans. It says,
yeah. So the idea is that these guys are, fueled with the energy of the War, and it's so massive that it's sort of spilling out of them, and they're these, crazy wrecking balls. And the idea is that they've, slapped these helmets on them and just sent them off into the front lines to just kind of spew out energy everywhere and cause a mess. Again, like from a fluff perspective, fair enough, fine. But yeah, this is one of those examples where you've got a dual kit that, the differences between the two of them. It's like 8-bound, right? It was like 8-bound and Exalted 8-bound, where it's
didn't they do that with the Croxagores for Seraphon? It was like you had the standard Croxagores, and I think there was like a slightly different version of them, and it was a dual kit as well. And like I said, minor differences. As you're right, the master ones, not as sold on them. I don't think they're that great as a sculpting comparison. I think the standard, what they're called, brute ragers look a bit better and a bit more classic. But I guess, some people like that more witchy, wizardy, war infused, weird boys, basically. Then I guess this is the one for you.
I like the kind of bird skull helmet. I think that's a really cool sculpt. It sort of gives me a Skeksis vibe, which I'm totally down for. The other two, they just don't quite hit the same notes. Again, not to kind of like be ungrateful for this, because I think a lot of the stuff they've done with the Iron Jaws, releases like the Big Pig and the boss, and certainly the next unit we're going to talk about, are all really great. And it's not that I don't like these guys. It's just that I think doing the dual kit kind of diminishes the stronger of the two, which is the Ragers. The Ragers look better. Inevitably, the Wreckers are going to be better in game, because always the worst looking of the two is the one that they end up making better. But
yeah, what's interesting is, so out of the Wreckers, the one with let me explain. The Brute Ragers, one of them has a wrecking ball. He's in the bottom right hand corner. If you look at the weird Brute Wreckers in the bottom left hand corner, because they switched it around, he is literally the exact same model plus a helmet. Whereas at least the other two have different weapon options. I guess the poses are the same for the legs, but they've added on the helmets. But the difference in weapons at least makes it appear different. Whereas one of them is the exact same model for everything except the helmets. Which is interesting, because they haven't really hidden that one as well as the other two.
And again, though, you call out things like the Inquisitorial Henchman unit that they did recently, and the amount of like ways that they can make like different sculpts out of the same base bodies and stuff, and they look so dramatically different. That's the kind of stuff that you like to see from these guys. This just sort of feels a little bit. It's not that they phoned it in, but it just sort of doesn't feel nearly as fleshed out. But yeah, next is the Ardboys unit, which is pretty spectacular. I think these Ardboys are really cool. That's a massive improvement over the old Ardboys kit, which is the old Black Orcs kit. We speculated in the last episode that Ardboys were going to get an update, and we speculated that that was probably heavily motivated by the desire to take the old Black Orc kits and chuck them into the new Warhammer Old World game. What I like about these Black Orcs is, or rather these Ardboys, is they actually kind of channel a bit of a kind of design aesthetic that speaks to the Blood Bowl Orc kits. I think those Blood Bowl Orc kits are really gorgeous. So to see a unit that kind of channel that whole energy is really amazing. From what I understand, they're going to have new rules, which is totally cool. And I think these guys are obviously going to be, a pretty terrifying addition to the army overall, and certainly give it a real, kind of improvement in terms of like the visuals. It's just great now that we have a unit of Ardboys that really kind of fits the range and kind of sits really well against all the other components. I won't get into it now, but I think maybe somewhere else we'll talk about what I think these units being added to the Iron Jaws army is going to do to the overall kind of archetype of the army and how it will potentially start behaving on the tabletop, because it's fair to say that this kind of injection of so much infantry is going to really start to, reshape the way the army functions. But all that being said, I'm dead impressed with these Ardboy sculpts, and I'm also extra impressed that they are going to give us a completely free supplement to basically enhance our existing Auric War Clan. So the fact that we're basically getting a free supplement that will give us all the new rules for these units is really awesome. I'm intrigued to see what Games Workshop's perspective is going to be, or what the kind of perspective is going to be on using your old Ardboy models as these new ones, because they are dramatically different in terms of appearance and also war gear. So again, it's going to be really interesting to discover how people are going to kind of manage that for a little bit. I think, speaking as an Iron Jaws player, I'm going to be going out and buying these new Ardboys. There's no way I'm not, but it is interesting just how different they are in terms of their equipment. There's no musician anymore. There's no standard. And everyone's got a shield and a spear by the looks of things, which again is very different from the old Ardboys, which were basically all double hand weapons with musicians and standards. So, yeah, it's a real change for the unit. But again, given that they are looking as cool as they are, I can't really fault them. What's your vibe on the Ardboys, mate?
No, they're really good. As you say, they've taken the old sculpts and they've made them fit the design, aesthetic, and language of the Aurochs. But they've obviously got a sort of shared similarities to the previous sculpt. So I think they've, hit the nail on the head, done exactly as they were meant to. And this is when they kind of level up a design. So it's really good. Much like with a lot of the, previous Terminator stuff, or, the other stuff we've seen with Space Marines. It's like, but with here, they're doing something slightly more. It's not just quite a like for like, because the old stuff was much more fantasy, whereas the Aurochs are very noticeably different in terms of the visual style to Orcs of Warhammer Fantasy. So they've made them fit the new language of the Aurochs, which I think is great. So yeah, I can't really fault that. What's interesting is it does specifically say that all of these rules are in the Dawnbringer 2 book. So it's interesting that even though they're in the Dawnbringer 2 book, they're just giving us a free, not us, you and other Iron Jaws players a free supplement to download, which is great, and it will just be in the app as well. Although they did also do that with the 40k stuff. If we go back to the Arcs of Omen campaign, they said none of these things have rules in for models that we're releasing. They did, but they just also released them for free as well. So that's nice. It's a bit odd, like, why are they even in these books? But maybe the logic is lots of people do like print. Lots of people will go out and buy books because they like the physical medium. But if you're just someone that wants the rules and the models and you don't care about the campaign or whatever, then you've got these rules for free. And I think that is good in terms of ease of access for playing with models. It's like, in an ideal world, you pay for the models, not for the rules of the models. So I think it's good that they've given you a free supplement. But if you do want them in print, they are there as well.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree, mate. No, I think it's a really good way of behaving, and I'm definitely a fan of that approach. And just because I've done it so far, I'll do it again. Zogrok, 4 out of 10. The Ragers, 7 out of 10. The Wreckers, 5 out of 10. And the R-Boys, 9 out of 10. I'll stand by that. 9 out of 10 for the R-Boys. I think
that's fair enough. Yeah.
I think they're very good. I mean, I'm sort of predisposed towards liking them though, but I think I genuinely think that, Zogrot is a real letdown. Probably one of the worst Iron Jaw sculpts out there. I think the Ragers actually are really cool and worthy of like a 7. I think they're a really cool looking unit. I might even be tempted to push them up to an 8 potentially based on what I just gave the R-Boys, or maybe I need to bring the R-Boys down to an 8 because I think that's probably more realistic. Because to me, quintessential kind of Iron Jaws units, I really think like Brutes are more like a 9-10 level. I think they're just gorgeous. Again, I think the Ragers kind of go in that level, but I do think the Wreckers, again, even though they're basically the same thing, adding those silly helmets to them, and because it's such a kind of like phone-in dual kit, I'm a bit like, nah.
I think if they were swirling with magic or something around them, or coming out of the God, what they called Morning Stars, I think, or the Wrecking Balls, whatever you want to call them, then maybe that would help elevate them and give them this more mystical, magical smoke sort of vibe to help sell it more than just masks on their own. Or even if there was like smoke coming out of their eyes, I think would look great. Overall, I think in terms of scores, I'd probably give it something similar. Although I would say, oh God, what's his name? Zogrok, which is a very similar name to the 40k one, and he has a pair of tongs as well, doesn't he?
You're talking about Mad Dot Grotznig.
Yes, sounds similar. I think the one with the pig tongs I like more, so I'd give him maybe 1 or 2 points more. And I feel like in isolation without the squig, with the pig tongs, I actually quite like that model. Sort of on its own. I think, in a way, the squig is a bit too distracting, as is the molten sword. Just not a fan of that option. But all the rest I think is fair enough. As you say, the Wreckers a point lower than the Ragers, and everything else is really good. Weirdly, they don't. Do they show off the giant pig guy in this one? I guess not, because we know it's coming. Before. Yeah, so that's also to factor in.
That's a 10 out of 10.
Into
that
this,
guy, though.
and that is great. Yeah, he's an awesome mini. So it'd be great because and in addition, there's the leader as well, which I previewed last week. So there's a lot of minis coming out for these guys. Yeah.
Definitely feeling the love on that one.
Your wallet will be feeling the burn though instead.
Okay, God, tell me about it, man. It's going to be. It's more about finding the time to get them all
put it together and paint. No, that is true.
God, it's just crazy. On the topic of crazy ongoing projects, Horus Heresy, Phil. Horus Heresy, my other favorite game. That I barely get a chance to play because I'm still in the process of building everything for it. So we got the plastic Deradeo or Doradio, depending on how you pronounce it. How do you pronounce it, Phil?
I would say Deradeo.
Fair. I would too. Again, super cool to see a plastic version of this kit. Again, I don't know what it is about when they put some of this stuff into plastic, but some of the time it doesn't hit the same as when they're in resin.
No,
I think the Deredeo in resin is a gorgeous kit. I actually really rate it. It could just be the photography, but this Deredeo in plastic, I don't know what's wrong with it, but something's wrong with it. The boy ain't right, Phil.
No, I've never been a fan of a Deredeo sculpt in general. I thought it just always looked a bit odd. With this one, I suspect there's a couple of things. One, the missile rack on top is just enormous, and it feels like it's just
gigantic,
festooned with missiles to the point where that looks ridiculous. And I assume way more than in the original resin one. Now, that's just a guess because I haven't compared them. I think quite often they add in a little bit of extra detail. So on his like torso section, there's this like a sort of almost like an iron halo, like banding with little lightning bolts coming out. I suspect that's not on the original one because they did that with a Contemptor where they gave you a few different options for paneling, or they just added a bit of extra detail in there, which just always looks a bit odd. And quite often I feel like Horus Heresy, for whatever reason, and it might just be I've been conditioned because of the previous edition of it, is I feel like they suit the sort of true, they suit the scale modeling style of like a grim darkness, lots of weathering, not an heavy metal paint job. And I feel like even though these have been designed to sort of look a bit beaten down and weathered, they're still almost like flawlessly painted, and they've got, you know, nice transitions, nice edge highlights on them. They're sort of very heavy metal style painting on them. And it's like, no, just give me some quite basic flat colours, loads of chipping and some weathering powder all over the feet and base. Like, and to me, that is what makes and looks iconically Horus Heresy. So the more they make them look 40k, I think that's where it falls down a bit.
Yeah, it's weird as well because I'm looking at the old Deredeo kits, and it's funny actually when you look at the two side by side, they're not dramatically different. And maybe it's just because of the upright nature of the posing combined with the kind of photography. Again, this could be one of those ones that when you see it in person, you go, good gracious, that's amazing. Like, what a good job. But in this particular photo, it just, as I say, it hasn't wowed me from the outset. But again, amazing that they're supporting this range in plastic and they're continuing to do so. I think the Deredeo is one of the really underrated but also really awesome adaptations of the Dreadnought. I genuinely really like it. I think it is a really cool concept. And again, I sincerely was on board with the Deredeo from the outset. Like, I liked it sort of almost like battleship style curvature and design. I thought it was cool. I still think it's cool. It's a shame you can't use them in 40k. But sincerely, I've always liked Deredeos. This one, I need to see it in person. But yeah, it's cool that they're doing it though. I love the fact they continue to support Heresy in this way. So much so, Phil, as well, we are also getting a brand new Mark III kit, which, in my opinion, is really, really cool. Like, I think the Mark IIIs that they did in plastic, a while ago now, were actually really, really great sculpts. I think they, just had a lot of character, and I think they were really amazing, but they were very squat. Certainly when you compare them against the newer Heresy miniatures. So to see them giving us, a set of iron armor that is better scaled, has more options in terms of the type of helmet designs and the sorts of weapons and the sorts of, poses that you get. This to me is stupendous. I'm very happy to see that they're giving us a new Mark III kit. And I'm even happier to see that they are selling us a box set with a bunch of Mark III armor, the Derrideo, and a Land Raider. I think, if the price point is right on this box set, I will definitely be picking this up. I think these guys are phenomenal. What's your vibe on Mark III, Phil?
Oh, love it. It's definitely one of my favourites. So was it Corvus Armor's Mark 6? Is that right?
Mark 5, I want to say?
No, it wasn't Mark 5, was it? No, Mark 5 was the generic mix match, take your pick, wasn't it? I thought.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it is Mark 4.
No, because
Mark 4 is it is Mark 5, mate. It is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Oh, wait, no, it isn't. You are right. It's Mark 6.
It was Mark 6. Oh, I get the points. So Mark 3 was always my favourite. I always use certain bits for kit bashing. So the pauldron shoulder pads, really love them. Use them on my Primaris to turn them into like veteran intercessors, veteran assault intercessors when both of those things were a thing. They're obviously not anymore, but I just love the look of them. The backpacks I've been using for my Thunder Warriors, which now gives me an interesting problem of, do I suddenly try and bulk buy a bunch of the old backpacks because I've used maybe like 10 so far on my Thunder Warriors for that army? Or do I get these new ones and swap out the old ones, or just have a mix of them both? But yeah, I think the armor's really iconic. I think when Horus Heresy first came out and they dropped the Mark 6, I was a bit like, it's a real shame they haven't redone the Mark 3 and Mark 4, because while they look great in isolation, when you look at them, they're just not as well proportioned. So it's great to see these come out, and hopefully we'll see Mark 2 and Mark 4. And I guess maybe at some point even Mark 5, even though you can kind of make Mark 5 from everything else. So it's kind of cool. And they've said that it's compatible with all the other like weapon upgrades and stuff like that. So I think that's great. I do love the armor. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's a real win for Heresy. I think, again, can't say it enough, even though I am my own worst enemy when it comes to supporting the system. I certainly support it monetarily. I buy a lot of Heresy stuff. I just very rarely get to play it. But yeah, this is a compelling argument for people to get into the game and get their hands on some great stuff.
As a minor nitpick, only because I've got them right next to me, the vents on the backpacks are different. They're not as canonical. Like they feel more cylindrical on the new ones, whereas the old ones started off quite small and sort of fanned out bigger.
Yeah. They were more of a trumpet.
But I do kind of like these ones more, which is annoying because it's making me doubt what to do now. Do I have? Maybe I just need to. I think that's the sensible option. Just have a mix.
Have a mix of both, buddy.
They look cool. They look good. Yeah. So
I love them, mate. I think they've absolutely nailed it. I mean, the Derrideo, based on the photography, I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt and give it I'm going to give it a 7 because I love Derrideos and I think this deserves the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure when I see it in person, I'll be like, this is cool.
Now, what will be interesting is, so years ago at I think it was a Forge World Open Day, they previewed like a shield generator add-on for the Derrideo, and it never came out, never saw the light of day, even though it was clearly already sculpted and pretty much.
And they had rules for it as well.
It'll be interesting to see if they finally produce it and it comes in this plastic kit, because that will be quite good.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
If it doesn't, that'll be a shame, but also not surprising either.
Yeah. But these Mark IIIs, they're a 9. They're a 9 out of 10. I think they're pretty incredible.
Yeah, I'd almost be tempted to say 10 out of 10 purely because it's like, what more do you want?
No, it's true. It's true.
They're kind of flawless. Like that, you've got exactly what you want out of them. They just look great. I love the sort of little. They're not voxes. The little, is it Signum arrays? It's something like that.
Yeah.
They look great, yeah. No,
that's true. I mean, there's a pretty compelling argument for them being 10 out of 10. They are great for what they are. Again, in my weird head, I'm always like 10 out of 10 sort of feels like there has to be a kind of iconicness to them that is kind of like.
If 10 out of 10 was reserved for like it's got to be having done something new, or it's got to be iconic. Whereas in a way, it's like these have already existed, but they're just better versions of the stuff we've already had. So I could see for that reason you'd give it a 9.
Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Like I'm new to this sort of scoring system. I just thought I'd add it to the format to spice it up a little bit. But like I think these are really, really good, and I'm definitely buying them. I love Horus Heresy. I love it. It's so cool. It's such a good game. God bless them. They're doing God's work there with that. Now to talk about something we know almost nothing about, so we can probably get through it really quickly. Warcry, Hunter and Hunted. What the heck are these things, Phil? What am I even looking at?
So you've got the giant hungry ogres, basically, I believe is what they've said they are. They've got on the hunger, and they're outcasts from regular ogre tribes. They do a bit look like a crossover between ogres and ghouls, and maybe that's like a deliberate intention.
I mean, they are wild. You know what they remind me of? They remind me of the tribe.
The baboons.
No, they remind me of the tribe within the movie Bone Tomahawk. You ever watch that?
Right, no, you keep telling me to watch it, and I keep seeing people talk about it, and it's still on my watch list to watch.
God, Phil, you have to watch Bone Tomahawk. It is
one
of the finest movies.
What's really funny is the one that's like blind, that he's got an arm on the ground and an arm up in the air. That's like the same pose as the weird Nighthaunt Forge World, like giant ghoul that they did. I don't quite know how to describe it. I can't remember what it was called now. Similar pose to that. Which is like similar crazy long arms as well. They do have kind of like cannibal crazy sort of vibe to them. Yeah.
No, genuinely, mate, they look pretty much identical to the tribe of
because some of the Warcry, not Warcry, Underworld's ghoul warband that first came out, they had the same thing where they have the bones like piercing their skin in the same way. So they have they've got ghoul-esque vibes to them. And I think the warband for the Cities of Sigmar, we've seen before, the Hunters, they look phenomenal. They look like a perfect Mordheim warband if you're a witch hunter.
Oh yeah, the Cities of Sigmar range is exceptional, and this is no exception to the exceptionalness. I mean, again, phenomenal. And again, the terrain feature that they've added to it, the Sarlacc pit.
Yeah, you beat me to it. Yeah, it's very much the Sarlacc pit.
It is.
That's great.
Yeah, well done. I mean, this is a pretty compelling argument to pay attention to Warcry. It's pretty fantastic, to say the least. But there's so much stuff going on in my hobby life. I don't think I have room in my heart yet for Warcry. But the more I look at these ogres, the more I'm going, "Ooh, they are pretty cool, though." As is also true.
So your war destruction army is now not just a war army, but it could just be a destruction in total army. So you can
totally.
You can expand out into the ogres.
Well, that's what I need. I do the ogres, and I get some, some Sons of Behemoth or Bahamut or whatever it was, and then boosh, I've got all the destruction factions.
That's all you need. Yeah,
that's all I need.
Yeah, the Cities of Sigmar, they look good. It's interesting. So my one criticism of Cities of Sigmar have always been they're too angular. Like the way they've designed it has been like sharp, hard angles. And what was really interesting is in the designer commentary series that they did when they released Cities of Sigmar, is they literally acknowledged that exact thing. And it was like a deliberate design aesthetic choice that they made. And I was like, oh, okay, so it is something you deliberately did. It wasn't just something madly I was picking up on. Although that's my one nitpick, is the one element of it that I don't actually like about them is that they're too hard-edged in terms of like the cut of everything. Whereas I feel like if they'd embrace softer edges, maybe it would look a bit more like the older Fantasy Empire, but I would have personally preferred that.
I mean, the collection of dogs within the Cities of Sigmar range here is really quite lovely. But I really, there is a part of me that doesn't like the idea of you setting a bunch of I appreciate, these are going to be some vicious dogs, but I mean, I feel like it's probably a bit ridiculous. I mean, I'd personally be a bit aggrieved the idea that you're throwing dogs at these monstrosities. Like the idea of like, sick 'em boy, and it's like, in like one, like it just looks like these ogres could not care less about some dogs running out.
Yeah, it does seem like an uneven matchup.
No, exactly. But look, I mean, the ogres, for what they are, they're phenomenal. They're not like super iconic, but they are really amazing, and they are like just a really beautiful squad. So I think, I'd give them a solid 9 for those again. Not necessarily super iconic status, but they are, of what they are the best of what they are. And the same is also true of the Cities of Sigmar. I think the overall box set is like a 9 out of 10 box set. It's a very, very strong argument for paying attention to Warcry. And I think Warcry is now consistently getting to a place where they are releasing some gorgeous warbands and sculpts. So, and again, people who like Warcry say it's one of the best games that they have. Although obviously people who like all sorts of games that Games Workshop do tell you they're the best games that Games Workshop do. But look, I think this is an exceptional box set, and both factions are just incredible. And yeah, what more can I say? I think these are amazing. Warcry, everyone. Let's give it a go, eh, Phil?
Yeah, I mean, why not?
No, we won't do it. Next along, we have the Vampire team. I mean, what can I say that isn't immediately obvious? These guys are amazing. Blood Bowl consistently has some of the most characterful and incredible models in all of the Warhammerdom, and this just exemplifies it. The vampire sculpts are amazing. The kind of Nosferatu style, mutant vamps are amazing, and then the
thralls, you mean?
Yes, the thralls. That's the ones.
The humans that are basically the blood bags for the vampires. Yeah.
Oh no, not the thralls. The ones where they've got a bit more mutation. So the one with the bat arm and the other one with the bat ears.
Oh, right. Yes. No. I see what you mean now. Yeah.
Yeah. But the thralls as well are all incredible. It's again, noting that we have not really still yet established the parameters of a 10 out of 10. This is a 10 out of 10. This is a lovely, lovely box set. Like everything in it is incredible. I just think it's just so characterful. There's nothing I can fault here. I just think this is amazing. Like, if you're into Blood Bowl, you're going to want to pick this up. If you're into vampires, even if, you don't play Blood Bowl, there's so much conversion potential for this to be added to your, Soulblight Gravelords. It's amazing. I genuinely think they've just done an incredible job with this. Congratulations, whoever sculpted these. You're very good at what you do.
Yeah.
What's your vibe on it, mate?
No, I do like them. I think Blood Bowl out of every kind of game system is like the one that verges in a bit campy in terms of like it's obviously leaning into that humorous aspect. Like these guys are really like lanky and live, and the proportions are very much more exaggerated than you would get if you had done this as like a warband for Age of Sigmar, for example. And it leans into kind of classic movie tropes much more, a bit like the other undead sort of Blood Bowl team they did, where it was like the pumpkin head and the Frankenstein and stuff like that, which is, to me, is a little bit verging on silly, whereas this one's a bit more, classic Empire vampires. I'm almost actually surprised because I thought they had redone all of the Blood Bowl teams. And obviously they hadn't done vampires yet because they, quite a classic kit. I think I remember it wasn't that long ago when they did a made to order for them for Blood Bowl, probably deliberately to be like, let's do a quick cash in and make people buy vampires twice, because it was literally less than a year ago, I think they did that made to order for the vampires, unless my memory is woefully off, in which case I do apologize. But yeah, no, they're good sculpts. I like the little tokens and stuff. That's all great, and it'll be a perfect like Halloween release, clearly, as well, in terms of how they've timed it. Yeah, lots of conversion potential as well.
Yeah. Question: are the thralls covered in maggots or plasters? I assume they're plasters.
I think in the video they said plasters. Yeah,
that makes sense. That makes a heck of a lot more sense.
Yes,
that is beautiful. Well done, them. Those are great. Next, we have Warhammer Underworlds, Death Gorge. So this is the forces of the Idenef Dibkin coming up against the Hedonites of Slaanesh. The Hedonites of Slaanesh range is much more in the kind of demon end. So normally the Hedonites sort of have more kind of human qualities. These definitely feature more of the kind of demon-y hybrid elements. There are some really quite interesting sculpts here, but none of them, in my opinion, really jump off the page or feel especially great. I think as a range, there is nothing innately wrong with these, but there's also nothing really remarkably special about them either. It's all just a kind of, collection of wibbly demon people. And then from the Idenef Deepkin perspective, similar kind of problem. Pretty generic Idenef Deepkin. Yes, they've got a squid that, looks like he's doing the cowardly line and, put him up kind of situation there.
True. Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I mean, against the backdrop of everything else we're seeing in this reveal, this is pretty mid. As a box set, I'm not. It's all right.
No, I completely agree with you. I feel like it's because we're not necessarily fans of those factions. If you're a Slaanesh player, you'll probably think these are awesome. I quite like the Fats Demon. I think because he's like a glutton. Cool. That's a more novel concept, although they have sometimes lent into that, I think, with the Palanquin style guy, like that kind of, lazy glutton style aspect of Slaanesh. It's just not sexy demons all the time, so I think that's good. But yeah, they don't really do it for me personally, but I think that's one of those things that you're either into that faction or you're not, pretty much. And same with Idenef Deepkin. It's like they're all good sculpts. If you're into Idenef Deepkin, you might think these are phenomenal, but I'm not, so I'm not that fussed either way. But they're not necessarily bad sculpts, they just don't do anything for me. They don't tickle my bones, so to speak, because I'm just not into those factions.
Yeah, that's the thing, mate. It's like I'm looking at them now, and I will go on assuming that they don't exist. Essentially, like I will forget that they are a thing super quickly. They're fine. I'm sure some people will add them to their collections, and again, obviously, if you're a diehard Idenef Deepkin or Hedonites player, you're gonna probably pick them up. But yeah, for me, I think again, Underworlds or Warhammer Underworlds has consistently delivered really, really strong sculpts, and these are certainly amongst them, but they just don't stand out. Especially so.
Yeah. There is one interesting thing I thought of today, and it's like Age of Sigmar is going to have an Underworlds problem in a couple of years' time, because every Underworlds warband comes out, it gets its own battle tome. No, it's not battle tome. It gets its own. What was it? The data sheets. War scroll. So it gets a war scroll in the battle tome, because the battle tome is the codex. And so far, most armies have, let's say, 2 either Underworld or Warcry like battle scrolls war tomes, war scrolls, that's it.
War scrolls, there you go. You're back of the room.
In the battle tomes, and eventually, give it a couple more years, there's going to be more Underworld's war scrolls than regular army units in a lot of these battle tomes. It seems like mad unless they start going, actually, we're not re-releasing any of these models, so we're going to make them legends, which feels like a possible option. Because if you have 2 or 3 units that are the underworld stuff per battle tome, that feels manageable. But if it suddenly becomes 6 or 7, because every faction kind of gets a release every edition of the game, or every other edition of the game of like Underworlds. It feels like it would be an interesting problem down the line if they, with the sheer rate of models that they produce for these games. And to be honest, these are some of the best units or best sculpts that they ever do, tends to be in either Underworlds or Warcry. So I'm not saying stop doing them, but it just feels like they're really unique and interesting sculpts that don't either always tie into the army or aren't supported in terms of manufacturing those minis. And it feels like, armies will eventually be overwhelmed with options that are all Underworlds based rather than like core army units that are forever being produced.
I think in all probability, though, what they'll do is they'll reach a point where they're like, okay, we actually now have enough range within our factions in AOS that we don't need to incorporate Underworlds into it anymore. I think while we're in a scenario where certain ranges are limited, it makes sense to add the Underworlds miniatures to the ranges. But when we get to a point where most ranges have a more kind of robust offering, again, look at Ironjaws, right? Like Ironjaws have 2 warbands from Underworlds, and they do flesh out the army at the moment. But after you drop this new set of miniatures into the Ironjaws range, do we really need those warbands anymore? They don't sell them. So, I think in all probability, when we roll around to 4th edition AOS, they'll probably just go, you know what? That's enough of that. Let's move away.
Here's the thing. I think they won't sell anywhere near as well if you're not able to play them in Age of Sigmar. It's like I picked up the recent Nighthaunt ones because I think they're amazing and I want to add them to my AOS army. If I knew I couldn't do that, I wouldn't have bothered buying them. You wouldn't have bothered buying them. You might go if they were like sort of proxies for other units that are just have slightly more unique sculpts, then fair enough. I think you could do it like that. But if you just suddenly said, you can't run them in Age of Sigmar, I think the reason why they're so wildly popular is because they're really cool sculpts, but also because you can run them in some fashion in your Age of Sigmar armies. Yeah.
I mean, talking about the Ironjaws example, actually, one of the Underworlds, warbands that was created for the Ironjaws is based off of the old Black Orc style Ard boys as well. So that's interesting, actually, because, you've now basically reinvented what Ard boys are. And now that old warband still kicks around with the old style visual. But again, I suppose for the minute, that'd be all right. But maybe that's it, though. Maybe they just sort of finesse which ones are in and which ones are out, and they rotate through them and Legends ones. Because again, it does get to a point now where it's like, I mean, picking up the Ironjaws warbands from Underworlds, it's pretty difficult. They haven't been on sale for ages. So, and the same is true for so many of them. Richie recently picked up the Chaos warband with the different Warriors of Chaos in it, and that took him not a considerable amount of effort, but certainly an additional amount of money to be able to pick those up and add them to his collection, because you don't just buy them off the shelf in the Games Workshop anymore. You have to go to eBay and pay those premiums, and it is what it is, isn't it? But look, overall, I'd say that is like for me, it's a 4 out of 10. I don't care. It's like I'm never going to pick that up. But for those who love it, I accept it's probably better than I'm giving it credit for, but nothing really stands out to me. Although something that does stand out, and again, to be honest with you, I am not a particularly bothered Bretonnian fan, but what's the name of this individual? Do you know the name?
It just says the handmaidens of the Lady of the Lake. I think, does she have a proper word? Anyway. Is it Esli Descartes is what it says?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, Lady, Elise Descartes. Yeah.
So basically,
of the Lady of the Lake.
Yeah, it is a lady riding a unicorn in a gown with
a chalice.
holding a chalice and a magic wand. We can only presume in the other hand. The actual image where you see the wand, the secondary image of the kind of reverse. I think the eyes of the unicorn are especially gormless in that particular image. They're very
I think that's
bulgy.
just the angle in comparison to the other photos. I mean, personally, I think it's a gorgeous sculpt. It's not something I'm going to buy. It's not something I'm necessarily interested in. I can understand its heritage from the previous models that they've done, where they've done ladies on horses. I can understand the sort of mythical references of the unicorn and stuff like that. It's a very ephemerate model, so I can, I don't want to stereotype it, but say I can imagine a lot of female hobbyists will resonate with this miniature just because it's a gorgeous mini. It's got very, I wouldn't say not quite Labyrinth vibes, but there's the other one called Legend, if you remember that with.
I do remember Legend, yeah.
I wouldn't say Tom Hanks, but Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise, the other Tom.
The other Tom.
Yeah, so sort of those kind of your fantasy vibes. It's a classic, if you're into D&D, you could totally use this mini in some fashion. It's just a gorgeous sculpt, right?
It's incredible.
Appreciate it. It's just a cool mini, even though I'm never going to pick it up.
This, again, though, is right? We go back to the Trog of King and you look at that mini and all the craziness of it and how much I love that thing for all of its mad over-the-top expression. I mean, this is just a, exceptional work of art, right? It is a beautifully framed, incredibly well-produced, gorgeous miniature. I think, the sculptors that they have within the Forge World team really, know their onions when it comes to producing these kind of heroic scale miniatures. I think the work that they've been able to do on sculpting faces in particular is really incredible. I know Forge World of the past had a lot of issues with doing face sculpts, but I think obviously they've incorporated a lot of the kind of CAD 3D design methodologies into their kind of process. I just think this is nothing short of exceptional. As I say, I don't care about Bretonians. I'm not likely to collect a Bretonian army, but this is amazing. It's a beautiful piece for anyone who wants to paint a really gorgeous kind of centerpiece miniature or just something that sits in a cabinet. I think it's exceptional. The idea that people would be buying this and doing a speedy paint job on it as a gaming piece sort of feels
with
insulting.
Yeah.
It just sort of feels like it's a terrible mistake.
People do it. People have done it with the old resin Krieg models and stuff, and you just go, "Oh dear God, please treat it nicely. It's expensive." It's got a beautiful silhouette, and what I like about it is it's almost the antithesis of Age of Sigmar models. And I'm not saying that to diss Age of Sigmar models, but a lot of modern designs and a lot of both 40k and Age of Sigmar, and a bit like you were saying, King Grod, I can't remember what his name is. Grug. He's just got tons of stuff on him. There's loads of detail. There's loads of little characters and armor and loads of embellishments. It's just rammed full of stuff. Whereas this is really subdued. It's stripped back to its raw, essential elements. It's like a lady on a horse. There's some reeves around the horse, and by horse I mean unicorn. She's holding a chalice and a staff. And there's a tactical rock, and that's it. There's nothing else. There's no crazy little mushrooms on the ground or loads of extra critters running around or birds flying in her hair or anything mad that you feel like if this was in Age of Sigmar they probably would have done. Is very pared back and restrained, I think is the right word that I'm looking for. And I think that's hopefully the design philosophy of a lot of the fantasy old world miniatures that they're doing, and it feels like that's the direction they're doing, which sort of harkens back to the old fantasy range. And I do like that as a nice difference between fantasy and Age of Sigmar, basically. Not to say I don't like Age of Sigmar, because I do, but I sometimes less is more, and I do enjoy it when they do that.
Yeah, exactly. This is, it's a 10 out of 10 model. It's incredible. You will see this in a lot of Golden Demon cabinets going forwards or other
I can
paint
imagine.
competitions.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what people can do with this thing. And I think, again, the same was true of the other Bretonian mini that they showed earlier as well. Again, to every point that you just raised, that kind of subtle design, kind of cues, just, phenomenal. Again, well done, whoever designed and created this. You're very good at your job. And on the topic of people being very good at their job and Forge World being good at making heroic miniatures, we, of course, come to the end of the Nova Open reveals with something that I think took a lot of people by surprise. I don't think anyone was expecting to see this. And that is, of course, the Phoenician, good old Fulgrim in his ascended demon form. My goodness, Phil, this is beyond exceptional. This is incredible. To bring this to life like this, I can never imagine anyone ever putting this on a gaming table.
Oh dear God. It's so spindly. Yes, I can imagine. And, when we were saying 10 out of 10s have got to have something new and exciting to it, this is it, because with the exception of a tiny, 2-inch epic figure, we've never had Fulgrim ascended in his demon Primarch form. What actually took me by surprise is I was watching the reveal and I was like, oh wow, Fulgrim, 40k, brilliant. And then at the end you see it's got the old Heresy either logo or the just general artwork. And I was like, oh, this isn't for 40k, this is going to be resin, it's Forge World. Oh, okay. And because I think Fulgrim's been teased in 40k for so long, literally since the Gathering Storm, he was referenced as being about in the background, that I've been convinced for years that they're going to redo Emperor's Children and they're going to do Fulgrim for 40k, obviously in plastic. He's literally the last of the sort of demon Primarchs to come. So it seems odd that Horus Heresy have beaten them to the punch to release a demon Primarch in Fulgrim. Yeah, it's kind of mad.
It is wild because, you look back at some of the cover artwork for some of the Black Library novels and you see, I forget the name of the book now, but it features the Demon Prince Mortarion on the cover. And it's very evident that Demon Prince Mortarion has taken, from at least the illustrator's perspective, a lot of, cues from the 40k miniature. Same is true of the Horus Heresy Siege of Terror book cover with Angron on it. Again, similarly, I think Angron on the cover of that is probably a bit more generic, bloodthirstery demon princey, but irrespective, it sort of seems logical that if you really wanted to within Heresy, you could take the Mortarion Demon Prince, you could take, or the Demon Primarch, you could take the Mortarion, you could take the Angron and put that into Horus Heresy. So it's interesting to imagine that actually we're going to see Horus Heresy versions, actual Forge World sculpts of those demon Primarchs.
They kind of allude to it in the chat when they were talking about it, in the live stream, because they say Horus Ascended was the first one. Now we've got Fulgrim, and they kind of imply heavily that we're going to get the others as well, which is then 30k versions of demon Primarchs that already have 40k equivalents. Feels like Horus Heresy and Forge World stepping on the toes of the 40k models, but I suspect there will be a world of difference as well. Whether that's because this is resin, it will have potentially way more detail on it. Or maybe it'll just be a lot bigger potentially, or smaller in terms of like detail, because resin can, I think, even to this day, still get a lot more detail on the kit than you can necessarily get in a plastic one. Because with the plastic, it feels like plastic kits are limited by the number of sprues in a box and how those sprues assemble in terms of component parts, because you can't have, edges, undercuts, because the plastic needs to pop out, and that does limit how stuff's designed. And, whereas with resin, you've got a lot more free reign. It feels like, no limits. It feels like the way they do it. Obviously, there are size and weight issues, and I think weight issues is probably the biggest one with this model, because you've got these big wings that I guess are going to be made of resin. You've got a very long spear that will bend in heat, for example, and could quite easily snap off. But I guess if it snaps, you can pin it, right? That's almost jaws of resin over plastic to an extent. There's a bit more durability and flex, whereas plastic is a lot more brittle, I would say. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do, if they do other Demon Primarch sculpts.
Yeah, it's just the way that obviously the fact is obviously the goal was left open to do Fulgrim, and for the Forge World team to kind of, steal some of the thunder from the inevitable Fulgrim release that will happen within the confines of the 40k world. And again, it's been rumored many, many times, although again, I don't have any direct information to confirm this, but it's always been rumored that there is a bit of a division between Forge World and Citadel in terms of design and creativity, and the two companies operate very separately from each other, and it's not always as aligned as you think it should be. Again, I've had conversations during store anniversaries with people like Jez Goodwin, where he has talked quite openly about frustrations with the fact that Forge World released Mechanicus stuff before they had a chance to do so. So I infer from that and other people that I see talking about it online that there is some division there. I'm not suggesting, although I probably am actually suggesting, that Forge World did this just to upset Games Workshop proper, but I couldn't see that being the case. So it's a weird one, isn't it?
Part of me feels like it's probably, as we said in the last episode, and I'm going to misquote it again, it's like, don't attribute malice to not stupidity, it was
incompetence
or something like that. And basically, I imagine the two companies, and this is pure speculation, so tinfoil hats on, everyone. They just operate in silos. They don't particularly talk to each other very well. This sculpt would have taken a guy or girl, someone, whoever they are. I'm not going down the rabbit hole that I did of last episode. It would have taken that person about a year to sculpt. It would have taken a very long time. And likewise, if they have done a plastic Fulgrim, it would have probably taken them about a year to sculpt as well. And they could have just coincidentally, and there is something called parallel thinking, so it does happen, where some Games Workshop 40k team probably right, the last Primarch to do is Fulgrim, gonna happen probably this edition, I think, but I said that last edition as well. And the Forge World team are like, well, we've done all the Primarchs, let's redo the range of Primarchs. So let's redo Horus, but we'll do a bigger version. Let's do an ascended version, okay, to justify him being a bit bigger and badder. Okay, well, while we're at it, why don't we do some of the other ones? Why don't we do some Demon Primarchs? Okay, cool. What hasn't been done yet? And they might have looked at the 40k ones and gone, well, no one's done Fulgrim yet, so let's just do it ourselves. Or they might have just gone for whatever reason that Fulgrim is the best one, or makes sense in the storyline that they're going to do in terms of campaign books, or they want to focus on Emperor's children. And that's the reason. And it's just a pure coincidence that, 40k hasn't released their one yet, or they haven't done it yet. It could have been done out of spite, or some, we'll get one over on the old 40k team, tee-hee. Probably not, though, right?
No, probably not. I think that's the thing. Whatever the circumstances,
if we end up with
amazing.
2 gorgeous sculpts of Fulgrim, and you get a choice between a very expensive but very detailed and amazing 10 out of 10 resin version, or what is probably going to be a 9 or a 10 out of 10 plastic version, what will be interesting to see is if let's say there's a 40k one that's already been designed. This comes out and now sort of sets for standard. They were designed in isolation and they've got different details. Like this one's got 4 arms. Maybe the 40k one, they only did 3 arms, or they did 6 arms. And now they've gone, we're going to have to change some of our designs to canonically match up with this design now.
Well, technically the wings look quite army. So maybe that's
true. Because I guess it'd be interesting to see like how much of these demon Primarchs are going to actually change over these 10,000 years, like to justify the changes in their armor or how they look between the two. And, there's probably not anything wrong with having 2 different ones. Although saying that, I remember, Gilliman wasn't all that different between, well, he hadn't changed, right? But his obviously armor had, and he was sculpted very differently between the Forge World version and the plastic 40k version, but ultimately he was still Gilliman, right? He wasn't ascended, or he wasn't a demon Primarch in any way. So you could say that there has been precedence before of having the same Primarch in both settings.
Oh yeah. Well, they've done that with Lionel Johnson as well, right? And
that's true.
Made him an old geezer, but it's same sort of vibe. But look, long story short, this is exceptional. Our friend Phil, not you, Phil, the other Phil, Big Phil from Rapid Fire Wargaming, as well as Sean, are both very excited as the dedicated Horus Heresy Emperor's Children players that they are, collectors, painters, etc. I can't actually wait to see what Big Phil does with this, because he has a rather gorgeous collection. So
I mean, whoever painted this, props to you. It probably also took you an incredibly long time to paint, but also as this is incredibly intimidating to want to attempt to build for a start, and then second to actually paint, because you want to do it justice. A bit like the last model, the unicorn and the lady. Like, you don't want to just whack some contrast on it and call it done in an afternoon. You want to put some time and effort into it.
Oh, big time, man, big time. No, it's amazing, mate. And I think, again, a beautiful way to kind of put an exclamation point on this reveal. I think overall, everything in this reveal, bar, and again, sorry to people who like it, but bar the Underworld's release, is exceptional. I think this is amazing. The fact that they revealed all these Space Marines, and by the end no one really cared, is incredible, because people are obviously happy with the Space Marine stuff, but it's Space Marines. But the rest of it is just like, oh my god, there are some amazing things coming out of this company at the moment. And, to see Fulgrim in particular is just astounding. But also, I mean, even things like Mark III armor, there's some really amazing things coming out of Games Workshop at the moment. So 100% well done to them. I think this has been a really high bar in terms of reveals overall. I think, overall it's one of the best reveals they've ever done.
They smashed it out. Also, and something I've only just realised, and no real leaks, because normally the day before someone has some like a bad photo of something to reveal and it gets leaked out. Like saying that Warhammer Fest didn't really have any, I don't think.
No.
So it feels like whatever they're doing to crack down on those pre-preview leaks that always happens either a day or week before, that they're clearly doing it right. And because we haven't had one for this one, no one spoiled Fulgrim or anything like that. So which to me gives me much more excitement when I'm watching them, when everything is new and fresh. And totally. Potentially stuff did get leaked and they just revealed it as a part of their normal reveal shows that they do every week from previous. But it feels like nothing was exceptionally leaked this time round, and it was all hype and excitement, which is good.
Yeah, amazing. No, really amazing. Well done, them. Thank you so much for listening to our thoughts and feelings on all of it. We accept that went on for a fair old while. But we're done now. And to mark that, here is a transitional noise. Core blimey, it's warm, Phil, isn't it?
Oh, I am sweating in this custom-made sauna that I'm currently in.
It is a delightful time for all of us here in the United Kingdom, not least because it is at last warm, but also because we now have ourselves a balanced data slate for Warhamsters 40,000, Phil.
Ooh.
What a time it is to be alive in the world today. So I don't know if you heard, Phil. It wasn't really very readily accessible and spoken about in a particularly robust manner. But Warhammer 40,000 10th edition was a little bit, dare I say, broken from the outset, or potentially had some armies with very strong rules, I suppose, is the more correct way of communicating about it.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. So there was big winners and losers with factions, but I think there was also some unintended consequences of core game mechanics that needed to be adjusted as well.
Indeed. It's fair to say that despite us being in the era of the index and everyone being all excited about the relative balance and fun that could represent, as we all remembered the heady days of early 8th edition, which is potentially now unfairly kind of rose-tintedly remembered as a wonderful time. But nonetheless, regardless of the legitimacy of that statement, 8th edition index period was definitely viewed by the community as a good thing overall. So I think, the early times with 10th edition indexes and the haves and have-nots that it created has definitely given some negative vibes to the general kind of community perception of Warhammer 40,000 10th edition. So much so that Games Workshop actually made early changes early on. So if you'll remember, they made a number of changes to Eldari Imperial Knights to try and essentially kind of neutralize some of the very immediately strong pieces, but basically stated that the majority of the actual more meaningful changes would come in September. And here we are, Phil, in September, and those changes have arrived. So what do we think, first of all, Phil, about the current state of play, or rather now, I suppose, the historical state of play of Warhammer 40,000? Do you feel that it was as bad as everyone said it was?
Probably, but in a way, the average casual game, you might not notice it as badly. I think we've definitely had some quite straightforward games, and they've been quite balanced, especially when we were doing like Marines versus Marines. Obviously, no problem there. When we did, I think, Guard versus Knights, I got absolutely stomped. Which you can go and watch on Patreon if you really want to see. Spoilers. That was a tough game, and that wasn't as particularly fun as others. I think if we look back at the 8th edition indexes, I think there were some like skew lists and particular builds that did really well, like the Dreadnought spam of the Iron Hands, but I feel like that sort of manifested sort of 6 months down the line rather than right off the bat, whereas I feel like, and, I'll be generous and say, I feel like 10th edition is in a pickle purely because they were kind of rewriting a lot of stuff from the ground up, like the way the armies function, the way the actual core gameplay functions is very different in a lot of aspects, like with the universal special rules. And I think the disparity between the good armies and the bad armies is massive in comparison to what it was in 8th edition. And it wasn't just down to, this is a really good unit, this is a particularly bad unit. I think the armies are very strong, and then within those strong armies, there's like really good units as well. And I think every army's got like a good unit and a few bad units, but there's a lot of disparity, or the disparity is greater this edition than it was in 8th, which is why I think it's had a lot of negativity around it.
Yeah, I also think as well, though, in the early months of 8th edition, I do actually think Games Workshop were a lot better at rapidly fixing things. They hadn't essentially aligned on this, quarterly cadence.
That's true, actually. It was sort of as and when. It was almost like every couple of months, I think.
Yeah. Well, it was like, flyers are a problem. We've introduced boots on the ground. That solves that problem. Hive Tyrant spam or Plague Crawler spam is a problem. We've introduced a cap of max free per army, unless, of course, they're troop choices or dedicated transports. And again, all of this stuff was really smart. I think, again, we kind of felt like, I think during the 8th edition period, that there was that kind of tactile, consistent comms between the GW kind of creators of 40k and also the community. And that was probably exemplified by the burgeoning efforts that they were doing as well from a community perspective in terms of their live streaming and their kind of unprecedented access. This was back when the developers of 40k were a lot more vocal about what they were seeing and what they were observing and what they were essentially changing. And you had a lot of regular, live stream content where, people from within GW would talk about the state of the game in the general sense and be a little bit more open about, the haves and the have-nots, as it were. I think Games Workshop's in an interesting place at the moment. I'm not saying they reverted to the worst of times when they were not talking to us at all, but they're definitely in that interesting period right now where they're definitely throttled back on the amount of comms that they're engaging with the community, which is understandable for a multitude of reasons, but ultimately is missed by people who remember the heady days of 2017 and early 8th edition.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think 8th edition was the start of when they actually just started talking at all. And they did it a tiny bit at the tail end, very end of 7th, where they released like the first ever FAQ drop for 7th edition, pretty much 3 or 6 months out before 8th edition appeared. But prior to that, 7th edition, like, it was tumbleweed. You'd never hear anything from Games Workshop whatsoever. So the difference between the two, 8th edition was like a breath of fresh air. Games Workshop had completely changed and everyone was loving it that we were being spoken to at all. Whereas now, it's like 2 editions later, there's like a precedence of Games Workshop being sort of a bit more open, talking about stuff. So yeah, there's like that general little difference is noticeable, and I guess now they've got a high standard that we're expecting of them because of that.
Good times. But yeah, no, we now as a community have definitely got higher expectations of them than we did in 2017, where we didn't expect anything at all. So
exactly.
Yeah, no, it was much improved back then. But anyway, so all those things being equal, we are now finally at a time where Games Workshop have had a first good stab at trying to address the majority of problems. Have they fixed everything? Almost certainly not. Will they have unintentionally have created new problems that we will discover as time goes on? Almost certainly yes. But I believe genuinely that if this is followed by an equally comprehensive update soon thereafter, I think, within like 3 months, for example, I think we should be in a really good place with this game really soon. And obviously, Tyranid Codex is coming out this Saturday, in fact, today, from when the podcast is released. And that's going to have a really interesting impact on the overall state of the game, because we're going to start to see what those codexes are bringing to the table. I think when Space Marines come out, that's really when we're going to see the real kind of tectonic shift, that's the word, in terms of, codexes and armies, because everyone's got Space Marines, right? So if Space Marines become this really versatile and interesting army, I dare say we're going to start to see more of those represented on the tabletop, although I've seen a lot of people very excited for NIDS, which is great. I just don't necessarily feel like they're going to resonate on the same frequency as Space Marines will. But I mean, I could be wrong about that. But anyway, yeah, look, I mean, genuinely, this is their first stab at it. So going at this glass half full, I think a lot of the stuff they're doing is definitely signs of a series of correct decisions. But then looking at the kind of reverse of that, maybe there are some elements that could potentially rear their head still. But again, this is always the nature of this kind of gaming system. You can't address everything, and also it's a delicate thing as well not to overcorrect as well, I think, because one of the risks here is that, Elder, for example, have definitely been a very difficult army for people to face up against. Certainly not a difficult army for people to play. If Games Workshop utterly bodied them and effectively dismantled them down to nothing,
there would be a round of applause by everyone.
Well, true, but also I don't think that's necessarily what we want either. I think we want to get to a place where everything, feels about right and feels about, even, I suppose. And, again, though, Phil, you made a really good point in the last episode where you were talking about maybe we should just accept that some armies are just better than others, and that's okay. But, obviously that isn't the nature of 40k. So,
yeah, it feels like, there's a difference between buying a, £35 Blood Bowl team than a probably several £100 army that would take you a long time to paint, knowing that it's effectively a handicapped army. And the only way they could really do that is if they created new armies specifically designed in that fashion, or if it was, if they did combat patrol and, combat patrol wasn't necessarily balanced and had tiers, people could buy into that a lot more. Whereas saying your pre-established army that you've been collecting for years is now the junk tier. Although saying that, they could do it, because if you said that to guard players, they'd probably be like, yeah, kind of understand that. And it kind of feels like it, for a lot of editions, have always been in that position anyway. So why not just acknowledge it? Sort of attitude.
No, that's fair. That's fair. But anyway, look, I think that's the thing. You can't just utterly destroy armies. Although, again, we'll get into it. I think what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the general changes that affect everything. And then we're going to talk about the big bads, because I think it's worth talking about the changes that are happening to the big bads. That being the Eldari, Custodes, Genestealer Cult, and Imperial Knights. And then we'll talk about some of the armies that maybe got a bit of an improvement. Probably mostly just kind of like Death Guard, I suppose. And I know the Adeptus Mechanicus wasn't particularly hot out of the gate, so maybe we can talk about those as well. But the general vibe is that we're going to go over the core stuff that affects everything, and then we're going to briefly kind of go through some of the army changes. One of the things we're not going to get crazy in the weeds with is points. Points have gone up, points have gone down. If you felt like something was really, really good and really cheap before, odds are it went up in points. If you felt like something was pretty bad and overpointed, odds are it's gone down. There are some anomalies, but ultimately points are, always a weird thing to kind of talk about in this kind of format.
Yeah, it feels like if your army was good, you can now probably fit in one, maybe two extra units. And if it was your army's really good, you probably lose out on a unit's worth of models. Like, it's not huge drastic shifts in points, but like enough to make a little bit of difference. I'll make the same criticism as I made last time, and make the comparison between AOS being a lot better at these things. They give us the points, but there's no comparison or differential between have the points gone up, have the points gone down, by how much. It would be great to have a couple of columns where we can see old points, new points, here's the points difference, and a little arrow to say the direction of it. I've seen lots of chatter online about that being is sort of acknowledged, and about how AOS does that better. People discussing just colorize the text red and green, and then other people saying that's really bad for colorblind people. So, I think have columns, have little arrows to say if they've gone up or down, something like that, so it's a bit more accessible for everyone. Because I find like I can look at the Astra Militarum stuff and I can see that points have changed, but I can't actually compare them to the old points because the app's been updated. So I can't see what the old points were unless I can memorize it, or I somehow deliberately remembered to download the old Minotaur Field Manual, which won't be available anymore either, I assume. So yeah, they could do a little refinement in terms of how they present that stuff, and be a great quality of life for everyone.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that front. I think there's just a lot of little things that this particular wing of the studio could take from AOS in terms of just making these sorts of moments a little bit more accessible, or not accessible so much, but just a little bit more
easier to digest.
Yeah, easier to critique and digest is the correct language. Anyway, look, let's get into it. So first of all, we've had a bunch of changes to some core rules, majoritively, a mix of stratagems, but also, core rules as well. The first one is devastating wounds. Long story short, devastating wounds are not, turning into mortal wounds anymore. So effectively, a weapon that is a devastating wounds weapon, essentially when scoring a critical hit, which is essentially when you roll a 6, unless there are, modifiers that enable you to do so on a 5, maybe even a 4. You essentially have been, you've met the criteria of this devastating weapon, and in so doing, saving throws cannot be made against critical wounds scored by this weapon, and that includes invulnerable saves, which is pretty massive in terms of the overall implications of what this means for that particular rule. Essentially, before, it used to get turned into mortal wounds, and we'll get to mortal wounds in a moment, but they used to spill out over other things, and that used to create a really kind of useful weapon type, because you could effectively do loads of mortal wounds and clear out massive hordes of enemies with the devastating power of mortal wounds. But now that isn't the case, at least not in the case of devastating wounds anyway. So pretty huge change, I'd say. I mean, what's your vibe on that, Phil?
Yeah, I think our biggest criticism has always been the combination of devastating wound with the anti-keyword, because it just meant it was super easy to create these and generate these mortal wounds. It was sort of really unfun. It meant weapons that should be specialized in a specific task of anti-infantry, anti-tank suddenly could be kind of all-rounders. Quite often. And yeah, we saw that with the Death Watch early doors getting a change to their rounds, because they could use the devastating wounds to great effect. So yeah, this is a great change. I like that they haven't tweaked how mortal wounds work, and that they've sort of tweaked specifically how devastating wounds work. So it's, if something does mortal wounds, still acts the same, but anything that's generating the devastating wounds, you're just not getting your save against it, which is pretty good. Although it does have some knock-on effects. So something that used to have a save against mortal wounds, so I think Custodes is quite a popular choice. They've got a 5 or 6 up feel no pain, or they can
4 up.
Somehow. Oh, is it 4 up? Got it. So
against
crazy
mortal
good.
wounds, yeah.
Against mortal wounds. So they were really well protected against devastating wounds, but now they won't. So it'll just go straight through, unless they down the line tweak the rules for Custodes if they feel like that's an overcorrect. So yeah, devastating wounds will be the Achilles heel for Custodes players. So there's that one issue, but I think overall this is actually really good. And is just generally a good tweak to the rules. Yes, there's a downside that you're fundamentally changing some of the core rules of the game, which what you could say is a shame, because it kind of invalidates your books, but it's for the health of game, this is great.
My only frustration with it is the fact that they're adding those kind of 2, or in fact 3 naming conventions for the resolution of this sort of damage, right? It's like, first of all, it's a critical wound. Next, it's a devastating wound. And then lastly, it's a mortal wound. And it's one of those things where it feels quite ugly to have 3 different types of wound.
In terms of the wording, yes, but also what you now have is you've effectively got normal wounds.
Yep, normal wounds. Yep.
You've got mortal wounds, which circumvent saves, but have its own thing. And then you've got now devastating wounds, which is sort of in between the two. an indigent. But then in a way, you've got that with the saves. You've got normal saves. You've got armor saves. You've got invulnerable saves. You've got feel no pain saves as well. So yeah, I mean, there are lots of phrases that are sounding similar, but I don't have much of a problem with that.
I think here's the thing. It's not like I've got a ridiculous problem with it, but it is something that, again, I think the thing is as well, though, right, to your point with the saves, right? It's like you got the saving throw, you got the invulnerable saving throw, and you got the feel no pain. Feel no pain is kind of its own kind of very specific language. A save and an invulnerable save is kind of easy to understand the kind of steps between them. It's just the fact that every one of these things is a wound, right? It's a critical wound, a devastating wound, a mortal wound, or a normal wound, as you've correctly identified as well. And it's that thing where it's like, when you end up in a situation where there are, different flavors of wound, and they all have the same, kind of terminology at the end of it. It's an interesting decision, but I don't disagree with it. I think it's the right thing to have done. Pour one out for the Custodes players who are now essentially not nearly as able to defend against, devastating wounds as they were previously. Maybe there will be a correction for those soon, but ultimately, I think this is the right change for devastating wounds. It feels like a good solution. It's definitely now making it that a devastating wound will still have a really impactful effect on things like Imperial Knights or just vehicles in the general sense. So the idea is, I suppose, is that against a lot of vehicles, you're just really, really hitting that one thing really hard and getting through, the saves, etc. So, I am in favor of that. I think it's a good decision overall. So, yeah, I think it's the way to go on that front. So no real criticism other than, lots of different types of wounds. But what can you do, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it felt like this is a bit of a mistake in the core rules, and it ideally should have been picked up at the, prior to print, prior to the initial rounds of, play testing and stuff. Like, ideally, it's a bit of a mistake that should have been corrected before the game ever came out. But I feel like it's something that they've only really clocked, or, fundamentally, I think the rule worked okay, but it was how they devised the actual units that broke the rules mechanic. So this is like a fix to, rather than changing every single index unit that has devastating wounds in it, or a combination of, say, devastating wounds and the anti-keyword, or a way of buffing your devastating wounds, as you said. So rather than taking them out of the game, they're having to fundamentally change how devastating wounds works, which, yes, is a shame. It shouldn't have happened in the first place, sort of attitude, I guess. But ultimately, this is, for the best option for them to do it, I think.
Indeed. Next is modifying a stratagem's cost. I feel it's worthwhile just reading all of this just to kind of process all the information. So, rules that modify the CP cost of a stratagem when you target a particular unit can only do so for a stratagem that targets multiple units if every unit you target has the same ability to modify the CP of that stratagem. So that's an interesting start to it. Rules that modify the CP cost of a stratagem, but that do not specify the name of the stratagem, can only be used to affect the CP cost of a battle tactic stratagem. This does not apply to Air Cast Colossus, Striding Colossus, or Towering Wraith Construct abilities. So I suppose those are specific stratagems with specific abilities that I'm not completely across. But effectively, what it's saying is that if the ability isn't calling out the specific name of the stratagem, you can only do it on a battle tactic. So if you have a ability that specifically says that you can make Overwatch cost 0, then you are allowed to make Overwatch cost 0. However, if you are making Overwatch cost 0 and you're targeting that ability on another unit, that unit also needs to have that same wording. So you can't give the 0 CP Overwatch to a unit unless they already had that ability to modify the CP cost, which is an interesting situation in and of itself. But regardless of all of that, it also means that now the CP cost of stratagems being modified only now affect battle tactics, where they basically give you a broad amount of stratagems to pick between. So now, for the first time ever, Phil, well, maybe not for the first time ever, I think there were a couple of instances in 9th edition where you needed to know what kind of thing a stratagem was. But for the first time in a while, you basically now can only do it to battle tactics, and you actually have to pay attention to what is a battle tactic, I suppose. Yes,
yeah, it's true. And they did, I think this is quite a nice sort of little finesse where it's like battle tactics are your generic stratagems that, they want us to use every single turn. The epic deeds and things like that should be like a once in a blue moon. So clearly, being able to pull off epic deeds every single turn doesn't feel very thematic. But they've also made some tweaks. I think with Custodes, for example, they shifted one of the stratagems from a battle tactic to an epic deed. So that instantly discounts it from now being a stratagem that your captain could do for free every single turn. So it's a nice little change, I think.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you on that side of things. Again, just to say, though, I'd really value it if Games Workshop, in light of this change, I know it's obviously not something that they can retrospectively do to the rule book kind of stratagems, because that's gone to print, and I dare say they've already gone to print with a multitude of upcoming books as well. But potentially get into a situation where there's some kind of iconography. Oh, there is actually, isn't there? I'm looking at it now. So I think a battle tactic. No, sorry.
No, because the icons refer to the turn the phases in which you can do it. The colours tend to refer to, whether it's your turn or your opponent's turn?
Correct,
and then,
correct.
Yeah, it just says strategic ploy or whatever, just underneath the title. That's the only indication as to which they are. Yeah, you're right. If there was an icon in the top right-hand corner for all the battle tactic ones, that would be quite cool, because then at a glance you could be like, okay, cool, these are the battle tactic ones that I can do for free, because not every army has it, but most armies have an ability where you can do a stratagem for free.
Yeah, but again, I mean, it's obviously a bit of a tall order, but regardless, I think overall that's really valuable. I think it makes sense that we're in a situation now where we will hopefully not be seeing as much exploiting of the ability to do multiple kind of big stratagems that really make a big impact, especially stratagems like firing Overwatch, which is the next of the things that we need to talk about.
You've skipped over something ever so slightly.
Oh, sorry.
So the stratagems that can only be used more than once per turn or phase. So basically, if you have a stratagem that allows you to do, or an ability that allows you to do a stratagem, again, if it's not named, you can only use battle tactic stratagems. So you can't fire Overwatch, which is a key offender, twice in a turn, unless you specifically have an ability that calls out the Overwatch stratagem, basically. Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot that was in there. I kind of, for some reason, assumed it was in the modifying stratagem CP cost situation, but it's not. It's a specific thing there in and of itself. But yeah, firing Overwatch, basically. What's gone on with that? Well, essentially, I'm not going to explain what Overwatch does. It's that thing that you can do when your opponent moves within 24 of you or charges at you, and you can shoot them. You shoot them at ballistic skill of 6, or rather, it's not even a ballistic skill of 6. So you can only ever hit on an unmodified hit roll of 6, which again makes sense, because I guess if they started to say that you could only hit on critical hits, there are obviously things that you could do to kind of manipulate critical hits. So perchance that wouldn't be the right way to approach it. But the big change to firing Overwatch, there are 2 of them. The first of them is you can't do it unless you're targeting something you can see. That's pretty massive and also makes a lot of sense. I don't think it was ever really a very good thing that you could just wildly keep shooting while out of line of sight. So I think that's a really, really positive thing. And you cannot use this on Titanic units, which I think also, having played Imperial Knights for many games, I also agree with. I think that was a bit nuts because the Imperial Knights are very well armed and have a lot of really powerful shooting and a number of rules which, come into effect, or a number of kind of weapon profiles that are just really efficient. So I think ultimately not being able to fire Overwatch with Titanic units is 100% the right decision, as is also not being able to shoot things you can't see. Overall, I cannot complain about fire Overwatch changes. I think these are absolutely bang on. What's your feelings on those, Phil?
So just thinking out loud, does this affect charging in any way? Because if you were, say, hiding behind a wall, I guess you would normally still need line of sight to actually shoot, because ultimately all it's affecting is artillery or anything that can shoot indirectly, which does make sense. But yeah, I was just thinking if it had a negative impact on being able to overwatch in charging by someone hiding around the corner. But I think that's always been the case, and it's still the case now, so that doesn't make a difference. When it comes... Oh, sorry.
The only instance where it will make a difference, and people should always remember this as well, by the way. So yes, you can't shoot the unit when they charge at you if you can't see them. So if they declare a charge and they charge into you and you can't see them when the charge is initiated, then fair enough. But obviously, most of the time after the charge is concluded, they will be in line of sight. And it specifically says that you could do this at the end of a charge move. So if you happen to be a unit armed with pistols or have weapons that could be treated as pistols, when, in engagement range, you can still fire Overwatch in those conditions, which is something people overlook.
Yes, that is interesting, actually. Yeah, because obviously you can't shoot your normal guns, which is a bit of a shame, because you could say you'll be shooting as they run towards you regardless. But yeah, the pistol option's quite an interesting one to bear in mind, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a big unit of Death Company with fusion pistols, you got 10 fusion pistols and, I don't know, something pops through and like a big scary character that happens to be infantry and is on their own, all of a sudden, yeah, you can still shoot 10 fusion guns at it with Overwatch, because, you're allowed to shoot while in engagement range with pistols.
Yeah. When it comes to the Titanic stuff, part of me thinks that's a bit sad. I do think Knights especially could be quite impressive because they've got tons of guns on them. But, and the Baneblade, for example, would be a great candidate for that as well, because it's just got tons of guns. But even the standard Lehman Russ with sponsons has got a fair amount of guns, so it could feel a bit impressive. I mean, personally, maybe if they had done it so if it's Titanic, it costs 2 points. That would seem a bit fairer. You also, later on, it feels like rather than modifying the CPU costs for large units, what they've done, because Overwatch again is like this force multiplier for a lot of big units, is that they've restricted the unit composition. So lots of units are now capped at, like, say, 5 models rather than 10 or less for more elite stuff. And it feels like maybe they could have said, if it's Titanic, it's 2 CP. If a particular unit is a certain unit size, then it would also be 2 CP. But then maybe that's a bit fiddly because, a 5-man Custodes unit is super strong in comparison to a 5-man guard squad isn't, whereas a 10 or 20-man guard squad. So how they could differentiate something as being, increased in size, because they don't have, unfortunately, the term like reinforced like they do in Age of Sigmar, where you go, here's the standard size of unit, and then if it's reinforced, it's double the size, and then if it's reinforced again, it's 3 times as big. So with that, they could say quite easily, yes, if your unit's been reinforced, it's 2 CP, but we don't have that language in 40k, so we can't do that in a simplified manner, which is a bit of a shame. So yeah, I would like to see Titanic still be able to shoot, but just cost more. But then are there workarounds where they could get it done for free? You'd have to do that stipulation where, they can't discount their stratagems to 0 on Titanic units as well. So
yeah. I mean, you say these things, Phil, though, but when you've been shot in Overwatch by a Valiant, you very quickly change your tune.
I mean, I'm not just backing the Valiant because I own one, but yes, it would be super oppressive because I think Flamers just in general are really good for the Overwatch. So I imagine the Valiant's a bit of a horrible one to go up against.
It's insane. I mean, to be fair, Torrent in the general sense feels very oppressive in Overwatch for that same reason. I think, again, in the older editions where Overwatch only happened as a result of charging, Flamers have always been quite oppressive. But obviously now that you can do it in response to movement, it's just really
yeah, I played a game of 40k yesterday, and my Lehman Russ was overwatching a couple of times, either because it was being charged at or because it was just in line of sight and just shooting when someone moved. And obviously the guard special detachment rule is if they don't move, critical hits auto wounds because they get lethal hits basically. And again, that feels quite oppressive for Overwatch because it's like, cool, every 6 that I need to roll to hit means it's also a lethal hit and I'm auto wounding, and that happens because I didn't move this turn because it's your turn when I'm doing this. So Guard and Overwatch are a lot better than someone else, like even Space Marines doing Overwatch, although saying that Space Marines with say Over the Moment doing Overwatch, again very oppressive because they're just re-rolling everything.
Next is Insane Bravery. Insane Bravery is a 1 CP strat. It happens in the Battle Shock step of your command phase, just before you take a Battle Shock test for a unit from your army. Always remember that if someone is forcing you to take a Battle Shock test out of sequence, you basically can't use this stratagem, and that still is the case. Now you target a unit from your army that must take a Battle Shock test in the Battle Shock step of the command phase, and they automatically pass. You cannot use the stratagem more than once per battle, though, is the restriction. So this is actually, I'll be honest with you, this is two really, really, well, it's one big change and then one massive change to the stratagem. The big change is that before, you rolled the dice, saw what you got, and went, oh, well, 1 CP, I'll pass. So I hated that. I thought it was a terrible decision. It should have always have been done before you rolled, or done instead of rolling. I think that is enough for this stratagem. Making it once per battle, I think, is maybe, a bridge too far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily mind it. And I feel like the reason why I've made it once per battle is because it's far too easy to just roll this out every turn when you need to score some objectives. You'll do it. Because basically, I think the problem is they sold us on this promise that Battle Shock Test is like the big game changer of the edition, and ultimately it isn't, and it has very little impact on the game. And when the few times it should make an impact, or actually even gets triggered, you just use Insane Bravery instead to counteract it. So, because as you said, you get to do your roll anyway, so you get a free attempt anyway, and then if you fail, you can just fix it. So it's effectively a bit like a command point reroll, but you're just auto passing. So I like the fact that you have to do it beforehand, and you've got to make a conscious choice. The fact that you've got to do it once per battle should hopefully limit the amount of times this actually happens, which is actually the same as how it was in 9th edition. They changed it to once per battle then as well, when you were failing morale. I think the one change they still probably need to make is, so if you fail morale, if there's a ability that triggers a bravery test in your opponent's turn, so basically, let's say it's your turn, you shoot me with something, I take a morale test, I fail it. However, in my turn, the unit could still be over half its starting strength, so therefore it effectively auto passes. I don't need to make a test again. So it only affected me for your turn, which might be important for scoring. but I would almost like it that if you fail morale, you're considered automatically to have failed it in your turn until you pass it. So you need to constantly be taking the test until you pass it, basically, between turns, regardless of your starting strength, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that does make sense. I think, again, sort of the way they've done it across multiple editions, there's lots of things they can learn from different morale systems. I think maybe this is a really positive change because the morale system has definitely not felt nearly as impactful as it could do in this edition because of Insane Bravery, but also just because of what it actually is in the general sense. I still think that bravery should resolve with casualties. I think failing leadership tests should result in people running away. But
yeah, I think
whatever.
Most people's leaderships are quite high in general. Because the standard leader, I mean, Space Marines is like 6. I think Guardsman is like 7. The average you're going to roll is 7. So consistently, most things are going to pass, unless that it feels like you do need to bring in some kind of negative modifier. The other one that they could at least do is, so at the moment you have to be under your starting strength. So if you're a 10-man squad, you need to have only 4 guys left on the tabletop, not 5. I think if it goes down to half your starting strength, then that's, it's going to trigger one model earlier, which I think is better. But yeah, if there's some kind of modifier, maybe it's not per casualties you've taken, because you've got to remember it from like a previous turn, because it's happening for the most part in your command phase, not at the end of a phase or the end of your opponent's turn.
I just like to see people running away again, though. That would be great. Not even just remove them as casualties, do the thing where the models run away. I think that would be... I think that'd be great, because that's a really easy way of, you could just do away with OC altogether, because, if a unit basically fails a morale test... And
they fall off of the objective. Yeah,
they just leg it.
I mean, I don't mind OC to go, yes, this one vehicle's worth 4 men in comparison to a 5-man squad or something. That makes sense to still have OC value. But yeah, the falling back option, especially the way the mechanics work, where you can always rally at the start of your command phase, and it's, it used to be very difficult to rally in previous editions where you effectively needed to roll like a double 1. So super, like 1 in 36 chance or something ridiculous. That is very hard to do. Whereas in this, is a lot easier. So yeah, being forced to fall back, you've still got your models on the tabletop, which is kind of what the concept of this iteration of bravery is meant to, and morale is all meant to be about. It's not losing models, it's just making models less effective. So yeah, having them fall back, not be in the positions where you want them to be, not be on the objectives, is actually quite a good one, I think. That'd be interesting to do a test game where we play that out and see what it's like.
No, for sure. Last of the core rules changes is a change to the ruins rules, which essentially is affecting the towering keyword. Basically, aircraft stay the same. Aircraft can still ignore all of the really, really interesting, we'll say, obscuring rules that are in effect around ruins specifically. So essentially, one of the things that's really weird about ruins, it only ever came up, for me anyway, at the Warhammer World tournament, because of how most other sort of tournament terrain is functioning. But basically, yeah, this whole weird thing of like you can only shoot out of a ruin when you're wholly within it is really weird as a rule. Like I don't kind of get why that's what they've sort of done, but they have. And obviously towering was a way of getting around that. And it still is now. So basically what it is that a towering model can be partially within a terrain feature and still be able to shoot out of it. And that is fundamentally the change to towering. So now towering doesn't just ignore this stuff. As a matter of course, you have to be in it to be able to shoot out of it or through it. But you don't have to be wholly within it, because they accept that, as a towering model, you're probably going to struggle to get into it. It's not touching it, by the way, as well. There's not that situation. You have to still be in it a little bit.
Partial, yeah, the phrase toe in, where your base is partially within the footprint of the ruins is what you've got to do, which makes sense. I think this is quite a good change overall for the point of why they've changed it. And I think the reason why they made it that you had to be fully within it is because in previous editions people were either touching cover but not in it, or they were just dipping their toe in and putting the base partially in to sort of unlock the ruin as a shooting gallery. So I think forcing people to be wholly within it makes a lot of sense, especially for infantry, and makes more thematic sense, I think, as well.
Yeah, I suppose actually to your point, that is actually a nice change from that perspective. I think, again, the reason why this rule became quite controversial is, again, because it sort of was one of the most, immediate examples of a rule kind of meddling with the very holy concept of ruins. I think ruins in the competitive world of 40k have become religious icons. I think they're kind of worshipped with a great deal of fervor, and people can't or won't accept that,
other terrain exists,
or that, it can operate in any other fashion. Ruins have definitely been the ruin of no, not quite the ruin. I don't want to sort of paint it in that negative. It was just sort of a funny thing to say. But look, I just think the thing is that the competitive scene are really into ruins. So I think towering annoyed them because, again, it was yet another rule that kind of tried to challenge their assertion on how these holy relics.
I think as well, 9th edition, obviously being the competitive edition, you had a lot of extreme firepower and power level within units. People could be tabled within a turn or two. So the competitive mindset is, rather than be inside a ruin gaining a cover save, I'm going to hide behind the ruin and just not be shot at all. And, armies would deploy rather than being inside, they'd just be hiding behind it, which thematically looks awful. And one of the reasons why I don't like it. And obviously that mindset still prevails in 10th edition. And then when you can't do that, you can't hide behind it and just be like, I'm just being shot at by these knights. You can see how that would feel unfair to your, your mindset in the way you play. I guess the logic is, but you could then just go in the ruin, and yes, you're being shot at, but you're being shot at anyway. But at least this way you're getting a cover save. Oh, actually, you probably get a cover save anyway, right? Because you're being shot through a ruin. So yeah, but yeah, I think it's, as you say, taking a mindset from 9th edition, and that's why ruins are so special.
Yeah, totally. Faction rules, as we said at the start, we're not going to go into points specifically, but we will have a general chit chat about the faction rules. The changes to the kind of major ones, at least. I want to start with Imperial Knights, I suppose, Phil, because obviously I've been playing them a lot, and I intend to continue playing them. But I will say this from the outset that and again, this isn't me just being the guy that complains because the army they run has been hit hard, but I genuinely think that Knights and Custodies in particular have been hit real hard. I think the weird thing about this balanced data slate is, and I imagine maybe some Eldari players on the limited playtesting staff that Games Workshop have are still involved in this, because I'll be honest with you, Eldari don't really feel like they've been hit nearly hard enough. In fact, we can really talk about Eldari really quickly. The only change to them in this entire faction, errata balanced data slate is they've changed how Phantasm as a stratagem works. They've not changed Fire and Fade, which was another additional move that they were able to do, but they have changed Phantasm. So Phantasm basically mean it can now only target infantry units. They've not gotten rid of reroll to 1 to hit and 1 wound roll per unit. They've not mucked around with fate dice at all, other than obviously the changes that they've made previously to it, which is that you can only use 1 fate dice per phase. And again, in terms of the changes on devastating wounds, yes, that is a significant change to the Eldari army because they had a lot of devastating wounds in their army. But again, in certain instances, I just don't feel like Eldar have been hit nearly hard enough. I think there are too many people, and don't get me wrong, right? I've been an Eldar player my entire time with 40k, but this is quite ridiculous at the moment, how ridiculously strong Eldari are. And there's definitely someone within this organization who still seems to have a bias for keeping these guys on top.
I mean, we've said that for a long time, that Games Workshop loves Eldari. I do remember seeing a meme earlier today, which was, I think it was like a load of flames and fire in the top section, and then the second section was, Eldari in the balanced Dataslate, and it was I think was it the Night King from Game of Thrones stepping out of the fire unscathed.
Yeah.
And that's representative that Eldar have got away with. Probably still doing quite well. I presume, because having watched the Meta Watch, Stu seemed to think that the devastating wounds and adjusting the points was enough to tone them down. But as you say, in comparison to what happened, and especially since Eldar, the top faction, Custodies and Knights are 2 and 3. It feels like Custodies and Knights, have gotten hit a lot harder than Eldar, which is, you could say, a bit puzzling. But it'll be interesting to see how it actually pans out over the next 3 months.
Well, here's the thing, right? So Eldari barely touched us all. Their points went up, right? So, again, we're not talking about points, but the big stuff in their army went up. But the thing is the problem is with this game still at the moment is that the amount of models you get in armies is so crazy anyway that basically the increasing costs of a Wraith Knight, Fire Prisms, and Avatar, though meaningful across all of them, there was already so much redundancy in the list anyway because it was already so insanely efficient that you could just remove a couple of things, a couple of units, and you still keep the core components because no one who was running Eldari needed that unit of Wind Riders or that unit of, that Harlequin allies component to win their games. They were winning it regardless. And certainly, again, one thing I will say is that against Imperial Knights, I think the Eldari matchup against Imperial Knights is unwinnable. Obviously, if someone brings a really awful Eldari list, fine. But if you bring the key components, I don't think Eldari into Imperial Knights is a winnable matchup. Maybe it is now with the changes in Titanic, because that's the thing we didn't say before about Titanic is that actually now Titanic things now are obscured.
Yes, the unable to see through ruins goes both ways. So Knights can now hide behind the ruins. Although that might be quite difficult on an average sort of size board, average size terrain, because a lot of ruins aren't that big. So trying to hide an entire knight behind a ruin might not be possible on some people's boards unless you've got particularly long...
Again, though, you're dealing with that weird abstraction, though, aren't you? Which is the idea that because you're behind it and not in it, though the walls may end, by its chin, the expectation in terms of how the game is interpreted implies that there is an invisible infinite wall that stretches from the base of where the terrain, where the ruin sits off into eternity.
Oh, upward. Yeah, no, sorry. What I mean is often the actual, you'll have a knight behind a ruin, but the base of the knight is so big, you'll be able to see it to the left and right of the ruin.
Yeah, it's possible. It's definitely possible.
So, it'd be interesting to see how that works in average games. Because I feel like even if you position yourself directly, if your opponent's directly in front of the ruin and you directly place your model behind the ruin, so you're all parallel, it doesn't take much movement to move your unit to the left or right of that ruin to then get an angle and hit the knight. And because you find that with vehicles already, it's quite difficult to hide them, and they're a fair bit smaller than knights.
But anyway, long story short, yes, the points have increased on a few key units within Eldari, but I think they're still probably... I think Eldari... Because the crazy thing is the stuff that's been causing Eldari problems is other Eldari and Custodies and Genestealer Cults, but those guys have been hit so hard that now it's like I just can't see a situation where Eldari aren't still top banana. Because I think and again, changes to Space Marines, I think, are more significant than the changes to Eldari as well. I genuinely think that, someone somewhere has got a real huge amount of influence over this and is completely off their trolley in terms of, probably. In terms of, I wouldn't take Jess off his trolley. That's a
maybe he's
thing
part of the playtester team, and he was like, "Oh no, they play just fine. They're all good."
Yeah, no, I don't think that's true. No. But talking about knights, right? Like the changes to knights are as follows: Imperial Knights. This is bearing in mind, Phil. Chaos Knights have not been touched. And Chaos Knights have not actually even seen massive points increases. So I genuinely think that Chaos Knights are going to now basically take the place of Imperial Knights, really.
Maybe. Well, apparently Imperial Knights are just outperforming Chaos Knights. So that's why. Yeah,
because they were the better of the two, but they've been hit so hard now that I think Chaos will probably find a place.
So are you saying you're going to be now running your Imperial Knights as Chaos Knights?
No, I'm not doing that. Well, I'm just saying that I think Chaos Knights now will
do better.
Will do better. Yeah. But so first of all, is they changed the bondsman abilities, right? So bondsman abilities used to affect, at least in the early days of 10th edition, they used to affect both the Armiger and the the Questorus Knight that gave it to them. So basically, if you had the ability to add one to your ballistic skill, if you had the ability to reroll charges, if you had the ability to be -1 damage, you would give that ability to the Armiger, but you would also gain it with the Questorus. That's all gone now. You just give it to the Armigers, which genuinely is such a huge debuff to this army or this index. It is probably in and of itself. If it wasn't just like, again, the towering changes, whatever, that is a thing. But this is huge, right? Because basically, when you actually spend time working with the Imperial Knights index, everything in this army is built around giving the bonds. All these units only work when they've got bondsman abilities on themselves. Like, essentially, the Crusader is really strong when it's ballistic skill 2. But that's kind of the gimmick, is the idea is that you have this kind of ebb and flow of gameplay where it's like there is an Armiger economy, right? You have to basically either kill the big knight or kill the Armigers. If you kill the Armigers, the big knights don't get the buff that they only get when an Armiger is on the table. And in so doing, they massively lose their potency. So to be in a situation where the Imperial Knights don't gain any of that potency. I mean, again, they've lost the ability of Overwatch, which I think is correct. They've changed the way towering works, which I think is correct. Those are two massive debuffs for Imperial Knights, but I think it's correct. This bondsman ability one, I think, is a bridge too far. I think robbing these units, because again, you can look at the Crusader in isolation and go, well, that's a bit dumb. And it is really. Like, a ballistic skill 2 knight is a bit strong, especially when it's armed with all the guns that it has.
Bit.
Yeah, it is a bit strong, right? It is.
Yeah.
It is. I don't think it's insane. Like, I've used it a lot. It's not crazy. It's just a bit strong. Compared to some of the stuff other people have, it's a bit, especially for the points you pay for the thing, right? It's 475 points, right? It's a lot. And you can do things to kind of get around it. But anyway, right? The Crusader is one thing, but there are knights like the Gallant that become utterly worthless without its bondsman ability, because the Gallant, the gimmick with the Gallant is it got to reroll its charges and it got to reroll its hits in combat. You take that away from it, it just becomes a lot more worthless. Same thing with like the Warden. I think, to be honest with you, the Warden's been hit redonkulously hard. Like, to me now, the Warden should be as cheap as a Gallant, because it's more worthless than a Gallant, because basically the Warden's gimmick is it makes its weapons devastating wounds when targeting infantry. But now, as we know, resolving devastating wounds against infantry is way less efficient than when it obviously became mortal.
Anyway,
yeah. Because that was the gimmick of it. It would turn it into mortal wounds so it could clear hordes. And then its Armiger ability or its bondsman ability was it gave -1 damage. Now, that is one of those ones where it's like, fair enough, that was a bit good. But again, it was like I think the Warden was like 460, 480 points or something crazy. So it was like it still is a really expensive knight, and it's nowhere near as good as it used to be. The Knight Errant, you can kind of take or leave. The Knight, Paladin, similar kind of vibe, but there's some very real changes that this represents. I think it is a big hit. Again, they've changed the Thunderstomp stratagem to become an epic deed. Fair enough. Makes sense. Means that Canis Rex can't now use it as a 0 CP stratagem thing. Trophy Claim was a massive strat for this army, and now they've made it cost 2 CP. And Valiant Last Stand is now 2 CP, which was Fight on Death, basically. So now Fight on Death is 2 CP, and Trophy Claim, which was a huge part of the list. I think this is the thing, like, to me now, like, I don't know what you do with Imperial Knights to make them good at this stage. I think really, in all sincerity, I just think the best list I could probably conceive is just 5 Questoris Knights and just sack off Armigers altogether.
Well, this was the point I was going to make. The thing I quite like about this is, in our sort of Knights chat, we were saying, I was saying, I like the idea of just lots of big Knights, and you were like, oh no, but you need the Armigers for the Bondsman ability. And to me, Bondsman ability should be a bit more like a mentor or someone giving orders to someone. So it's like you're giving a buff or benefit to the smaller Armigers, but it shouldn't be reciprocal. So the big, because I remember when I heard about this first time when we were playing, you were telling me like, oh, the big one gets it as well. And I was like, well, what? Why? Like that doesn't, unless there's some law reason that explains they're bonded in some way, so it benefits both of them. Maybe, and I can see your point saying that they've been built specifically around them getting these abilities, so just taking them away is a bit much. But what I do like about it now is it does free you up with the option of just going, I'm just going to take loads of big knights. I don't need to take the Armigers anymore, unless you want them to specifically to like grab objectives or do actions and stuff.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the reality of the situation is that, you know, again, it will take some time to figure it out. But again, there are some knights that, like, I mean, it's like the Cerastus Knight Lancer that has the ability to advance and charge via its bondsmen. And now removing that, it's a big change to that knight. And that's the thing. It's like, do you need that ability to function? No, of course not. But it is one of those things that there was a tax associated to it. You needed the Armigers. Armigers were not that difficult to get rid of if you got the lines of sight on them and you put the effort into them, because at the end of the day, yeah, they're toughness 10, and yeah, they're 12 wounds, and yeah, they're a 3-up saber, 5-up inbun. But within the way this game functions, killing off an Armiger isn't that hard.
I don't know. Sometimes,
obviously, sometimes, but most of the time it isn't. And that's all I'm basically saying about all of this is, like, I'm not suggesting that Imperial Knights didn't need to get hit. They definitely needed to get hit, and they definitely have been hit. It just sort of feels like there must have been another way around bondsman abilities, but I don't know what those are necessarily. But hey, look, we are where we are with it. I'm going to continue playing them for the, various competitive events that I may or may not attend between now and the end of the year. They're not going to be that many instances. Bizarrely, I'm not running them with Tom at the London Grand Tournament in our doubles, only because I was just convinced before that we couldn't get an army that was sort of any good into 1,000 points with these guys anyway. Maybe there's a renewed sense of enthusiasm around them. Maybe I'll just take 2 big Imperial Knights. That's 1,000 points, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe I will. Maybe I will just do that. But anyway, long story short, Knights have been hit really hard, as have Custodes. Custodes, good God. So the Unwavering Sentinel stratagem, which is basically their fight first stratagem, which was integral to a lot of their kind of builds, has been moved to an epic deed. So you can no longer fight first for 0 CP.
Yeah, so that's specifically when they've been charged. They
while
can,
on an objective,
yeah, then they can activate it in always. So, but effectively, they're always fighting first in close combat because they're either charging or they're being charged, and then for free activating the stratagem.
Yeah. Additionally, their units have all massively been reduced in size. So now Wardens are max squad size 5, Custodian Guard are max squad size 5, and the Veritas Praetors are max squad size 3.
Yeah,
so,
I can't remember what it was before. I feel like it was up to 10, but I could be wrong.
For the Guard, it was 10.
Yeah.
I think even for the Wardens, it was 10, actually. So, yeah, like, long story short, or maybe it was 9 or something with Wardens. I can't remember exactly. But the fact that they've reduced the unit sizes, again, I think it's the right decision. But I think between the changes to Devastating Wounds and the changes to the Unwavering Sentinel's ability and reducing the sort of squad sizes, I think what it's going to become now for Custodes players is they now have to start thinking about what other kind of units they probably would like to add to their armies to make the armies hit the 2,000 point limit, because obviously now, you know, you can't just kind of go with these big Custodian Guard units. You've got to try and add in some other elements.
I mean, you could still take just MSU and just have lots of smaller squads of Custodian Guard, because obviously they're all battle lines, so you can have up to 6 of them. So that's not a problem. But I guess what you're losing is the efficiency of a 10-man squad or a 9-man squad with a captain in being able to do the stratagem for free. And then any other stratagems that you're doing are benefiting not 4 guys or 5 guys, but 10 guys. So you're getting a lot more efficiency out of those stratagems, which is why I was saying earlier, rather than just changing the unit size, just go, okay, yeah, if it's Custodian Guard, it's going to cost them 2 CP if they're over a certain size rather than 1 CP, something like that. But then you get, you know, loads of issues around. I feel like half the problem with this game is that they've given everyone abilities to give stratagems for free, and that kind of breaks the game. And that they're playing catch up with that, basically.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong, mate. You're not wrong. But yeah, Custodes, I think, have been hit hard. I definitely think Imperial Knights have been hit hard. I think, yeah, Chaos Knights will definitely emerge as the new winners from this situation. Again, Desolation Marines and Space Marines have been moved to a max unit size of 5. That's a huge change for them. There's a lot of people out there with 30 of these suckers. So
I mean, to no surprise though, obviously people that have bought models that are suddenly invalidated, I do feel sorry for them, but I think most people that bought 30 knew well and good that this would happen at some point. And maybe they didn't think their models would be invalidated, but they knew the price of them would probably go up to the point where they wouldn't be running a full squad of 30, or sorry, 3 squads of up to 30. They'd maybe be running a 10-man squad or two 10-man squads.
Yeah.
But it's not surprising that, because everyone knew Desolation Marines were pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Which, again, you know, makes sense, I suppose.
Yeah, and they're naturally hit by the whole Overwatch needing line of sight now as well.
Yeah, it's an extra hit for them for sure. And again, I think a worthwhile one though, right? Like, I don't think anyone is going boo-hoo Desolation Marines have been hit hard. I also don't think anyone's going to boo-hoo Imperial Knights have been hit hard. I think the only thing in the Imperial Knights situation is the fact that it definitely has just opened the door for Chaos Knights. Also, I'm really interested to see, because Necrons don't have any changes in here either. I'm really interested to see what starts happening with Necrons.
Yes, because I guess a lot of the mid-tier, like, you know, Guard haven't got any abilities changed, even though they're effectively underperforming. So I think they've, as you say, they've tried to fix the best and the worst, and hopefully that will raise everyone up to a decent standard. Yeah.
No, you got to hope so.
Did you want to talk about Gene Stealer Colts?
Not really, because I actually never played against them. I don't know what they're doing. Everyone tells me stuff comes back a lot, and I have no idea. I think stuff doesn't come back as much anymore, right?
Yeah, so I think it used to be either automated, or you you had to roll a dice, but it was a much lower result, whereas now they've made it like on a 5-up. So it's a lot difficult to recycle your units, basically.
Yeah. Again, not to go off on a tangent here, but like, yeah, GSC have always been the army I have cared the least about consistently. Like, the idea of collecting a Gene Stealer Cult army has always terrified me. I just think they're too numerous in numbers and far too detailed as miniatures, and there's just
quite expensive.
I just nothing about them ever really appeals to me. But and I managed to dodge playing them in the many, many, many games that I've played of 40k 10th edition.
Yeah, so. I don't know if that's just our local group, or I say local, we're spread all over the place. But yeah, I remember Joe had Gene Stealer Cult for a bit, so I played him maybe once or twice. And then I played a couple of people like at No Retreat and places like that. I don't think at any of my times at Warhammer World, actually bar, what's his name? Bar the games designer, Pete Foley. He was the only time I played Gene Stealer Cult at Warhammer World events, I think.
Well, there you go. Like is the way of the Gene Stealer Cults. They hide in plain sight, Phil. That's the thing, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe that's why I've never come up against them. I will talk about Death Guard quickly, because I think... Well, actually, I'll talk about Adeptus Mechanicus really quickly, which is they basically increased the armor saves and the invulnerable saves of Skitaris. The crazy thing about like AdMech now, and also Votan, right? Like, without getting into the particular change of Votan, the points decreases on these armies. Like, I was talking to Joe, who has, or had rather, a 2,000 point Votan army that he was using on his channel with Liam Dempsey, and that army isn't legal anymore because the points decreases for some of these armies are so massive that the footprint now that these armies are basically putting on the table is utterly bananas. Like, literally, it feels like with Ambek and Votan, you could just field untold volume of miniatures. It just seems like a lot of this stuff is getting very hoardy.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. I feel like Votan should be quite an elite army. Adeptus Mechanicus, I feel like slightly less hoardy than Guard, but still quite numerous. But they've often been like that.
The same is oddly now. Well, not oddly, because I think Death Guard do kind of perform this function, but Death Guard now, like, so they've made it that the 7-man Death Company unit is 110 points, which is slightly cheaper than the 16 points per model that is evident from if you take it as a 5-man unit or a 10-man unit. So if you take it as a 10-man unit, 160 points. If you take it as a 5-man unit, it's 80 points. But if you take it as a 7-man unit, you get it for 110, which, as per my terrible maths, is 2 points less than if you were, working on the variables. But regardless of that, like, Death Guard at 16 points per model, the Plague Marines are quite viable now, and the fact that you can now basically take 60 of them, and that'll cost you, in terms of like points anyway, what is that? 960 points. That's like, good lord. That's a hell of a lot of toughness 5, 3-up armor save, 2 wound geezers you got to chew through. Yeah. Added to that, this new spread the sickness detachment rule. So basically, before, contagion range used to basically give off -1 to your toughness, and that's all it did. Whereas now, you can pick, so you can either reduce your opponent's weapon skill and ballistic skill by 1, which is huge.
That's
you
crazy.
can either reduce their armor save by 1, which is massive.
That's basically free AP1, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, you're giving everything for contagion range. And then the other thing is that they can reduce their leadership and their objectives secured by 1.
Objective control, yeah. Oh,
yeah.
That's quite good. So no more -1 toughness. So that's gone.
No, that's in it as well. This is in addition to.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh.
You can still get -1 toughness and all the rest of this stuff. So you can give
God.
-1 toughness -1 save. That's pretty
Wow.
massive.
Yeah. No, that is.
And
good.
you've got sticky objectives in the whole army. Don't forget that as well, because that's a thing that they get. They basically contain. They contagionize the objectives, and they can keep that. So they've got these huge points decreases.
The fact that you can pick it as well is really good. So against custodians, you'd be like, cool, I'll do -1 to your save characteristic because your save's really good. Against like a shooting army, like Adeptus Mechanicus or Guard, you'd probably be like, yeah, cool, have -1 ballistic skill. So you're woefully inefficient at that sort of range.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It honestly, I think it's a really good change for the Death Guard. I genuinely think Death Guard got blessed with a very big update in this, in the sense that I think Death Guard now will definitely feel more oppressive. Again, I'm not suggesting that you go out there and buy 60 Plague Marines.
Oh, do it!
But you could definitely cause a lot of problems with that. Bearing in mind as well that 60 Plague Marines, in terms of the weapon loadouts for that unit, which is quite mad, you could have... So each unit could have 2 Plague Spitters, which are basically their flamers. The Plague Bellower or whatever it is, which is their bigger, heavy flamers. 2 Blight Launchers. And a guy in charge with like a plasma gun and a power fist or a heavy plague weapon, right? But again, just in terms of like, the amount of free war gear you get in that unit as well. And you can still add characters to it. So you could add the Malefic Blight Hauler, or you could add, not Malefic Blight Hauler, sorry. You can add a load of stuff to it, basically. And Mortarians had a big points decrease as well. So I think Death Guard could actually be on the rise, Phil. I think these guys are potentially... I don't think they've got what it takes to... Well, actually, I say that. I think they could actually cause a lot of problems for Eldari. I think they're potentially a good counter to Eldari because of the way that Devastating Wounds has happened. Like, Eldari now facing off against 60 Plague Marines as a base. I don't know what they do to get rid of all of that. You know? 60 toughness 5 dudes that are just walking at you, and just as they get up to you, they're making you more enfeeble. Like, all of it, because the thing about Elder, they're not tough, right? Like, except for the Wraith constructs. But yeah, if you're basically going up to an elf and being like, well, now your toughness 2 and your 4-up armor save has been reduced to a 5-up armor save, it's like, you're just going to shred them. Like, it's a bit wild. So yeah, I do think Death Guard, I'm not saying that I think Death Guard definitely can dethrone Eldari. I think that would be a maddening statement, but I think you can build a Death Guard army that could definitely like make Eldari
do some work.
Struggle. Yeah, like, because again, but it's mostly leaning into the Horde type of archetype. And again, it's always the risk with these kind of core mechanics that are in 40k 10th edition, that Horde style gameplay was always gonna, rear its head eventually, because if you're basically making some of the big aggressive damage dealers less efficient, and the way that they distribute damage less efficient, you are potentially opening up the opportunity for big hoardy things to come your way. Because if you're much less able to remove big footprints of multiple infantry models, you're going to find yourself in a meta where there's big hordes of infantry models.
Yeah, because they're just more efficient.
Yeah, especially with that spread the sickness side of things as well. Like, and you can even just reducing people's weapon skill and ballistic skill is pretty nutty. Like, that in itself is like, man, imagine that as a guard player. You come along and someone goes, I'm in contagion range. Oh, I'm now ballistic skill 5.
Yeah, because as soon as your tanks get to ballistic skill 5, it's a bit like game over, man. Like, you're not doing anything now.
And it modifies your characteristic as well, Phil. So
if you degrade, rather than hitting on 5s, you're then hitting on 6s.
Yeah.
And then when you're at the bottom... Oh, no, it only goes down once now. It doesn't go down.
Yeah, it only goes down once, yeah.
Even so, that's rough. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's tough going. It's really tough going. But look, I mean, that's it, right? In terms of the balance state, it's like, do we feel like it's perfect? I certainly don't. I think Eldari probably needed a few extra hits, but maybe they know something we don't know because we're not really seeing out there in the wild. Maybe it is things like Death Guard or hoarding up Mechanicus, or, you know, the changes that they're making to some of these armies. Necrons, for example, maybe Necrons are going to really spoil their day, because Necrons are just going to be insanely numerous and be able to do all sorts of crazy stuff because of their whole bringing stuff back system. Like maybe Eldari are going to struggle now because of how maybe Stu's right. Maybe the change to Devastating Wounds is a massive, massive debuff to Eldari, and we just aren't seeing it yet. But on the surface of it, it didn't feel like it was enough. But I guess we'll see soon, won't we, Phil?
Exactly. Yeah, I get my placards out that say "Down with Elder."
Down with Elder, Boo Earns, and so on and so forth. But no, look, I mean, genuinely, again, as always is the way with these things, it's really nice when Games Workshop pay attention and see what's going on in the community. And obviously, they can only ever deal with the biggest problems that are most prevalent. But they've definitely done that for the most part here. And I'm really excited to see what these changes mean for the overall kind of health of the game. I'm hopeful that it's going to be a real net positive for it. I see no reason why it wouldn't be. And maybe we'll all start having a lot more fun with 10th edition as we start to experiment with new lists and think about new compositions and experiment with a world with less Eldari at the top of it. You know, might be assuming that is what happens. Who knows? But no, that's really good, man. Thanks, Phil. What's your closing thoughts on this one before we say goodbye?
Yeah, overall, as you say, it seems like a really solid balanced slate. As you say, it feels like maybe Elder have slipped through the cracks and have gotten away with it and will be reigning supreme still. But it'd be interesting to see. Yeah, overall, really positive. Quite keen to see how the points adjustments will affect pre-existing lists that I've got. And get some games in, basically.
Absolutely. Until then, transitional noise. And that's it, everybody. The end of episode 163, although you know better than that. In fact, me and Phil are going to have a little bit of a ramble about what's on our mind generally. What's on your mind, Phil?
Two things. One, I guess they're all hobby related, right? So this week, a few days ago, I emptied my air compressor for my airbrush, which isn't something most people normally do, but the tank at the bottom, if you've got a separate tank, does actually fill up with condensation. Apparently, after every use, there's a little valve at the bottom that you're meant to open up and let it drip out any of the condensation. And my tank was literally sloshing with water. And, at the front, there's a little air trap. That was all brown from rusty water. And I was like, okay, something's gone on here. I had to drain the tank. And that was quite a chore. It took about best part of an hour because it was all clogged up with rusty water at the bottom. So everyone, drain your tanks. Is all I can say.
I mean, I wasn't expecting that kind of public service announcement to kick things off. So your first of your general chit-chat updates is I've been draining water tanks.
Yeah, well, I know, but not something you think you have to do as a hobby thing. It's not something you expect to do as a hobbyist, to have to do hard labor.
I'll tell you what, right? That is actually interesting in a way, though, because I think a lot of people massively underappreciate, and maybe it is a barrier to entry for more than just a few, but it is a real faff actually using airbrushes sometimes. Like, certainly early on, like the rituals of it and the whole kind of weird finicky-ness of it all. As someone like myself, I just genuinely find more times than less, I just enjoy just slapping paint on with a brush just because the whole rigmarole of actually getting everything prepared and done so as you can airbrush in beautiful conditions. It just is that thing where it's like, I just don't think I've necessarily got the brain for it. I'm just like, it just seems too meticulous and too premeditated.
Yeah, I can understand actually, because I've got to get into the mood to paint, and the majority of getting into that mood to paint is I've got to literally unfold my the airbrush painting booth, because it sort of folds away quite neatly, but actually when you want to use it, you've got to like unfold it, get the sides up, put the roof on, obviously switch it on and stuff like that. But just that in alone takes up loads of my my hobby space. So it's like I'm either painting or I'm not painting. I can't do both at the same time. So yeah, I've got to be in the mood for getting my airbrush out, basically, which I did, which actually sort of neatly leads on to the second thing I was going to talk about. Is I did the Darren Latham community hobby challenge, which was the, I think, hashtag 90s Marine challenge. So I was like, fine, I'll get hold of that. I got a mini from my parents' house. I'll paint that up. One of them I absolutely melted by trying to strip it, and I accidentally used the wrong thing. I was meant to use isopropyl alcohol, which is really good for stripping paint. Instead, I grabbed my acetone, which was also on the table. It literally just melted the model. I was like, oh, it's stripping the paint off amazing. And I was like, it's got some really thick layers. And then I was like, oh no, this is like actual plastic. This isn't right. Yeah. So I've got one.
This is what happens, Phil. This is because last time you said I couldn't have it, and the gods punished you.
Exactly, yeah, that was it. So you definitely couldn't have it because it's
you'd rather have melted it than given it to me.
Clearly. I mean, I was still tempted to paint it up. I ran out of time, but I was tempted to paint him up as if he was on fire, because that's kind of what he looks like now.
Well, there you go. So you like so many others got in on that Darren Latham 90s Marine challenge. Did he look at you? Did he call you out?
No, not at all. He did, obviously. So he shared.
Darren Latham, boo!
He shared all the stories of that people were posting. So I got a few shares out of it, I guess, in terms of, because he was sharing everyone's work from like.
Oh, so he did share
progress. Yeah. So if you tagged him in your story,
I apologise
with your work in progress stuff, he would then share it to his story. So every day you could check out his stories and see all the other people's work. But he did like a special. Like awards ceremony where he picked the best of the best, and he did tons of like serious awards and then a bunch of silly awards as well. And obviously I didn't get mentioned then because mine wasn't anywhere near as the quality some of the others went. So I did the original Minotaurs chapter scheme pre-Badab.
It is a terrible scheme, by the way.
It is,
not a bad job of it, but it is an awful scheme.
It's not something I would want to paint an army at. It's basically yellow and red hazard stripes across the whole body. Some of it's quartering, so the helmet's half and half. Each hand is a different colour. I think technically one side is yellow with red stripes and the other side is red with yellow stripes. And the only minor difference is the striping is ever so slightly different size on the original artwork. I didn't want to replicate that, so I just did it equal stripes at either side.
And the Minotaur iconography is purple.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's like a purpley blue colour. It's a really silly Minotaur symbol as well. It was clearly something, obviously I think they had
and you had to green stuff that, right? Like you had to actually mould that yourself.
Well, I didn't quite mould it myself. So rather, because there's no like symbols for it, I didn't want to freehand it either, because even though that possibly could have been just as quick, but it would have not looked necessarily as good. What I did is I had the Death Watch, like the actual kill team sprue for the Death Watch veterans. On that, it has a Minotaur chapter symbol, which isn't the regular Minotaur one. I think it's white Minotaurs is what it's meant to be used for. And that was a close approximation, in fact, very similar to the original Minotaur chapter symbol, with the only slight difference is the horns curled in a slightly different direction. But I think, that's such a minor issue. So a Minotaur
issue.
See here. So I basically did a press mold using blue stuff, and then made a copy of that in green stuff, and then stuck it on the pauldron. And then on the other side, I made the molecular bonding studs that were in the artwork using some, I think they were 1mm ball bearings, just drilling holes into the shoulder pad and then gluing them in. So those are the two like little conversions that I'd done for the model itself. And then, it was just a matter of painting it up in the right colour scheme. I didn't have the correct colours for Goblin Green base. Apparently, Warboss Green is the closest Citadel equivalent, and I didn't have that, so I had to mix up some greens.
I've got Goblin Green here from Coat of Arms, mate. You could have had some of that.
I know, but by the day I was painting the base was the Saturday, and that was the day of the deadline. So I was like, I don't have time to go out and buy anything or go get it from anywhere. But for future reference, that's good to know. And then I filmed it all as well, because I was like, I'll do this as a YouTube video one day on my channel in like a couple of years time.
From now. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh god, it was like it really.
Will that Marauder bomber ever be done?
Oh, that one's done. That's on there.
No, shut up. You haven't finished that Marauder bomber.
Yeah, I did that video series several years ago, but it was a good year after the actual process of doing it.
Good Lord. Flipping heck. Oh, well. Still though, man, credit where credit's due to you. I think you turned it around relatively quickly by your standards. I think the results were actually quite good. And it's a terrible scheme, but you painted it pretty well. I liked the... I thought you did an all right job on the eye lenses and the other little details and stuff. I think. Oh yeah,
I wasn't mega happy with the eyes. Oh, so what I did with the eyes is I did the same red colours that I use on my existing Minotaurs, because I wanted something to tie them together. But the red eyes kind of clash with the red of the stripes. They're quite small. So they were a bit fiddly to paint up. So it does, even though, and I think the challenge overall shows you how good old miniatures can be when they're painted up nicely. But trying to paint those eyes, I think, was actually a lot harder than painting up regular Primaris eyes, because the detail's just not quite as crisp. And eyes are just fiddly at the best of times. So yeah, that wasn't easy. So that was the one bit I was maybe not 100% on. But the rest I thought was okay.
Well, no, I still think you did a pretty good job with it, though, mate. And I think at the end of the day, it's good that you got involved in it. I was really impressed with, again, obviously, I understand that Darren is like a really influential guy. I'm sure Games Workshop are definitely keeping a close eye on him, although I can't imagine that he is as likely to leave the mothership as, say, Peachy or Rogue Hobbies lady.
Louise. Yeah. I think he's much more institutionalized, as they say.
Well, he's so far up the totem pole as well, right? Like, he is really in there. Like, he's super duper senior dude. So, and again, obviously, it's amazing that someone like him has climbed the greasy pole and is where he's at the moment.
But what's funny is he's climbed it several times, because he was I don't know if he was like the lead person at Heavy Metal, but he was an Heavy Metal artist and really good at it. And now I think he's like one of the lead miniature designers as well. So it's like, you're not good in just one field, you're good in two, which in and of itself is an impressive achievement.
But he seems like a very good kind of personality, a good kind of public speaker, a good advocate for the overall kind of hobby. I think, if ever there was someone within the organization, at least from the outside looking in, that you could imagine kind of moving into a very kind of, if ever there was someone who could move into like Jez's boots, right? Because I look at Jez as kind of like that quintessential kind of like creative guy who really kind of guides the business. I think Darren is that. But it's really interesting as well, though, because obviously Games Workshop have been burned a bit by people like Peachy and Louise and Duncan and others leaving the organization and creating their own stuff. It seems like Darren doesn't seemingly, at least, from the outside looking in, it doesn't seem like he wants to do that. But at the same time, it's amazing the influence that he wields still, even within those restrictions. I mean, being able to essentially influencing and encourage people to go out and acquire old 90s Space Marine minis and have them painted in that kind of contest setting, and then to be able to actually promote it and run competitions and give prizes. There's a lot of stuff that's quite interesting about that. But, I won't get into the weeds of it. I'm just intrigued by just obviously the influence of the man, how he's able to kind of walk that tightrope and where he's kind of at in terms of how he navigates that overall space. I think it's just impressive how he's managed to, be such an influential personality while still operating within the business. I think it's quite incredible, really, how he's done it. He's a charming man, it seems, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. And a great little, well, not even little, but a great community gift or project that he sort of helped organise and get people to get behind. So that's really good. I wonder if it'll be in like an annual thing now.
Man, I tell you what, I would love Games Workshop to do more kind of interesting, like, community activations like that to celebrate some of the old school stuff. Because again, right, what would be the harm in them maybe... I mean, again, seeing the success of that, what would be the harm in them doing, like, free miniature of the month and have the free miniature be, like, a classic sculpt? Like, imagine that, like, if they just were like, this month's free miniature is the orc, the Goth Orc from second edition box set, or it's the old Drakari or Dark Elder Caballo Warriors,
or even because didn't you used to get like I think at one time there was like a free Chaos Warrior in plastic that you got with White Dwarf, like which is I think the Chaos Space Marine equivalent of the Space Marine ones we were all painting up. I think. Yeah, they could definitely do some stuff like that. And you would assume the molds still exist because they're steel molds and stuff like that.
But it wouldn't even be that difficult for a company like that to kind of replicate.
Redo it.
Yeah, redo it as a kind of like exercise. Because I think that's the thing, isn't it, right? They do the free miniature, the months and the coins to get people in store and actually spending money with them. I'm still surprised because I've got so many of these coins, right? Like, and people always say, like, oh, they're valuable. Like, I mean, are they? Like, really, who cares, like, about these things? But I think people do. I mean, do you know much about the coin market?
I've got the Adeptus Arbites one, which I imagine could be well sought after because obviously Arbites was quite popular. I was meaning to check the eBay prices just out of curiosity as to how much they're worth, but that's the only one I've ever gotten. I don't have any of the others, so... Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how popular they actually are.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking just on eBay right now, and like, I mean, I don't know if there's any like standouts. Maybe it's a market worth looking into because I've got a few of these things, right? Like so many of us do, I imagine, because you just kind of accrue them through just being sort of active in the hobby. Like I came across a bunch of them the other day, and I was like, oh God, what are these? And I'm like, oh yeah, maybe that's worth something to someone. But yeah, like, I mean, it's just that thing, isn't it? It's sort of interesting, like, yeah, like how they kind of do that stuff to get people in store. But I actually think if they sort of made more of an event of that stuff and were like, oh, to celebrate your kind of retro fandom, here is a, retro sculpt, and we want to actually run painting competitions and actually get, people and get vested in it and do actual more work on their social media to get people. Because again,
I think they do that at a store level, like they do.
Yes, they do. They do. Yeah, and they probably do.
And they obviously do like Army on Parade, sort of globally, which I guess is in store, but obviously because of COVID, they did it online, and it's now a sort of amalgamation of the two. And on social media, they constantly do ones like, so I think it was yesterday, they did show us your custom chapters for Space Marines, but it's like, rather than just saying that as a one-off social post, that could be more like, as you say, an event or a competition or at least a community project that they're encouraging people to do. And it's like, yeah, paint up this free Space Marine that you can get at Games Workshop store, create a custom chapter and a bit of lore or whatever about it. And then, yeah, they can actually award prizes as a actual company.
Yeah. I suppose that's the thing. I suppose the reality is that they are doing this stuff quite a lot. It's just that I'm not that engaged with, like, that aspect of it anymore. I'm not really a store regular anymore. I do have a store a lot closer to me than has been the case for the last while, but like, it's an interesting thing. I think I sort of fell out of becoming like a store regular, like 6-7 years ago. And, now I just go to like the local gaming club and, I still go to like the local store to pick up stuff like, I'll be honest with you, I'm probably going to go there Saturday morning to buy the Tyranid Codex because I haven't got around to ordering it yet. And
have you still not done it yet?
No.
You just want to pocket that postage I gave you?
No. Well, I mean, I'm going to be out £4 or whatever it is because I'm going to be buying it from the local place for 30.
Oh, true. Yeah, fair enough.
But that's how it goes, isn't it? Those are the ups and the downs. But yeah, and also, to be honest with you, I actually quite like supporting local stores because, even though I know they're still part of the mothership and they're all part of the big Games Workshop thing, and people obviously rightly, think you're a bit of a mug for paying full retail, I think at the same time, there is a certain, charm to supporting.
Yeah, well,
local
you
stores.
could look at it from the point of view of you supporting that local store ultimately is there to get young kids into the hobby more so than men in
So
their 30s and 40s.
I'm peddling my problem onto the next generation, is what you're saying.
Yes, but I mean, in a good way, because people love this hobby. Do some painting, glue some stuff together, stick your fingers together with super glue. I mean, what's not to like?
Exactly. Make friends. It's great in that sense. I do actually attribute a lot of positive things to Warhammer 40,000. I definitely think it's been a massive positive influence on me and my life. And I think that's one of the things I really like about doing this podcast as well, is being able to sort of share that experience with people and actually, hopefully at least give the impression that this, can be a positive thing and has been kind of life enhancing, because it has been for me, I suppose, is what I'm saying. I appreciate it's not for everyone, but I love it, and I'm really grateful that it's been good to me in that sense. So it's always fun doing this and adding to it and that side of things. But no, it's interesting, man. Good that you got involved in the challenge. Well done, Darren, for having a successful project. I think he did it in support of achieving a follower milestone, right? Did he get like 90k followers or something?
Yes, it was something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's an incredible accomplishment on Instagram as well, within the Games Workshop Warhammer community, to nearly be knocking on the door of 100k subs. I mean, that's pretty amazing. I mean, some of the big hitters don't really come necessarily too close to that. I mean, and by Instagram big hitters, I talk about people like Thunderwolfen or those kind of guys. Like, they feel like pretty significant in the Insta space, right?
I think if you are close to, if you're on 20 or above, I think that's quite a big number for a hobby account in general. I think some can go up to like 40 and plus, but few and far between maybe. You're either a YouTube personality that's very active on Instagram, or you're a very prolific and like probably an award-winning painter to get any higher, basically.
Says here, Thunderwolfen got 50k followers 13 weeks ago. Congratulations.
Wow. Smashing it out. I got 12 just a couple of days ago. I was like, oh,
1, 2 or 12k.
Well, no, 12,000. Yes. I find the Instagram algorithm woefully slow, but then potentially I am posting a lot less nowadays on Instagram. So, and I don't do things like reels or what have you, or not the sort that Instagram probably likes to promote.
Can I have a gripe about Thunderwolfen for a sec?
If you must,
I will have a gripe about him. Noting that we know that Thunderwolfen listens to the show, and we appreciate that. And obviously, I feel like we can go so far as to say friend of the show, Thunderwolfen, right? Even though I've never actually communicated with him. I think he's exclusively spoken to you, right?
Oh, I've chatted with him a few times. Yeah,
there you go, friend of the show, Thunderwolfen, right? So mild gripe with the Thunderwolfen. When I was a lot more active on Instagram, and I was doing more illustrations. I did an illustration based on Thunderwolfen's work, and he's nicely reposted pictures of illustrations done by his air quotation marks fans, which I am one, to be fair. But he never paid any attention to me.
Did you tag him in it?
I might have done, but he might have.
If you didn't, how would he have found it?
Well, because I just, I thought he'd find these things, Phil. I thought we'd figure it out.
The ways of magic.
Hang on, let me just check. Now that you've got me thinking about it, I'm going to go and look at the post. I've got to be honest with you, Phil. Part of this is me hoping now that I'm talking about it here, he might seek it out.
Well, he might do.
God, it is a terrible illustration, actually. I look at it. Maybe don't look at it, Thunderwolfen. It's not my best work. There it is. Yeah, no, I tagged him in everything. I said, at Thunderwolfen. 71 people liked it, Phil.
No, that's good.
Some people even said, wow, there you go. Look at that. No love from the Thunderwolfen, I drew that with a biro in about 45 minutes. And he no love.
Well, maybe it just wasn't your best work.
I definitely wasn't. But, I tried. Maybe I should go back to doing more illustrations on my Instagram. I wouldn't mind doing it just for my own sanity. I've done so little Instagram lately. I'm terrible. how I've managed to get 750 followers with the limited output that I do. I suppose it's just this. This is the thing that basically elevates me. People hear me on this and go, "Oh, that sounds interesting." And little do they know when they start following me, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Anyway, what else is going on in the wondrous world of Warhammer 40,000? NIDs are out next week. People on the internet say nice stuff about that. We're going to do that next episode. Right? Next episode's NIDs. We're going to be trialing our new approach to Codex, which is essentially the same as what we've been doing with Index, which is both me and Phil are going to read it. We're going to get a feel for it, and we're going to spend like an hour and a half just vibing about it, right? Like the idea of what we want to do going forwards is we don't want to meticulously go through everything. We just want to kind of get a feel for it and just sort of vibe off of it. Just be like, oh, this sounds cool or this sounds janky. I mean, again, when we did the Space Marine Index review last episode, we ended up going off on a tangent talking about the viability of Firstborn going forward. So, that's the kind of thing that I envision going forwards. It's not that we don't want to kind of give more detail to people and we want to make sure that people kind of get a feel for what the army is. But I think, going back to where we just read rule follows rule, follows rule, follows rule, follows data sheets, follows rule, follows general vibes. I think, it's better that we just get to a place where we have general vibes going in and a little bit more work on our part. Because the thing we actually quite liked about the old review format was the idea was as we were just reading it for the first time and giving you, the listener, our genuine impressions of it. So that worked quite well. But it was so long. And also for people who just don't care, you just don't care, right? Like, why would you listen to us talking for 3 hours about a book you don't care about? Equally, I suppose, why would you listen to us vibing about it for an hour and a half or whatever it ends up being? But I think hopefully this will be a little bit closer to something that works for us and hopefully something that still adds value to our listeners, but also is a bit more useful for everyone rather than just people who really want to get into the weeds with it. Or at least that's my feel about it at the minute. I mean, I don't know what your thoughts and feelings are on that going forwards.
Yeah, I think the sort of newer approach will be a bit more palatable for everyone in terms of, because I actually personally find either when we're listening back to our own stuff or just listening to other people talk about stats in particular, it just sort of goes in one ear and goes out the other. It's like it's very difficult to mentally picture what the stat line of a profile is when someone's talking about it because it goes very quickly. I'm sort of visual and I need to almost see it in front of me. So reading out stat lines is quite difficult when you're just a listener and you haven't got the book in front of you. So hopefully there'll be a lot less of that and it'll be a lot easier to digest the actual information that we're telling you about rather than reciting stats as if it's and rules as if it's an audiobook.
Yeah, I agree. I think, it's one of those things actually, because I find this when like people describe like rules and stuff to me now. Do you know, like genuinely, like a lot of the time it goes one ear in one ear and out the other. I was playing some Age of Sigmar last night at the local club. Had a great game. It was a good time. I played against Khorne. Blades of Khorne. They messed me up horribly because they just do all this blood time stuff. You're like, oh my god, what the heck? I did the opening gambit perfectly, Phil. I sent the wizard up, and he did the blizzard on the bloodthirster.
Oh, okay.
And did the 4d6 and just murked the bloodthirster. Wow. I was like, yay, dead. So that was fun. But after that, I still just got stomped because he did this thing with Bellicor where he went, your general can't do anything on a 3+. I'm like, oh.
Yes, yeah. There are some janky rules in Age of Sigmar, but then everyone has it, so it sort of makes sense. But
totally.
I feel like the more we play, the more we will go, it's a bit broken, like we do with 40k.
I think the more time you spend with it, the more likely you are to start to spot the flaws, but I think I still feel like I'm never going to take Age of Sigmar that seriously that I care, because it's not really a game that I'm that. I love it. It's fun. But the reason I love it and it's fun is because I don't care. Like, I just throw myself into it and have fun with it. And that's all I want from it. I don't take it seriously. I appreciate things about it. But for me, it's my It's the game I play with my mates to have fun. I'm trying to get some more reps in with it because I want to be more comfortable with the systems, but I'm not really bothered about being good at it, right? I don't care. And obviously new Iron Jaws are coming. We've talked about those already. Very excited for them, but even if some of the models aren't quite to my taste, but just excited for Iron Jaws to get more support. So
and we've got between us and the RFW boys, we're doing a campaign for Age of Sigmar, which will be quite nice. I think there's 6 of us in total for the first session. And we're doing it based on the Great Stomp campaign from White Dwarf, which was, I think, sometime last year. So that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to that. It won't be happening till next month. So, once we've done the first one, maybe we do a little chat about it on the show. Yeah,
absolutely. It'd be cool to sort of add that into the mix for sure. But yeah, in terms of like Warhammer 40,000 stuff, I mean, me and, again, on the topic of RFW, me and Garfield, we're going up to the LGT for the doubles. So that's coming up in September. So that's going to be
wow, real soon. I forget how quick the months and the year is flying by.
Mate, it's crazy, isn't it? How just time erodes on you like that. But yeah, so LGT around the corner, doing the doubles and that. We're figuring out what we're going to end up taking. 1,000 points each. You can basically rock whatever you want in that 1,000 points. As in, like, basically there is no kind of like connective tissue. You just basically have 2 armies and pick
unlike
a general.
Last time.
Unlike
last time.
No, unlike last time where we did that anyway and basically cheated and then came second overall. But I came second at the LGT, Phil. You can't take that away from me.
No, I know. You really did.
Except, obviously, if you call me out for the cheater that I actually am, in which case you probably legitimately can take that away from me.
Yes, or you came second in the actual singles event.
Well, no. Phil, I came second at the LGT. Don't poo-poo
categorize
it. Exactly. Don't come in here with your, actual information and make a mockery of the whole thing.
Fair enough.
So me and Tom were talking about we might wear, the hardware, the medallion, turn up, sporting.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, is it an actual medallion, like with a proper medal?
A proper medal. Medal.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, do it. And yeah.
It's a weird one though, isn't it, though? Because it's a weird flex to be like, hey, we came second last time. It's like
we almost won but didn't.
Exactly.
But it would look great to either get bronze or gold this time to go alongside it. You've got to collect the set, the triple.
Yeah. The 2-time and then the 3-time, I suppose. That would be hilarious if we managed to do it again. That'd be wild. But the thing is like,
well, if you come second again.
I actually really like the idea though of brandishing the second place medal because it's such an underwhelming accomplishment that it's actually funny. It's like,
right,
I think if we actually came first, it would feel a little bit stupid. But the fact that it's actually genuinely stupid to flex second place, it actually makes the whole thing more brilliant, and actually more appropriate, as it were, I think. So, we might look at that. But we're trying to figure out what armies we want to run. At the moment, we're going to do a bit of try and get some practice games in and get a feel for things because, just working out some of those synergies, etc. But I feel pretty good about it. So that'll be fun. And then otherwise, I think for me, in terms of events this year, from a 40K perspective, I'm pretty much spent. Like, I think for now, 40K events, unless something really meaningful comes along in December, like a Warhammer World event that's well worth doing, I think
there was one that's already sold out, I think, and that was singles. A Throne of Skulls.
No, I'm not interested in that. I mean,
it'd be nice if there's a doubles.
Double, yeah. What I'm in the market for right now is a doubles or a team event. Like, I really want to make a good go of a team event one of these days. Like, I'm not like the Whittaker, but like the actual, like, just like a Warhammer World team event. Like, if one of those comes along, I'm really into that idea. Like, I love the idea of, us actually going up as a proper unit and actually having that kind of strategic layer and figuring out what each of us brings to the table and figuring out like synergies or rather moreover, actual kind of like, battlefield functions, as it were. Like, I really like the idea of that. So I'm kind of into the notion that we would do a team tournament. Like that would be amazing.
Yeah, I'm still a bit disappointed that they don't end with a 4v4 game on the Sunday, because to me that's what a team event should be.
Oh, in terms of the ones they have ran up till recently.
Yeah, because they effectively, I get that you're in a team, but it's all 1v1 single games, which isn't as exciting as doing either doubles or some kind of 4v4 team up, a bit like Anchorman. You're having your fight in the alleyway, your team versus the other. That's what I want to have.
Yeah, I think Council of War was a really great event. Because of that, and I think Council of War, just for reference, this was one of the early events me and Phil attended. Me, Phil, Richie, and a guy called Andy that no one will have heard of, but he used to play Tau. Lord knows what he does these days. Although I imagine, Phil, you're still loosely in contact.
Yes, yeah. He doesn't play 40k anymore, but I think he's still got those collections.
Oh, yeah, because he spent loads of money on commissioning a Grey Knight army that's like a work of art, didn't he?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, no, crazy man. Anyway, the point is that we did that, and it was like, you will have heard us talk about it before, where we talked about like the Blood Angel army that didn't come on for like 3 hours, and he was really upset. But like the point I'm getting at is like, that Council of War event I think was pretty special, and I'd love to see that sort of thing, because basically what it was we played 2 singles games, 1 doubles game, and then 1 4v4. And that was a full 8,000 point versus, so 16k on the board game, which was really wild and really fun. And they had a really great setup for it, and people brought some mad stuff. And it was just
loads of Titans. In fact, we were probably quite lucky, and I assume they did deliberately, that our opponents didn't have any Titans either. Neither did we, and we were probably the only ones that weren't rocking Titans or fortifications, like the Fortress of Redemption, because loads of them had that for like the vortex missiles and sort of silly nonsense.
Oh yeah, God, it was.
But yeah, Titans galore on most of the other tables.
Yeah, it was wild. I think that was the thing as well, though, right? Because people were allowed to take different lists for each of the different games. So, like, for the singles games, you just had a 1,500 point army. For the doubles game, you had a 750 point, collectively 1,500 point army. And then, because that was actually it, wasn't it? The final game was like, what was that? 6,000 points, because everyone had 1,500 each. And then, but that was basically like, the last game, 6,000 points. But you could have just turned up with a whole different 1,500 points, which could have been, in a lot of instances, Titans. Like a lot of people just rocked up and went, here you go, bosh. And that was it. That was their contribution in that final game. But, back then, me, Phil, Richie, Andy, none of us were that big into collecting massive Forge World units. So we just didn't. On the topic of old editions, though, Phil, look what I bought recently. I bought this again at long last.
Ooh, the classic Guard Codex.
Imperial Guard 5th edition, Phil.
Fantastic.
You know what this means?
We're going to have that long-promised game of 5th edition.
I think it's essential, Phil. I think we need to do it for the patron. I think it is the thing that people are crying out for. They want to see it, Phil.
Didn't we say this? Was it last episode that we could do Patreon? Sorry, not Patreon through the ages. Warhammer through the ages, and we do one from every single edition.
Yes, that was it. And we were going to do Imperial Guard and Space Marines from every edition, weren't we, or something?
Yeah, something mad like that.
So basically, like Space Marines like Blood Angels and Guard every edition.
Yeah.
Even Rogue Trader.
Like. Yes, we can do that as well, yeah.
I always feel like what would be good is if we start with 10th and go backwards.
Well, that would be easier, I think. Yeah.
Well, maybe.
Although it'd be interesting to start from Rogue Trader and work backwards or forwards, I guess. Because you can then see the sort of heritage of the rules. And also it would give us the biggest shock to the system.
Oh, 100%.
Going straight into Rogue Trader, because we'd be like, dear God, what is this?
I think that's
arcs. What?
Yeah, I think that's the thing with Rogue Trader. I've got to be honest with you, because I sincerely Rogue Trader is the only rule set I've never played, and I am inherently terrified of playing it because of that.
Well, yeah,
because,
fair enough.
Because
but maybe that's why you should do it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm up for it. I will totally do it. I'm just saying that it's such a mad addition from what I understand, because it's so much more role-playing game than
there are some fun elements, like you can issue an order to a squad, like you're going to go over to that hill and shoot those orcs. But I think once you're out of a certain like command range, like from the like captain, they are basically having to just follow out those instructions, because you can now no longer like shout orders to them until your captain's like within range of them again and stuff like that. So you just have to, have a sort of fake AI that says, okay, they said they were going over to that hill, so next turn, I guess I'm just moving them to that hill, even though other stuff might be going on and you'd want them to redirect to some other direction. So there's sort of, crazy stuff like that.
Sounds wild. I'm up for it, mate. I'm up for doing it. I mean, at the end of the day, if I have to suffer Rogue Trader to play the other versions and get to a place, because what I'm excited about, Phil, is we'll play 2nd edition and we'll go, wow, that's a load of silliness, but it's sort of fun in its weird way. We'll migrate into 3rd edition and we'll go, ooh, this is fun. Then we'll play 4th edition and we'll go, ooh, this is that, but a bit different. And then we'll play 5th edition, the Nectar of the Gods, and we'll go, oh, what a lovely time. This is a great game. What a wonderful game. Then we'll move into 6th edition and we'll be like, what are all these allies about? This is just silly, although we won't really feel the brunt of that as we move from 5th to 6th, because we'll continue.
I imagine we'd be probably complaining more about the psychic dice that we're rolling every turn.
No, so 6th didn't have that. 6th stayed much the same as 5th, in so much as you had there wasn't a psychic phase until 7th edition.
Oh, it was 7th that had the Winds of Magic or whatever it was that you had to roll.
Yeah, correct. Well, no, so what they did, so they did that, but so in 6th they randomized what powers you got.
Oh, yes. Even in 7th, it was all randomised. It was only 8th where you could start to pick things.
Well, 5th backwards you could pick, but it cost you points. Like, you had to pay points for the army.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we've had this conversation before, but I'm excited about it. But I bought the Imperial Guard book from Glorious 5th edition, so I'm excited to play that. But yeah, no, I think it'd be cool, man. Like, I mean, it's not that difficult to pick up. Like, if we decide that we're going to do, say, Blood Angels... Because I think Blood Angels are an easy one for me to do through the editions, because I have the stuff that makes sense and they're quite easy to, like retrofit, as it were. So I've got like stuff that can go backwards and still stuff that can go forwards, because I've got like tactical marines, assault squads, Terminator squads. I've got enough sort of stuff. I don't really have very many vehicles in Blood Angels, so that would be something I'd need to rectify. So maybe I'd end up taking... I suppose I could take Dark Angels, because I've got a lot of Dark Angels.
I was going to say Dark Angels would probably be your best bet. Yeah,
maybe Dark Angels, because then Dark Angels in horror... I've got a lot of Horus Heresy Dark Angel stuff, which could still be used, because I've got the Rhinos and the Land Raiders and the Tactical Squads and blah, 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 blah. And then obviously I've got the Terminators and the bikes and all that stuff, and then I've got the characters, so... Yeah, because that actually would be really fun as well. Like, if we went through the editions and we were like, what's the new thing in the army? And like every edition, every codex for the edition, we have to take the new thing. Like, it's like, what they added to the thing? We have to take some of that. Admittedly, from like Dark Angels in particular, got a bit of an explosion in characters in 4th edition, I want to say. That's when they introduced Samael, Belial. In fact, maybe that was 6th edition when those guys actually got sculpts, though. So maybe it wouldn't be too bad. But anyway, long story short, mate, yeah, I'm up for that journey. But I'm excited to own Guard, and it's not a hardship to buy those books for all those editions and play through it. We'd have to get the rule books for 3rd and 4th edition. I might actually own the 4th edition rule book, but I don't own 3rd. And we'd have to obviously pick up the rules for 2nd and then Rogue Trader as well.
I've got Rogue Trader in 2nd edition already.
Okay, that's good.
I picked those up. Yeah. I guess the question is, would I be playing them as Imperial Guard, or from, I think, 4th or 5th edition, I could do them as Krieg and use the Forge World rules for those few editions?
Yeah, I don't mind that, mate. I think Krieg versus whatever type of Space Marine, and then we can just figure out what is relevant for that at that time. Obviously, I think at the end of the day, right, like Krieg came into existence around 5th edition, I want to say. Maybe even 4th edition. So I think it's right that you transfer over to that kind of...
It's definitely 5th edition, but it could have been 4th, but I think it was 5th.
Yeah. Tell you what, though, mate, what I love about 5th edition for the Guard, this was the first edition where they started introducing all the variants of Leman Russes. And not only the variants of Leman Russes, but they also have variants of like Hellhounds.
Griffin.
That was what I was about to talk about. The Griffin.
Yeah.
My God, a great one. Griffin. What I love about the Griffin is that it had a terrible AP at the time, so it was AP4, so it couldn't strip Space Marines of their things, but it did have basically like a strength 6 barrage 1 large blast, which was crazy. So it was like the idea that you... And they were cheap, man. Like by the standards of the time, you get a bunch of Griffins and just rain down hell on people and cause a right mess.
Yeah. What I think is in that one, I can't remember if it's called the Bombard or the Colossus. It might be in the Colossus tank. And it's drawn in that one as a Chimera chassis. But the Bombard on Forge World is a Leman Russ chassis, but it's effectively and they have slightly different names, but it's all one and the same. So one of them
it's the Colossus.
Yes, so it's called Colossus, but I think on Forge World it's also called Colossus, but it's also like Imperial Bombard is like its shop name, but in the description they also mention it's for Colossus. So it's interesting that Forge World changed the chassis type from the Chimera to the Leman Russ, which was always a slight odd inconsistency.
I mean, sincerely, right, I think this is the best Imperial Guard Codex they've ever done, 5th edition.
Yeah, well, that was weirdly also the 6th edition one as well, because they never gave us a 6th ed one.
Oh, God, they never did they?
Or it was... I think it was like...
It was the first or like the end of 6th edition.
Yeah, it was either the very last codex in 6 or the first of 7th. So for most of 6, I actually had that book. So that was the one I bought to get back into the hobby. And then I obviously sold it on eBay like a couple of editions ago because we weren't using it. But yeah, I do love that codex. It was really good.
Well, because they had the whole, they had the infantry platoon as a troop choice, which was super cool.
Well, it was great, but it was also really annoying. So if you wanted to run regular guard infantry, you had to have an HQ command squad, so a company command squad, plus
platoon command squad.
Oh yeah, sorry, platoon command squad plus was it 2 or 3 troop choices?
2 minimum, 2 to 5 infantry.
All right,
squads.
so 2 minimum. So you needed and that was your one troop choice that.
Yeah, those 3 units was your minimum 1 troop choice.
Yeah, so to have your minimum of 2 troop choices, you effectively needed 4 infantry squads and 2 platoon command squads. And in addition to that, you had an HQ, which would be your company command squad. Yep. So just as a standard filling in your minimum slots, you needed a bunch of infantry, effectively 50-odd models, which is why I often preferred to go for grenadiers, because grenadiers or scions or vets, I think they were also you could have. So they just counted as 1. Right, so you didn't need the whole platoon structure for them, because if you had platoon structure was it's like a weird own like mini CAD that you needed to fit into the main CADs to run. But it meant you could just take lots of infantry, right? Yeah,
well, you could also do veteran squads, and they were more traditional, so they were just the 1 troop's choice, but it was a veteran squad. Or you could do the penal legions, which were also super interesting, because you just have these big, like, 30-odd man hordes of penal legions, which is kind of interesting. But no, I like it. And I also like how they sprinkle the characters into this, because, like there are certain characters that are actually troop choices, which was really crazy as well at the time.
Really?
Yeah, so if you look there, like in terms of like the listing, you could have there were 2 named characters that could just be added to your troop HQs.
Which ones were they?
Commander Chenkov.
Oh yes, the Russian guy. Yeah.
Yeah, and Captain Al Rahim.
Oh yeah, so the Talon guy and the Valhallan guy, basically.
Yeah, and even in the veteran squads, you could add Gunnery Sergeant Harker or Sergeant Bastoni.
Oh, I don't know who that one was.
One veteran squad in your army may replace its veteran sergeant with Sergeant Lucas Bastoni. If you're not familiar with Sergeant Lucas Bastoni, hang on, let's find his. Let's find him in Gunnery Sergeant.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's Cadian, because I wouldn't necessarily know that character.
Lucas Bastoni was born of one of Cadia's noble families.
There you go.
His lineage guaranteed him a prestigious career. Yeah. Special rules. It's up to us, lads. After all other orders have been issued, Bastoni can attempt to issue a single order to his own squad. Ooh. That's quite cool. And then never give up, never surrender. As long as Sergeant Lucas Bastoni is alive, if falling back, his squad can always attempt to regroup regardless of normal army restrictions or normal restrictions. Sounds really good.
Yeah.
There you go.
Seems good.
Mate, I'm telling you, I think it's the best. I know I'm a bit of a 5th edition mark, but it's really good.
Well, yeah, that was one of my favourite codexes. I did love that one.
I think genuinely, the Elder Codex from 4th edition is the best Elder Codex ever done, and the 5th edition, Imperial Guard Codex is one of the best in terms of like creating flavour and building like narratives and all the rest of it. I actually think as well the 5th edition Space Marine book is one of the best ever done as well for the same reasons, because they really started to introduce that identity. I think the only books that really didn't hit the mark quite as well as former editions, I think for 5th anyway, was like Tyranids. I think Tyranids were really done dirty in 5th. I think Tyranids have never been as good as they were in 3rd edition. I think 3rd edition Nids was the most interesting they've ever been, because they had this whole crazy thing where you could build custom hive fleets, and that was amazing. So they had this they had this system called biofix and biomorph. So if you were a biofix, you just were what you were. But if you were biomorph, you could change up like how they functioned, and you had loads of options. So you could take super custom stuff. Anyway, I'm going to get off on a massive tangent here talking about old books, but like there's some great codexes through the years, some really great ideas. And again, I don't think Chaos Space Marines have been good since. I think the best Chaos Space Marine book was the 6th edition Chaos Space Marine book, but I also think Chaos Space Marine books, I think Chaos Space Marines have not been good since 6th. And I don't think, in terms of like realizing their flavor, because I think the problem is with Chaos Space Marines since 6th edition has been they've just fragmented too much, because they went, oh, here's Thousand Suns, here's Death Guard, here's World Eaters. I mean, really, what is Chaos Space Marines anymore? Like it's sort of a weird
It's almost
thing.
what's left of the miniature range, and I think that's an interesting point, because I don't think Chaos Space Marines as a whole haven't been that well supported, because they've been so focused on like the sub factions. Doesn't mean they haven't had some new miniatures, like you've got Terminators, Obliterators, and stuff like that. But yeah, feels like they've sort of lost their way slightly. To me, I've always much preferred, and I guess they would fall under Chaos Space Marines, but Renegade Space Marines. The ones that aren't necessarily having fallen directly to Chaos, but certainly aren't Imperium either. Or they fall into Chaos, but not quite as much as some of the other chapters. Yeah,
it's interesting, mate. Anyway, look, at the end of the day, that's us done, because at the end of the day, I want to go to bed. So, Phil, do you have anything else to add? Or should we just say goodbye?
I'll save what I was going to save till next episode.
Did you want to talk about the Battle for McCrack?
Oh, no, I forgot all about that. But there's a custom mission on Warhammer Community that they gave out for free. That's like a themed, I guess, like a Legends style mission. That seems kind of cool.
Yeah. Looks
great
good.
that they're doing that sort of stuff. Give us more.
Give us more custom missions. I mean, again, it's actually quite interesting to see that they're floating the idea of that kind of asymmetric gameplay for a while. Because, again, I think that's the thing now. We've become so obsessed a lot of the time with the idea of match play and fairness and all this kind of stuff. I think we have it's so much rarer to see people. Like, I actually don't think I've ever actually, in the last 10 years, I will struggle to tell you how many times I've watched people playing a fun thematic game with 40k. I certainly haven't done them.
Not in the way... So people probably had fun thematic match play games,
yeah,
but not one where it's like, I'm attacking you, you get loads of fortifications, which is what you used to get in like 6th and 7th edition with the Stronghold expansion. You can have double the amount of fortifications, but I get double, if not triple, the number of troops. And that when they die, they can come back. And this new mission is sort of harkens back to that, where, as you say, very asymmetrical. One, it's about surviving against the endless horde, which is super thematic, and that's a sort of 40k. Even though I haven't ever played a whole bunch of games like that, they're always the kind of games I strive to play or think I should be playing. And it's just always wanting the time or the right number of miniatures to do it.
It's the thing, though, isn't it? Because in your mind, you're like, think, I want to paint up all this terrain and create this cool thematical board and play this great game, which is themed around, you want to take inspiration from films or you want to take inspirations from books. It's like, I would love to recreate the closing moments of the Horus Heresy where, the Blood Angels and the White Scars and the, few salamanders that there were and the Imperial Fists were facing off against the hordes of, Horus as they were closing in on the gate of the Imperial Palace. And the idea of the notion is about how many people that you can have retreat to the palace in those final moments. And the idea that you've got this whole kind of sub mini game thing where Sanguinius is not on the board necessarily, but he's like a kind of force multiplier. So, Sanguinius achieves a heroic deed, you gain buffs or something. You could come up with really cool thematic ideas based on that, or you could just go Starship Troopers was cool, I want to recreate that with bugs closing in on a compound or whatever it is, that sort of stuff. I'm like, we just don't do enough of that anymore. And I just think maybe that's something I'd like to start doing. I appreciate though, as I say this, it's the slippery slope into Napoleonics again, but whatever I'm going down that road, I'm embracing it.
That'd be good. Yeah, because Warhammer World always used to have really thematic tables. They still do, but nowhere near as many as they used to. They always used to have a good 6 or so 40k ones, and now it feels like they probably got 1 or 2 good 40k tables, but then it's loads of Necromunda, Zone Mortalis, those kind of tables, a couple of Age of Sigma ones as well.
The problem is those beautifully themed boards that they used to have for 40k are terrible to play 40k on these days.
Yeah, no, they would be. Yeah.
They would be. The problem is
there's no terrain.
There's no terrain. The game just doesn't work. You put it down. You play on that really cool bridge board. They had.
That we did in 8th edition. We did.
Yeah, you play on that nowadays. It's terrible.
Oh no, it was 9th edition because it was a Crusade game.
Yeah, I think the reason why it worked for us in that instance was we were quite restrictive with our armies, and we weren't gamifying it to the max. But I think certainly within 10th edition now, the sorts of armies that are there, again, obviously things will hopefully have improved. Again, we're recording this before Balanced Dataslate drops, so you'll have heard all of our thoughts on that already. But yeah, it's interesting. Anyway, we were going to say goodbye. I'm saying goodbye now. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
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 Bye. Bye-bye.
As the sun goes quickly and the moon begins to fade, keep drinking alcohol so I lose my fucking ways. The cold crept over me, oh, this weight turns me to lead. I can't ever sleep at night. Oh, the pain, it's in my head. Yeah, I'm not well. Yeah, I'm not well. Well, teach me to breathe. Yeah, I'm not well. Yeah, I'm not well. Well, teach me. Driving on this lonesome road to nowhere. Oh, my splintered skin denies my wheel to never turning. Whilst I'm standing there, all the wind stops me from breathing. Oh, cold, it shakes my bones and leaves me with a fever. Teach me to breathe.